just as boring as it has ever been. But I will still adore you, it's what you mean to me. Do you want me around? Is it all just too late now? Do you want me around? Is it all just too late now? I'm here waiting for you, I'm lay across our bed. I'm still spinning out all your words in my head. I don't wanna fight tonight. 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 I don't wanna fight.
It's in my blood to lift it up and hang my halo on a miracle. And you don't see the scars in me. I defeated the demons of recovery. Every inch I was wrestling in the rubble. Never gave up, I weathered every trouble. I'm a hero, I'm dying in my own life.
Always looking, always praying. Now heaven's waiting on us to believe. Spread our wings, meteorite. We can be stars for them to see. It's like we waited our whole lives, we waited our whole lives. It's only you and me tonight, yeah, you and me tonight. You're only you and me can decide, yeah, you and me can decide. It's time for us to open our eyes and look down at the sky. Now we're a place that so high there ain't no stopping. First stars like that, and now we got them saying, ay, ay, ay. Now we're a place that take off the subs and watch us fly. You know we fly, you know we fly, you know we fly, you know we fly, you know we fly. Take off the subs and watch us fly. You know we fly, you know we fly, you know we fly, you know we fly, you know we fly. Take off the subs and watch us. Now we're floating, forever winning. Now heaven's watching as we join into eternity. Feel the rhythm as it pulls us in. Trust the beat. It's like we waited our whole lives, we waited our whole lives. It's only you and me tonight, yeah, you and me tonight. You're only you and me can decide, yeah, you and me can decide. It's time for us to open our eyes and look down at the sky. Now we're a place that so high there ain't no stopping. First stars like that, and now we got them saying, ay, ay, ay. Now we're a place that take off the subs and watch us fly. You know we fly, you know we fly, you know we fly, you know we fly. Take off the subs and watch us fly. You know we fly, you know we fly, you know we fly, you know we fly, you know we fly. Take off the subs and watch us fly.
Can you take my bad side? Bad side. Once you see my bad side, bad side. No, it ain't picture perfect. Don't push me, it's not worth it. You don't wanna see my bad side. Can you take my bad side? Bad side. Once you see my bad side, bad side. No, it ain't picture perfect. Don't push me, it's not worth it. You don't wanna see my bad side. I'm far from your ordinary lover. I'm different from any other you've ever had before. So you must have me mixed up. You must have messed up. You won't make that mistake no more. Or I might just lose it. I might just lose control. You might just push me far enough for me to let go. No, you don't want to see the monster inside of me. 'Cause it might be a bit too much to handle. Can you take my bad side? Bad side. Once you see my bad side, bad side. No, it ain't picture perfect. Don't push me, it's not worth it. You don't wanna see my bad side. Can you take my bad side? Bad side. Once you see my bad side, bad side. No, it ain't picture perfect. Don't push me, it's not worth it. You don't wanna see my bad side. I may be more patient than the others. I tolerate the stress and all the mess and all the headache you bring. But listen to me, you'd rather have my good side than a dedicated enemy. 'Cause I might just lose it. I might just lose control. You might just push me far enough for me to let go. You
me disappear. The days get longer, and I grow weary listening to my own excuses. Where does it begin? Where do I fit in? Will someone let me into this story? In my history, I am the absentee. Where's the part
So I'll scream out right now, I won't lay down, lay down. So I'll scream out right now, I won't lay down. So I'm not gonna lay down, not gonna lay down, not gonna lay down, not gonna lay down. I'm gonna run to running, no time you get no warning. I feel my head distorted. So I'll scream out right now, I won't lay down, lay down. So I'll scream out right now, I won't lay down. So I'm not gonna lay down, not gonna lay just talking, but seeing as you ask me, you know that I will call it how I feel it. It's only gonna happen if you want it to. It's only gonna happen if you want it. It's only gonna happen if you want it to. It's only gonna happen if you want it. If you want it to. If you want it to. It's only gonna happen if you want it to. It's only gonna happen if you want it.
would fight for the motherland. Be all I could, I would make a stand. I'd walk through the fire till the body falls. Don't fall, I would protect you. All that I've got to do now. Yeah, I could save you. All that I've got to do now. Hero, I could be your hero, fighting for your love soul. I could be your hero, fighting for your love soul. Yeah. You make something worth fighting for, and nobody gets to choose everything. All that I've got, it couldn't be enough. Without your love, and I would protect you. I would do anything now. Yeah, I could save you. All that I've got to do now. I could be your hero, fighting for your love soul. I could be your hero, fighting for your love soul. Yeah.
Take me under your wing, crack of thunder, as the wild birds sing. You can hear hunger crying out, a sonic echo that leaves no room for doubt. All the shots bring it back to what it's not. Make a move, do we do? As the world cries tears in our hands, are we all part of a bigger plan? Call the shots, bring it back to
Right now, I got this beat in my head. Right now, I want to dive into this world. Let it out for the crowd, let it out, yeah, be proud. Right now, this is a real good atmosphere. Right now, superficialities are here. No excuse, no rules, no one to judge. Just give a fuck. The time has come to lose control. Don't be so shy, just let it flow. We are the masters of our own world, of our own world. We pray for fire in the sky. We show that desire is online. We stick together, together, together. We're alright. The time has come to lose control. Don't be so shy, just let it flow. We are the masters of our own world, of our own world. Will they drink really expensive champagne on their private jet plane? All we need is a cheap bottle of wine and a cigarette to have a good time. A freedom, conviction, and no restriction. There's no other place to die than here with us tonight. The time has come to lose control. Don't be so shy, just let it flow. We are the masters of our own world. We pray for fire in the sky. We show that desire is online. We stick together, together, together. We're alright. The time has come to lose control. Don't be so shy, just let it flow. We are the masters of our own world, of our own world.
赤信号だとしてももう止まらない理解不能のスピード100倍速い地横なんて哀れよねねえ聞いてよな負けの準備でもしておきな Come try me if you down 悩んでもやめないわ No more 苦い思い消えてよこの街に呼ばれる際にレクチャー全力で追い越してよさ Trading モール始めようもう安全な
近道なんてのの完全にアウトだからあんたの後悔楽しみだわすげた気づいてよマジでベイビー一番でノックアウトするわ You better be listen 地横なんて哀れよねねえ聞いてよな負けの準備でもしておきな Come try me yet when you were down 悩んでもやめないわ No more 苦い思い消えてよこの街に呼ばれる生命フェッチャー全力で追い越してよさ Dreaming の始めよう
Country song. You and me going out tonight. Let's turn the radio on. You got your skirt on tight and your legs on long. Let's lay some whiskey down. We'll dance all night, then get it on to another country song. Tonight, let's turn the radio on. You got your skirt on tight and your legs on long. Let's lay some whiskey down. We'll dance all night, then get it on to another country song. You and me going out tonight. Let's turn the radio on. You got your skirt on tight and your legs on long. Let's lay some whiskey down. We'll dance all night, then get it on to another country song.
I saw you sitting in the moonlight, dripping paint runs
runs through your heart. Oh, we were skinny dipping, slowly sipping, then we fell apart. I'm just trying to catch a break from your love. Oh, hey, 'cause I need to find a new life, no love. Oh, I can't lie, I've been thinking about us, but you, yeah. Tell me everything's gonna be alright. Tell me that you're never gonna need spotlight. Just say how you feeling, I don't wanna waste time. I saw you sitting in the moonlight, tripping, pain runs through your heart. Oh, we were skinny dipping, slowly sipping, then we fell apart. I'm just trying to catch a break from your love. Oh, hey, 'cause I need to find a new life, no love. Oh, I can't lie, I've been thinking about us, but you know better than anybody around me. Yeah, you know. I think we both need a break from this thing called love. All love ain't the thing to question, it's all love. I got plenty problems and no shoulder. Last night on the tour, ain't no tour bus. I saw you sitting in the moonlight, tripping, pain runs through your heart. Oh, we were skinny dipping, slowly sipping, then we fell apart. I'm just trying to catch a break from your love. Oh, hey, 'cause I need to find a new life, no love. Oh, I can't lie, I've been thinking about us.
Putting out the fires, my head calls me a liar. I'm sick of breathing in your smoke. Leave a little longer, embrace a little harder. Yeah, every time we're not wrong, it's like we're walking on water. Oh, too good to last long. Putting out the fires and looking for a miracle. It's like we're walking on water. It's like we're walking on water.
We must survive. So choose your weapons wise. Stand and fight for your life. I take a breath. Heart is rising when there's nothing left. I'll keep on fighting. Now the time has come.
That intro never ceases to get me hyped up, but we are back for the 2023 LPL Spring Split, the final day of week number 3. We've got another super day ahead of us. I'm Mazel, joined by Kitty once again. We're here to bring you the kickoff of all the action. Are you ready, Kitty?
I am most definitely ready, and I couldn't have asked for a better partner for you to be
We're
casting
matching
this
and
next
everything.
series. We're matching. We're the Smurfettes today. But yeah, of course, yeah. Last night we had such a long broadcast. I hope everyone rested up very well, and I'm excited to see what we have in store for today.
Yeah, it should be a chock full day of action, it feels like. But let's talk a little bit about what we got to see yesterday. Ended up being a pretty long day, but all in all, some bangers. We started off, honestly, don't let that 2-0 fool you, all right? That 2-0 to start the day out, that was a giga banger, and it got better from there. We had a 2-1 for TT over IG, delivering their first series loss and their first losses in general. And then we had BLG, Shun, the powerhouse. The entirety of BLG taking down a 2-1 over Weibo Gaming.
Honestly, yes, the WE vs Oh My God series went to a 2-game series, but every series last night was a banger for its own reason,
I think
especially
we
the one
might
up
have
against
lost
IG.
Kitty. Oh.
Am I here, guys?
I think I hear you. Maybe it was on my side, but we'll
well.
see how it goes. Gotta love remote broadcasting. So we'll take a look at the standings here now as well. IG still sitting there at the top, even if they did take that one loss. But as we see, as we get further on and week 3 comes to an end, things petering out a little bit.
Yep, IG would have never imagined that they would lose up against TT from last night. But to be fair, TT came in with a plan. And the plan was to shut down Wise Kim and ban out his entire champion pool.
I think that's the most important thing is they didn't stop it there. They kept pressuring him as well. So gotta love the attention given to the man with the mark on his back apparently now. We got to get to today's matches, though. We got 3 more best of 3s. Top Esports taking on Ninjas in Pajamas in our first matchup. Very fun. Rookie versus his old org. RA taking on LNG. Trying to give LNG their first loss of the split. And EDG versus RNG. Ming is back, baby.
Today's a pretty stacked day as well. All the weekend games are looking so exciting. And of course, like you said, Xiaoming is back on RNG, so I am very excited to see what Ming can do for the entire lineup of RNG. But of course, the next match will be between TES versus NIP.
Couldn't be more fun. Qing Tian taking to the stage now, seemingly the more stable fighter of the two between him and Wayward, coming in with this full commit so far in the split. It has been Qing Tian piloting across. Then you have Tian just casually walked around, no big deal, coming to the stage, but a powerhouse in his own right. The new man for Top Esports, always just kind, always bashful, except when the Shy is across from him. Get a nice little entrance there. Rookie again going against his previous team in V5, now NIP. Jackie Love as well. They're just straight to business here, Kitty. Straight to business.
They're not waiting for Mark to come on over and do a little pose. They're getting ready for
They
the
just
next
walk
match.
straight by.
Yeah, but Top Esports, a roster filled with so many veterans, right? Jackie Love, Rookie, Tian, and just playing alongside Qing Tian, I think this entire roster will provide him amazing guidance.
Indeed, as Top Esports is taking the stage, now we have to look at their opponents today. Ninjas in Pajamas, as Invincible will be in the top lane today. As he also just walked in. No spice, man. We had so many cool, like the entrance from IG last night was just insane. Xiaolong Bao with a bashful entrance here as well.
Well, IG definitely came in with a plan for their team intro. They didn't expect the bans though for that series, so unfortunately they got figured out.
Got some Dream fans in the crowd there for sure, but love to see Dream. Also, was the sub before Rookie last year, also subbed in for him in the summer split, so going against him as well. And then you had Fodic and Zhuo taking to the stage, a little triumphant there. Love to see it. Jackie Love's previous support as well, wanted to get some fire lit under NIP here, and should be a very fun kickoff to the night. I think there's a lot going for Top Esports as to kick it off, I guess, but the two loss streak for NIP definitely holding in their minds, wanting to right this ship here, Kitty.
Yeah, NIP is currently on that 2-game loss streak. So this one will really matter because that means that they can even out the scoreline to a 2-2. But on the other side, we have Top Esports, and they've only dropped one series so far, and that was up against Weibo Gaming in week 2, where they struggled quite a bit with the game going to 3 games.
Yeah, I think it was definitely an effort to pick up that one, I would say. But I do want to kind of highlight coming into this one, big focuses for us is how does jungle play out in the early parts of the game. Feels like both these teams live or die by what happens in this early jungle, and especially what happens with those leads. But playing mid into that, how do Dream and Rookie kind of bounce off of their typically aggressive junglers?
Yeah, my eyes are set on the mid jungle in this matchup, right? We have Rookie and Tien for the side of Top Esports, and I think Rookie has always been that stable player in the mid lane. He's always very reliable with the mages, where he provides that late game security with the carries. But on the other hand, we have Tien, and I think Tien plays a huge role in determining the early game for Top Esports, where once he gets the ball rolling, then TES looks like they're flourishing. But on the opposite side, if he falls behind, the team looks a bit lost.
I think both, when looking back at Tien and Rookie a little bit, not finding much success since their World Championship days, right? And having obviously Rookie bounce across a couple teams, now hoping to have found a new home with some superstar teammates and reunited with Jackie Love, not united at least with Tien as well. And for NIP in that sense, right, you're having a lot more of a different profile coming into the year here. I think there's, yes, some standard, very strong pieces that have developed in the V5/NIP logo, but Xiaolong Bao getting his first real confidence give here with a full year starting, right? No longer under the sub of Karsa, trying to get split in time as well. Dream getting that full shot as well. I think there's, again, a differing attempt at structure and things for both these teams.
Yeah, Xiaolong Bao, you've been so vocal about this and you love his performance in the LPL so far, but I just think the solo laners of NIP has been a tiny bit too weak. But looking at the picks and bans, so Lucian gets taken off the board, Yumi also gone, so that means a lot of the ADC pool is open up. Sivir, Varus, something that we want to see. The Sejuani goes to Top Esports first, so that might even mean they're looking for a very strong top lane 1v1 champion.
Still, maybe even a little bit of flexibility there, but I think the setup for Tien is definitely on the table if they go with that one. A lot of strong picks still on the board. We will get the Jax locked in as the first pick for Ninjas in Pajamas. And there's the Ashe. We were talking about it before I ever say that the priority for Ashe is going to be through the roof. It makes it through the first ban phase. It gets picked up by NIP.
I love this Ashe pick from NIP. Jewel has never been afraid of experimenting in that support lane pool. And out of the two supports, I think he is the crazier one. And Ashe coming out of 2 means it is able to flex to either support or ADC. Still opens up the ADC pool quite a lot. But Renekton gets picked as a counter, or as a response at least, to the Jax. So TES already looking to have a very strong top 3v3. I think Rookie can play like something like the Sylas to really perfect the top lane combos. But you gotta start picking the ADC for Top Esports, right? Because they're gonna start getting banned.
Yeah, that pool will not survive very long, but maybe Jackie Love's saying bring it on. I want to go down my champion pool here. As you were saying earlier, though, that Sylas perfectly timed, Kitty. It is locked in. And a crucial piece that Rookie on V5 last year popped off on so many times. And honestly, really excited with the ultis available to Rookie this time around. A lot of usability there. Maokai is locked in as the final pick in the first phase for NIP.
I'm pretty shook that NIP decided to opt into the Maokai after seeing Sylas has already been locked in blind from Top Esports, because you're just providing Rookie with so many good ultimates like the Ashe, like the Maokai to engage. So a bit of a shot on the foot, but we'll have to see how Xiaolong Bao decides to play around his ultimate cooldown. Varus gonna get banned off. I'm assuming something like the Caitlyn can also be taken away. Caitlyn and Lux very strong, or even Caitlyn Ashe is a really good duo.
Yeah.
Cassidy gonna get banned though.
I think that might be the most interesting part, as it's different focuses in this second phase for both teams. ADC is obviously the priority. Take away Jackie Love's champion pool, try to at least. But the late game scaling picks, things that can work out even into the Silas, the target for TES. It is Karma, actually banned here as the last one for NIP. So trying to take away that potential poke bottom lane with a lot of that slowing power if they want to go for it for TES.
Yeah, I'm assuming they're just going to keep banning out those counters for Rookie, so he's a much easier time to start rotating with the Sejuani around that top side. But Syndra is going to be there. Oh, not Syndra, but we're going to look through the champion pool just a bit. But ADC is still up in the air. Caitlyn, something that we see so much in LCK. High priority. Not a lot in LPL though, but I would love to see Top Esports lock in something like the Caitlyn and Lux, because you already have such a strong early game. You might as well commit to it.
I would say that would behoove them very much so. We do get the Talia locked in for Dream, though. The possibilities of the connection between Xiaolong Bao and Dream here now with this duo, very important to highlight.
Yeah, Talia comes in as the perfect response. Top Esports, their range is so small, where with all the dashes plus on that as well. So I really like this Talia pick. Jhin is also a champion that is well, I guess acts as a well counter into the Ashe if it does get flexed to ADC. But looking at the entirety of Top Esports composition, their damage is a bit low. There's no hyper carry for Top Esports unless you're playing towards this Renekton, which I see Tien playing towards. It might be a little bit of a scuffle. They do make up in damage with the Heimerdinger being locked in though, which I do really love.
And it's something that Mark may be adapting to a little bit here. I think as well as something to kind of highlight is this bot lane of Jhin and Heimerdinger is very terrifying in the right situation if they get the right resources, and would love to see Photic grabbing a late game insurance policy for NIP. They get the Sivir yet again for this guy who has been known to tear it up in the late game.
Yeah, I think Photic has been the most consistent player out of the entire NIP roster for this year, even with some of the games where his entire top side isn't performing as well. Photic is always that person where you can rely on, and he will never really be the major problem of any series. But it's going to be Sivir and Ashe vs Jhin Heimerdinger. A bit of a sleeper or poke fest, but my eyes are set onto this top lane 3v3 Renekton versus Jax, two Giga Chat champions, where if one of the two gets solo killed or gets tiny bit ahead, it's going to snowball into a huge profit.
And that's what we were saying was a big influence here, it feels like, for both these teams coming into the early game of this one. You said it before, Tien, it feels like TES live or die by. But the thing is, they live a lot. They find those big advantages because Tien is just so mechanically good at the brain power, finding the good pathings and executing, right? And I think Xiaolong Bao, while the execution maybe be left wanting a little bit in some cases, is in that same vein, right? He tries to go for these very aggressive paths. So I think the butting of heads of the junglers in this one is going to be so crucial.
Yeah, Top Esports kind of switching up their playstyle today. Although Tien usually plays towards Jackie Love because he loves his Lucian, and even on the other champions like the Draven that we've seen so far, this time it's a Jhin and a Heimerdinger. So Top Esports definitely introducing something a bit different where Jackie Love has to play the weak side, but we'll see how this series plays out.
We're about to hit the rift for the first time on this Super Sunday. We have Ninjas in Pajamas taking on Top Esports. Game number 1 kicking off now.
Can I just say, Mazel, before the entire game starts, that I am so happy I finally get to cast Jackie Love, because he is the entire reason why I fell in love with the LPL from 2016 on IG. I was quite literally 14 years old, and this player just made me so invested into the entire league, so this is definitely a memorable moment for me.
We get to cross that off your bucket list.
My
there.
bucket
Love
list,
to
yep.
see it.
It's
awesome.
Copium.
yeah, for sure. For me, like, it's cool to see those kinds of moments, right? I got to cast Uzi a year ago, right, in the like off-season fun tournament thing in regionals, and for me that was the same kind of situation. So it's awesome that we get those kinds of moments, and then we get to watch them execute on the Rift. So at least in your sake, get to watch Jackie Love try to tear it up on the Jin. Why my favorite champion as well. So a little bit of bias maybe going your way. I'm not saying it's all Xiaolong Bao.
Your favorite champion's Jin?
It is. I'm a Jin stan.
Oh no,
Four for
we have a Jin
days, baby.
stan
4
and
for
a Jin
days.
hater on the cast. This is going to be
Let's go.
terrible.
We go fight. Fisticuffs. Let's go, Kitty. What you got to say about my boy Jin, huh?
He's already started the boots and full pots. He is completely accepting his fate in this lane where Ashe is going to be completely poking him out. And with the extra sustain, that is going to help out just a little bit. But bot lane prio is going to be so important for how Xiaolong Bao and Tian gets to dictate the early game. And from what we've seen so far, Photic and Draw are able to push that level 1 in.
And I definitely want to keep an eye on the pathing for both junglers. It looks like they both are heading up towards this mid, towards this top side of the map. Bot lane not going to be this early focus. It is going to be potentially looking at the cohesion of these solo lanes. With that pressure down bottom for Photic and Zhuo, though, they will continue to press into Jackie Love and Mark. But the thing is about this combo, and something we've seen rising so much, is the Maokai plus Ashe. You cannot play against this vision game.
Yeah, and something that I am so stressed out about is that the Ashe has already spotted Tian walking towards his blue buff, so they are very aware that this is going to be an absolute bloodbath in the top lane. But looking at the two duos, we have Renekton Sejuani versus Jax and Maokai. Maokai has always been that champion that starts off a bit slow. He does love to scale and is not as strong as a Sejuani, especially if it's paired alongside the Renekton. So I'm really excited to see how this 2v2 will play out if we do see some action in that top side. But naturally, Tian will be hovering Team Tian this game.
And maybe even trying to get a little bit of early action from Xiaolong Bao up this way. It did ping down, see if Invincible can bait out a fight from Jing Tian. Would have a response from Tian right around the corner. Looks like Invincible will take that bait. Or at least will bait Jing Tian. He goes back in first blood to NIP, and they're on the board.
Poor Qing Tian, his wave was building, but Sejuani just was not there to cover. And I guess Xiaolong Bao just sneaks his way in without the ward being available in that lane, because I guess Qing Tian was under the impression that Tian was going to hover, but he was just 30 seconds too late. Can he make it up though by burning at least a flash out of this mid lane?
I'll be getting the angle here. Dream not flashing just yet. Playing it calm. Really good stuff from Dream, who gets a decent chunk back onto Tien as he exits.
Mark is flip-flopping his way in, clearing some wards, a little donga. But this top lane, like I said, Mazel, once someone starts the ball, or once someone starts getting the ball rolling, and let's say Qing Tian just does not recover from the first gank, this Jax is going to get out of hand.
Look at this though, Kitty. We have such crazy
This
movement
ARAM.
right on the map right now. Like, Invincible's just been left up there. He had a nice little push from Qing Tian. Dream is now the focus. Qing Tian wanting to flash potentially for that play. Won't do it. And Dream getting a lot of the pressure and presence from TES, but standing strong.
Nothing's happening. I mean, because you're playing a Talia into 4 short-range champions, and if they do want to get something out of you, they have to at least burn a flash or combo extremely perfectly. But Dream is soaking up so much attention from the side of TES. Renekton's lane is looking so hard because Jax has come back with the Sheen.
That's going to be a lot of heavy damage trades in lane as well. But I love that Qing Tian was willing to already start moving towards this mid lane. I think that's something that plays into Top Esports' composition itself, and really want to see the execution on that a little bit further on. You see Invincible now with those that heavy presence. My God, that was one cube. A nice little trade back from Qing Tian. Gets a decent amount of health back. Now, Dragon is alive. Tian is in the pit, but here comes Xiaolong Bao. The hawk shot. Here comes Dream. The Dragon takes a long time to take this time, though.
Rookie has
800
Maokai
health down. Top Esports will be able to secure that one.
Rookie even stole the Maokai, and that's just how much presence this Silas pick provides into the team comp, right?
It's
Even
so
with
good.
the Sejuani, your the amount of CC that Silas is able to seal from NIP is just so scary, and you can't even face check these objectives once they have the vision control. But this ball lane is just playing out as it's supposed to be. Jin finding some, I guess, push against Sivir and Ashe finally, but is Tingtian on the other hand going to survive this lane once the Jax gets his items online?
I think something so interesting as well is just what Silas provides to Rookie, right? You're giving this man who is legendary in his own right the ability to take a bunch of really good ultis from NIP, and it gives him so much ability to play through. We're getting a 1v1 on the top side though. Nice trading back and forth, leaving them a bit low. Tien is right around the corner.
Tien does not have the ult available, and the Jax has his flash.
He's healing
Will
up a
this
lot
dive
too.
work out though?
It's a little bit difficult, it feels like. Tien backing off. So a lot of reservation, honestly, coming out from top esports in this early part of the game.
Yeah, and with Herald spawning in 30 seconds, Tingtian does have the push in, with Silas getting the next wave in as well. I'm assuming this is going to be the next priority for top esports. We can see Mark rotating up to this as well, because Jackie Love does have the cuts
Curtain
available.
call. Level 6 not available for Photic. The heal comes out. Mark trying to get a little bit of damage down. Fourth shot. Zhuo. Last
dead?
shot. The deadly flash. The boom.
dead!
Mark. They get themselves up, and we wanted to see something happen in this 2v2 in bot lane. It's TES that come out on top.
This is quite literally the perfect summary of support in patch 13.1. Jin was level 6 and Ashe was level 4. A really good call from Jackie Love. He noticed that the Ashe was so low level and that she was already chunked previously. Just straight up activates the ultimate. Doesn't even have enough mana for a connecting W, but Mark able to just chuck the ignite on and just finish him off with the last turret. Perfectly played by the side of top esports, and they also secure the Herald.
Honestly, really heads up play from top esports there in a lane that when we came into this, we're like, what's going to happen? What does influence do for bot lane? Do they try and win 2v2s? Do we get a lot of roaming support action here? We've gotten a little bit of both, but now that Jackie Love and Mark have found that aggression in bot lane, found that level advantage, do they continue to press this up is my next question, I guess.
Most definitely. I mean, now that the items are coming online, that's what makes Heimerdinger such an obnoxious support champion. But I'm getting a bit worried for Jewel because he did pick the Ashe support, and the main reason is because of your ultimate and how you play around this. And with him being only just hitting level 5, it's going to be really scary for the side of NIP for this bot lane, because you don't have any kill threat just quite yet.
See if that changes as time goes by. Photic able to dodge out with the use of the spell shield onto the grenade, throwing up the Sadnar there. I feel you, Mark. I feel you. It will be, though, focus renewed back towards bottom side of the map for both junglers, as Shalom Bao making his way across mid lane will be spotted out by Rookie, as Tien right down on his chickens on his way as well.
Xiaolongbao has successfully hit his level 6 before getting invaded by the Sejuani. I would have liked to see more aggression from Tien in the early game, but you know, as long as Xiaolongbao hits 6 on this Maokai pick, I think NIP is going to have a little more freedom in choosing which fights they want to take in this mid game. Especially with Dragon spawning in 1 minute, we do have the ultimates available for everyone except for Droll. So
That's really detrimental.
Needs his arrow.
He really needs that setup potential. Obviously, a big piece to how they want to kind of kick off fights as well, because as you hit the arrow, you have a lot of follow-up that can happen, or even just the setup from the Nature's Grasp. But a lot of hovering back towards this bottom lane. I know we set out that mid lane was going to try to connect with jungle a lot. We've seen a lot of focus in mid lane. We haven't seen Dream get a big Weaver's Wall off into the side lanes yet. It is still a bit early, and I would love to see that cohesion come alive for NIP as Rookie getting stunned up there. You see, again, this is the probably second, third time Ching Tian has made his way mid lane. Not going to find it this time again.
He's just roaming up and down from that to top lane. Once he gets the wave pushed in, he just likes being a little nuisance to Dream. But can they get a pick before this dragon spawns? Playing alongside their vision is what I'm wondering.
Shalom getting engaged on here, trying to take down the... oh, nice connection from
Ashe
Rookie
ult.
across. That Ashe ulti was gigantic. Shalom falls,
Oh, he
but
flashed him.
Rookie dies to the sapling. And what payback and beautiful it is for Xiao Bao.
1 out of 1 for draw. Not bad. We take those. Rookie connects the E, but unfortunately dies to ignite from Talia. Or not ignite, but dies to the burn from Talia. But this dragon is going to go towards top esports because the Heimerdinger and Jin picking up that kill from early just has so much priority. Spotted on a ward for Xiaolongbao. He was just clearing his ward, going alongside his day. Rookie lands the longest E I've ever seen in my life. Secures the Maokai ultimate. Didn't pop it, unfortunately. But the burn and the sapling just ends up finishing Rookie off. So unfortunate flash. Don't flash into bushes, guys. You are versing a Maokai with Demonic.
I think that's a good lesson for everybody there. We do see Kraken Slayer completed for Photic, though. Itemization, at least for one, coming online for a majority of members here. Roa completed for Rookie in the mid lane as well. And now that TES have stacked up these two dragons, I'm very much looking to see how they continue to stack these objectives. They have a Rift Herald to utilize very soon from Tien, and he is hovering around this mid lane.
I would love to see Tien just use his Herald in the mid lane, open up the map so Rookie gets to skirmish alongside the Sejuani, which is exactly what he's doing here.
Flash play. Dream lockdown, uses a cleanse there from the spell book. Beautifully timed Enchanted Crystal Arrow, though, and Dream falls. The charge comes through and gold spread across the team. Good stuff, top esports.
I like this roam from Mark. You know, once you have Jackie Love ahead in that lane, he does have the extra cleanse and flash available, so he won't be dying. And Mark is just getting stuff done on the other side of the map. Herald unfortunately did not take down the mid lane tower just to provide some extra gold for this Sylas, who is building the Roa. We have seen a lot of Roa Sylas in recent days where this build, it just provides so much health and security in the late game because it does provide you that extra level where Sylas can match the scaling of NIP once it does reach the 40-minute mark.
You're hoping, at least for Rookie, to get to that point. And so far with the advantage, with now 2 kills under his belt, it's going to be a good task. Oh, Glacial Prison. You got it on him. Dream in trouble. Dream going to die again. Who's going to get the kill? It's to Rookie. Who else?
Dream's getting camped. This is like the 5th time TES has tried this attempt on the mid lane, finally getting their hands onto Dream. Mark has been constantly hovering this mid lane as well. Really good ultimate from Tien. He noted that the Talia did not have the flash available and of course just sent it. But with Herald spawning in 30 seconds and Dream not having his time is correct, these major objectives are just looking like they belong to top esports.
Yeah, I love to see the timing, especially from Mark, who has consistently been on the roam, and we wanted to see what it looks like from bottom lane perspective, how we see them kind of influence the rest of the map, and Mark has been consistently going around. Obviously, Zhuo with the Enchanted Crystal Arrows, huge stuff, but I think the activity from Mark on this Heimerdinger has been deadly. And now we get that Rift Herald spawning, Tien already in place to start it up here. And it looks like NIP will just take this time to take the bot lane tower.
Yeah, I mean, back to my point about Tien being the core reason of how TES, their early game plays out, right? Once he gets the early game rolling, then the entire team of TES just looks so great, especially Mark, right? He's just following Tien's calls in the mid lane and getting so much stuff done on the map. I'm afraid that once Tien is just unleashed and he gets to do whatever he wants, how's NIP gonna play the game? Because you are just letting Tien do whatever he's like.
We did just get the Leandries completed for Dream, so a little bit of sustained damage, at least in that idea. Mark also just completed the Rileys, so item completion for Heimerdinger online. Yeah, big item completion as well. That slow is going to be actually incredible. And I especially want to see the setup around this next dragon. This could be a sole point for top esports. 50 seconds away. They already have a decent amount of vision around the back end of the dragon pit. I want to see them push that forward.
Yeah, I mean, this top side for top esports is definitely the focal point because you have the Jin building lethality. He's just trying to provide that extra CC and tiny bit of damage in these team fights, but I guess all the resources have gone to Sylas. I was predicting it could have been gone onto Xintian, but they decided to opt it for Rookie because he is on one of his staple champions, which is the Silas. So I'm excited to see how the next few team fights play out because Rookie is so fed.
He is very fed, and more gold going to be delivered to Jackie Love this time around. Oh, straight through the uprights. I got to find either Mark or Rookie. Mark gives a little thumbs up. Mid lane crash into the tower. One more auto will do the trick as NIP start to form up 5-man around this mid lane, around this priority to take Dragon.
Rookie does have the Maokai ult available for this team fight. No vision at all for NIP.
This is so difficult.
They need to stop this Dragon Soul Point, however.
Here comes the Nature's Grasp, gonna clip TN on the end. Here comes Rookies though, and this one's gonna get a lot more impact, connecting on the 2. Deadly Flourish on the back. TN solo in front of the Dragon with no NIP members around. That'll be Soul Point for Top Esports.
Ting Ting went for a sneaky long flank, right? He was just going over the blue buff, but the amount of pressure that he provided with this Renekton that does have the flash available, just scared of NIP. And like you said, TES is on that Dragon Soul Point for Hextech, and this soul is so immensely strong, especially when TS's main problem is that they lack damage later on into game. It's going to help them in this match.
What's your favorite Dragon Soul? Yeah, are you biased to any of the Dragon Souls?
Well, I guess it's Hextech because it's just provides so much damage and slows.
Well, Rookie flashing away from a top lane gank. Maybe his favorite will be Hextech as well. We'll have to ask him. Maybe we'll get that question answered.
You know what I think is underrated though? I
What?
think Windrake is super duper underrated, especially
Ooh, let's
depending on what
go.
champions you have. The haste is just so nice. But
That's
I'm gonna get,
That's redeeming your Jin hate. I'm just gonna
no,
let
I'm
you
gonna
know.
get flamed either way.
We'll get flamed together. It'll be all right. So setting up now with TN, getting a back off. We have now the second item completions really coming alive, especially the Banshees completed for Rookie. A little bit more of a defensive pull, but I think it's huge the way that they've been playing the team fights out. And for Rookie to have that little bit more survivability in these big team fights.
Banshee's coming out second, just like you said, right? Maokai Talia being the main damage source currently because Sivir has yet to pick up a 3-item spike. Invincible's kind of just tearing down these towers in the side lanes, but later on into the game, if no one deals with Invincible, I'm afraid that these side lane towers are just going to keep going down because the Renekton is just going to get weaker and weaker as the game gets to a later stage.
Well, 19 minutes in, we didn't have the necessarily explosive jungle present early game craziness that we would typically want from these two teams, but now we're getting to more so the tried and true macro decisions that TS are going to be leaning on their veterancy for. I think as looking at NIP with a little bit less of that veterancy, obviously the bot lane a little bit more so, but I think that we look into these very stressful moments and very tight games going into the later parts, mid-game especially, that Top Esports feel like they should have that control.
Top Esports has complete control over the mid-game currently. If you take a look at NIP's entire composition, it is about scaling into that late game. You have the Sivir, you have the Talia, and the Jax for the side lane. But looking at the game state, Top Esports having 3 dragons on their hands, next dragon spawning in 2 minutes. If you don't do anything before this 2-minute mark, then it's just looking so hard for NIP to reach that state in the game.
Oh, the rocket barrage actually not connecting though. Nice enchanted crystal arrow to stop the curtain call in its tracks. His Rookie stealing his own enchanted crystal arrow here with that setup could be huge. But back to mid lane focus as it was just an attempted catch out by Top Esports. I think they're fine searching for those little moments. Oh no. Don't look at that one. Don't look at that one.
I didn't look, my eyes were closed. But
Okay, good,
I did
good,
see
good.
that Maokai burnt his flash in that little exchange we had at the Raptor camp. One of the main engages for NIP Talonball's flash is extremely important when it comes to their engage and what fights that they want to take. We also have him building Izonia's second, which means he isn't going to be super healthy or tanky in these team fights, where if he takes the wrong trade or if he just goes in way too early and no one's there to back him up, he's going to get one shot.
I just want to highlight the lethality build coming out from Jackie Loves Jin. We got the Eclipse completed. It was the first item Yumu's. Been a while since I've seen the first item Yumu's on Jin. I missed those days. Shout outs to you, Hail of Blades on Jin. But really, it is an interesting build coming in here with a potential for a lot of that burst damage in the combos.
Yeah, I mean, he is there just to provide that CC. You already have so many juggernauts in the top lane, right? The Sylas, Sejuani, and the Renekton, especially with the Sylas building Roa and Banshee second. You are going to have 3 extremely healthy champions fighting for you in these team fights. Dragon is spawning in 20.
They're going to get in
doesn't have flash.
on to Xiaolong Bao. He goes golden, having bought that stopwatch, but the Nature's Grasp will seal the deal. Fourth shot available. Oh, goes through because Rookie takes the kill ahead of time. Dream left out without a team,
triple.
left out on his Losum, and a triple kill for the 2018 IG World Champion.
4 kills going into the pockets of Top Esports. The only person standing is invincible on this Jax, but I'm afraid no matter how many towers that you kill, your entire team is dead. And the Dragon Soul also goes to Top Esports. But can he win this 1v1? It does force the TP out of Rookie, just in case he loses that. But the Baron is also an available option for Top Esports now, once this Jax gets caught.
Jax getting caught by Jackie Love, who's sitting and waiting. Can't hit the deadly flourish, though, but the flash fourth shot. Where you at, Jin hater kitty? Where you at?
Sorry, I'll shut up. I'll shut up. I love Jin. I love Jackie Love.
Yes. Let's go. Oh, Tien? The flash from... Whoa, there is fear in the eyes of NIP, but Dream finds a big shove as well. And Rookie over the wall. He's on to Photic. Photic has no chance here. Xiaolong bows all by himself again. And I'm getting deja vu here, kitty. Rookie trying to catch out Shuo and Dream, but can't do it. And TES, they are just steamrolling this game.
NIP is getting desperate, Mazel. They tried so hard. It did look pretty good for the start of that team fight. However, just the amount of mobility you have on this composition of Top Esports, your carries are just getting jumped left and right by the Sejuani and the Sylas, where they can't toss out the amount of damage that you want. And with the Maokai building Zhonya's and full AP, you can't really kill anyone, and he just dies as your frontline. Of course, we get to see that the Sejuani ult lands onto the Maokai. Beautiful pick from Top Esports. Although Talia is a very strong champion into the composition of Top Esports. Oh, he does flash into the Maokai, unfortunately.
He does, yeah.
But the Talia just doesn't have enough damage to stop these major carries from jumping onto the carries of NIP. And unfortunately, 4 for none.
And I got to give a shout out before we get this set up for TES for Rookie, who, as I mentioned earlier, has not necessarily found that stunning success, except for that big moment during the regular season for V5 last year. But postseason success, not been there. World success, not been there. Love that we have seen, though, over this time. Rookie has always been that consistent carry. He has always been the man that steps up. And yes, we're in early parts of the season, but he's looking damn good in that TES red.
Yeah, I mean, I've mentioned this earlier. Rookie is looking like the strongest core member of Top Esports. He is always so reliable when it comes to these team compositions, being able to flex from the Sylas to those long-range mages. But him being 7-1 this game, definitely a huge statement to be made from Rookie.
It was a decently quiet early part of the game. We didn't see a lot of that influence come from mid lane, but now in the later parts, it's that decisiveness coming alive. And every time Nature's Grass comes out for Xiaolong Bao, Rookie says, I can do it better. And this is just devastation coming the way of NIP. Thumbs up, maybe a white flag from Photic needed, as TES will put the final stamp on this first game.
My white flag is up, Mazel. That was so sad for the side of NIP. Are they going to be able to just end the game here with a clean ace?
4 shot not available there. Yeah, a little bit close there. Sure, it will take a little bit longer for them to close it out, but it is tried and true as ever. As Top Esports, with one final push, will push NIP to game point in their best of 3 here, as Photic falls one more time. The Nexus is the target, and Top Esports looking good on the day.
Absolute banger performance coming out of Tian and Rookie, and that's exactly what I am looking for in this next TES series. I want to see the synergy coming out of Tian and Rookie, both very veteran players, and they definitely showed up on the day.
It's looking real good. Love to see that cohesion, even without the early game stomp success that we typically see from Tian. They still managed to weather the storm. We had that crazy series of events on bot lane that took the pressure off TES a little bit. And then the combination was always there. The mid lane focus, man. The fact that they went towards Dream 5 times. Was it Rookie saying, hey, this guy subbed in for me last year and he looked pretty good. Let's take him out, all right? Let's make sure he has a bad time here.
It definitely felt a little bit personal considering how many ganks were put towards Dream, but I want to highlight Xiaolongbao once again on this Maokai pick. He wasn't able to really he felt a bit restricted, to say the least, in that early game, but that is the matchup of Maokai versus Sejuani. Sejuani has the ability to really flourish in that early game while you're just trying to scale.
And I want to talk about that a little bit more because I think it's going to be important going into the next game, especially because that difference in draft approach kind of shining through, it felt like, in game number 1.
Yeah, I mean, the draft was a huge point for top esports, right? The 1, 2, and 3 pick for top was just I believe, Renekton, Sejuani, and Sylas already showing their intent for the entire game plan of just having an aggressive top, mid, and jungle where they will be fighting 24/7. And if NIP doesn't negate this in the early game, then Rookie just becomes an unstoppable champion.
Yeah, I'm really wondering who is going to get MVP for this one, but especially look at some of the stats from this one too, because I want to see how influential maybe the damage from the Eclipse Jhin was, but I suspect there being a lot of focus towards Rookie in that stat sheet especially, but rightfully so, right? I think this is, to some respects, an expected outcome. I think NIP been struggling recently. There's no hiding that, right? And top esports as a team, they've put together such big stars in this trio of Tian, Rookie, and Jackie Love. They should be smashing their opponents, and it's a nice bar to set, at least into this series.
Yeah, looking at the next series, I think the Sylas pick should be taken off, especially if you're drafting the Maokai and Ashe into it, where you're just providing them with more CC and ways to engage in these team fights, and it just provides so much pressure well, they don't really have the vision to walk in and just create that pressure from the side of top esports. So definitely some changes need to be made for game 2, and hopefully we get to see a 3-game series.
Yeah, I'm hoping to get to see some of those stats we're still waiting on. Hopefully get to see how bad Rookie smashed this game number 1, especially with that great performance on the Sylas. But do you have any serious changes you want to see, I guess, going for NIP? I feel like they had a lot of the meta choices that maybe you would want in these types of situations.
Well, we did see the Jax coming out as a blind, where the Renekton was the response from Qingtian. I think the Jax was quite nice. It did provide that constant side lane pressure for NIP, and it was definitely a win con that they could play towards. Unfortunately, the Sivir and Ashe didn't really serve their purpose, which was to create that bot lane priority, where NIP should be the ones getting those early dragons, and they were put to the point where they had to contest for the dragon soul, and by that point you're way too late into the game to contest any 5v5.
Well, we see the stats in front of us as well. Maybe some of those changes will bear fruit for NIP. As you said, Invincible, not bad on the Jackson side lane. Xiaolongbao, the control, again, we saw the potential there for the Maokai-Ashe duo, but it was just too much of a decent advantage given over early, and you see it slowly started getting worse as time went on.
Yeah, unfortunately, Dream was camped the entire game. All the focus was towards his mid lane, and he was completely shut down. I believe that Rookie had a 30 or 40 CS lead the entire game in a melee range matchup, and that is saying something, right? And especially with Rookie having the 8 kills in his hands, it's just absolutely nuts. And I do want to see more from Dream, because you have been hyping up this player who did play under Rookie, and he has potential under there.
Yeah, I'm very excited. I think that Talia left a little bit wanting. The thought process is there. Connecting with Xiaolongbao, we just didn't see it. So maybe in game 2 they changed that up. We're going to send it to a little break. We'll be right back with game number 2 of our first series.
top side as well. Breed trying so desperately to get something going. There is the grand challenge. All three props.
Oh, the flash!
Oh, flash for flash.
One more
Not quite able
kill.
to get it.
Oh!
Kim! You should know me. For Sivir and for Jace, so you're going to see a little bit of movement there. Actually, as well as that, Ruler has his. Yigao taking a first chunk there. They're going to look to try and go for it. Oh, the bait and switch. Elk does get out of it, though, in time. They're going to try and take down Kanavi as he's taking a fair chunk. Good kiting so far. They need to kill the minion waves, though. 10 seconds left, and they have to try and make sure this turret does not fall. Here we go, Bin.
Whoa!
He gets scattered, and he's weak at the knees because he just can't kill
He's
him
still
off.
gone
Never mind.
missing.
He's still gone missing at the trade of 1-for-1. This is desperation, but Yagao is dead. Ruler with the triple. Ruler looking for the quadra, and Ruler is looking to stamp his authority on this league.
Give him the penta.
Quadra kill for Ruler, and On says welcome as the pentakill goes to Ruler. And now they're moving forward. Those saplings are doing so much. Bing goes in. He's feeling a little bit impatient. They're going to try and get the needlework, but Ruler gets untouched down top of it. There they go. JDG back at the top of it. Ruler gets caught out. Ruler is dead. The president is down. And now the rest of the fight can really ensue. Knight does get a kill on the backside of this one here. It's all on Terry. It's all on Elk. These health bars are so low, but this cat is doing everything to keep them alive. One more dead. It's all on Elk. He gets another one. Elk is popping off. And Elk is keeping BLG alive!
Shanji's found Gala. That's a big rush over the wall. Gala does not survive, though. And OMG, they're coming to town, and they're cleaning house. Wait, look at Breed. Do they have any TPs to respond to this? Cream can TP back, but they're going to go ahead and initiate the two bags. Breed is on.
He does a lot of damage.
He's doing so much work. TP
I don't think that target's going to stay there.
TP is wasted. Are they going to finish it? No. No, Breeze. He's not going to be able to be stopped. And
They're
that's
not going
just
to get back
game
to
two.
Michelle.
That's the series. RNG. This is King Tien. Get a nice little engagement on the Shy. And he's going for the all-in here. He's gone all out. A lot of damage on the Shy. It's a 1v1. The execution. Is it there for the Shy? He misses the spear. And the Shy. Is he going to go to the solo bolo? He's got to get out of there. Get the execution. And the Shy is Giga Shy unlocked.
DJ, turn the music up, put the lights down low. All the worries we had, we just let them go. Wasn't looking for love, I was happy alone. When you put your arms around me, how was I to know? You got me feeling things I never felt before. We get lost in the music on the dance floor. If I leave you now, I leave you wanting more. If I leave you now, I leave you wanting more. I never wanted it, now I can't get enough. You turn me on, how could I turn you down?
think I sleep till it's over. I think I sleep till it's over. I think I sleep till it's over. Broken letters, woven, breathing every now and then. Getting hurt but never learn. I'm falling short of hope again. I need a shock to bring me round, to pull my head from underground. I'm calling out but there's no sound. How many times can we make up? How many years will this take up? And never is as long as forever. When it's love but it's over. I've woken up in the headlights, sticking from the clouds in mid-flight. Never is as long as forever. I think I sleep till it's over. 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 Stone days never end. Words I knew you couldn't say. We pretend we're more than this. Make believe that it's okay. I need a shock to bring me round, to pull my head from underground. I'm calling out but there's no sound. How many times can we make up? How many years will this take up? And never is as long as forever. When it's love but it's over. I've woken up in the headlights, sticking from the clouds in mid-flight. Never is as long as forever. I think I sleep till it's over. 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 I think I sleep till it's over.
Welcome back to the LPL Spring Split 2023. We are into our first series of this Super Sunday in week number 3. I am Mazel, joined by Kitty, and it is Top Esports versus Ninjas in Pajamas. And first and foremost, we got to give respect where respect is due, Kitty. So let's go ahead and take a bow. MVP to the king.
MVP to King Rookie, as we get the graphic coming up very, very soon. Of course, his entire scoreline just explains why he got MVP. 12 kill participation, 80% of the entire game, and the amount of damage that he was dealing through the Roa and Banshee build was just absolutely insane. He got all the resources from Tien as well. A lot of good things coming out of Rookie, and definitely one of the best mid laners we have in the LPL.
Yeah, I think obviously deserved, but it was that cohesion between Top Esports, the mid lane focus that really reigned true here for them.
Yeah, the Tien and Rookie synergy this entire game was absolutely on point. We saw that Tien was just constantly playing towards Rookie's lane, where Dream was just having such a hard time trying to make those roams on this Talia, and that's exactly what NIP wants, making these global plays with the Ashe and Talia ultimate. But unfortunately, with your Talia being down so much CSN experience, it's just suffocating for the side of NIP.
It is indeed. I think NIP definitely feeling the pressure of this game, number one. A lot of the pressure from mid lane being felt, especially as we are going to get a bit of a change up here for NIP. It will be subbing in a new mid laner, Pout, who was just announced signed under 24 hours ago. Had played for Bro, EDG Youth, and Young Miracles in the LDL. Shout outs to LPL Fan Club for that info. But it's going to be an interesting change, taking out Dream, taking out this mid lane matchup that we were so hyped about because it was Dream fighting against the guy who he took his spot after he left. So it's a big change, maybe something much needed for NIP.
We definitely saw some communication issues coming out of NIP from the mid and jungle. Xiaolongbao just wasn't around Dream's lane, and potentially this switch up for NIP can really refreshen the communication that they have for the second game, because they are on a series point, so it is very crucial for them to at least grab one win. But taking a look at Pout, he is the new Korean player coming in to LPL, where he's had previous experiences in the LCK, I believe, Challenger Series. But of course, very young, 19 years old. Haven't seen too much of him just quite yet, but I'm excited.
Yeah, it is exciting. He obviously most recently was playing in Turkey on Supermassive Blaze, but now coming back into the fold into Chinese League of Legends and straight into Ninjas in Pajamas just a couple days ago. So I'm very interested to see what that changes. I think that changes our lookout here for top esports. Everything's looking fine and dandy. Mid jungle, looking damn good. Look at what happened to bot lane early on. But now you have to go up against an NIP who is potentially changing their style, changing their approach, and at least maybe changing some of that communication structure that was importantly a little bit missing last time around.
Yeah, and I did like what Invincible showed us in that game. He was in that Jax Renekton matchup, and he was slightly ahead. However, just with NIP losing so many major objectives in that early game, he felt a little bit suffocated, and he wasn't able to show off his mechanical skill in that late game.
Well, as we get ready for picks and bans here, we will be seeing maybe some change up in draft. Obviously want to shout out Pout's most played in competitive, at least so far, the Syndra, LeBlanc, Akali. They feel like he fits right in with the Chinese mid laner squads. But again, a little bit of a change up for NIP, a big change up, to be honest, as Dream was a holdover from last year's roster and something it felt like they were opting into. But now Xiaolongbao, how he does with this new mid laner, even though it's different, still a big focus for us.
Yeah, I mean, with you highlighting his entire champion pool, that's exactly what I wanted to see for NIP, because they chose the comp of playing for the side lane with so many global ults of the Talia ult, and then we also have the Ashe ultimate. However, we didn't see that. Maybe if we do put Pout on a champion like the Syndra, like Nazir, where he's able to just gain the mid lane push and let Xiaolongbao make those plays with his engaged junglers, it will be way more beneficial for NIP.
And honestly, where TES were in the draft last time around, they grabbed the Jhin, they grabbed the Heimerdinger, something a little bit different. It feels, at least for Mark and Jackie Love, and it was the first time they played, at least in the split here. And do they just kind of go back to it? Because we aren't getting that switch up besides Top Esports back on this blue side, NIP on the red. We get the Elise ban by Top Esports, the Jace ban by NIP.
Elise has been such a dominating pick for the last few games, because especially LCK, right? Elise's pick or ban, she just dictates the early game so much, and especially paired with something like the Lucian, which also got taken off here, it just creates so many dive angles. But of course, Yuumi Lucian getting taken off both sides, that just opens up the ADC pool once again. I do want to see the Ashe Varus perhaps coming out of both teams. I think these two champions, with their self-engage, it does open up the carry potential of the top side.
It's got to be the Varus ban here, right? I think we saw that focus last time around. It would be important to continue that focus, especially with how strong Varus has gotten, and especially with the Yuumi taken off the board and the Lucian. But it makes it through. Kassadin is more important to not give over to Rookie.
Yep, Kassadin does get banned for the last pick on NIP. That just kind of insinuates that Pout wants to play a traditional mage. And like he said, the Syndra can be a very potent pick when it comes to the mid-game skirmishes with the amount of CC and damage that she provides. But in the current meta, she's kind of fallen off because of all the Roa builds that is available for all these different types of champions. So I'm excited to see what Pout has installed for us. The Jax is just going to go over to NIP once again. They do not want to give over the Jax paired up with the Sejuani. However, change up, we might see a different jungler for NIP this time around.
Would love to see the Silas steal away, since it is potentially making it through to Rookie yet again. They do grab that one, so not giving it over, grabbing it in their first two picks here, leaving jungle on the table. Let's see, I love the Qingtian hover here of Darius. It is one of Qingtian's favorite champions.
I have a feeling he's gonna do it.
I've been seeing it rise up at the Scion. Maybe that is an answer here as well. But Cassante, things along those lines, still on the table, still very strong into that kind of skill side matchup. But especially when you're looking at the pairing of Tien on the Sejuani.
He teased us with the Darius hover, but of course it's going to be the Cassante locked in as a counter, or I guess a response to the Jax. This is going to be a skill matchup in the top lane, but I need to highlight that the side lane pressure that Jax provides later into the game is going to be super duper annoying. And of course Akali gets locked in from Rookie, an absolute ego pick into Sylas. I am excited to see how Pal is able to deal with one of Rookie's best champions.
Is Rookie just saying, welcome to the LPL here, buddy? You're going to go against my Akali in your first game. Let's go. It is still the pickup of the Maokai for Xiaolong Bao. Saw some positivity in terms of pathing, in terms of activity from him last time around. So love to see that picked up yet again here. The Jhin ban, though, will be followed by the Varus ban. 10
billion ADC bans are going to come out in this second banning phase. None of the bowling has shown for both sides. Things like the Ashe, like the Sivir is still currently open, but they're just narrowing down so much. But we need to remember, Jackie Love, he has some things up his sleeves like that Draven.
You do wonder, as you know, Nami still on the table here, that Draven Nami combo can be pretty strong that early game. You do take away Mark's aggressive nature in the Leona for NIP, trying to throw out that last support ban here, but the last ban goes to Top Esports and should be focused again down towards this bottom lane. Would wonder if maybe take away something like the Heimerdinger if you don't want to maybe give that one over, but I think the Ashe, oh, and there it goes. The Ashe is the ban away, the Heimerdinger is the steal away for NIP.
A lot of AP coming from the side of NIP. Sylas, Maokai, and Drow locking in this Heimerdinger support. I mean, the ADC has to at least be a hyper carry from NIP, because if you don't have that AD, reliable AD damage from this team composition, Sejuani's just gonna have a blast by building MR. Of course, the Caitlyn's gonna get hovered here from Top Esports. I've been praying for a Caitlyn in the LPL games, but they don't like it as much compared to the LCK. Sivir and MF going to be locked in. Well, MF has been a pretty good response into the Heimerdinger, because you are able to just one-shot the Heimerdinger towers before the new patch where Heimerdinger has been a little bit nerfed. Please lock in MF support. I want to see a Mark. Do it for us. Come on.
I mean, Karma got through this time. It was banned last time, so at least they get that piece holdover from game number 1 and a very strong, sustainable bot lane for Top Esports.
A lot of range coming out of the Karma, where he is able to make up for that lack of poke, and hopefully the Sivir does not get bullied out way too much, because Caitlyn is still an available champion, and Caitlyn into that Sivir is going to have a hell of a good time. Zeri might be locked in here for Photic.
Classic.
2 scaling ADCs from both sides, but my eyes once again focus on this mid, top, and jungle, where we have so much combat going into the early and mid skirmishes. But once again, Tien on the Sejuani looked great in game 1.
And I think that's obviously where all eyes go on, back to this jungle matchup as the particular big point of contention early on in the game. I do want to give a special shout out to Photic. We had a lot of great plays last year on the Zeri, a lot of crazy stuff, a lot of LPL top plays were Zeri plays. Photic, his late game, his positioning on the Zeri, it's incredible, and I want to see that come alive here, since they were willing to grab this with the Heimerdinger. Not a traditional duo that we see, but the eyes on mid jungle. Pout coming in for his first game in the LPL here, just picked up by NIP a couple days ago against Rookie's Akali and the oppression that Dream faced last game.
Just throw it back to what Dream experienced last game. At least 8 ganks from Tien Sejuani. He could not play the game at all, and this time it's Sylas up against Akali. You're gonna see a lot of bloodshed in that mid lane, because these two champions just love to trade health and fight, but it just depends on which jungler gets there first. But if we take a look, Sejuani versus Maokai once again. Maokai, he is that scaling champion, and he isn't going to be as oppressive compared to the Sejuani, and it's just looking very hard for Pal if he gets behind early.
And it's obviously the cohesion as well between these melee solo laners mixing with Tien as we get on to the Rift. NIP back on their level 1 game as we hit game number 2 of our first series of the night.
We do see Draw trying to get the level 1 priority in this bot lane, which is what you need as the Heimerdinger support. Once NIP secures this priority, does mean a lot of early game dragons that can potentially be taken away from NIP. Tien's gonna go for a sneaky ward though.
By the way, shout outs to the crowd. Even though the Jaios were a little bit desynced, you gotta love hearing them.
I'll do it for you guys.
Yeah. We'll get the sync going. We'll get the sync out. Oh! Sneaky little back there for Tien. Almost gets stopped by Invincible, but we'll have that ward on the side that Shalom Bao is starting. So should be opposite side starts for both junglers, which is a difference in terms of pathing from game number 1, Kitty.
I mean, I guess Shalom Bao is
Dance off. They're saying hi.
Jackie Love's got the moves.
He does, but he's saying hi to Zhuo. I think they deserve to say a friendly how do you do, especially after that first game, how it went, but reconnecting on the Rift, even if they are brothers in arms.
He's gonna give a little thumbs up from the Donga. But I just saw 3 towers being placed from the side of NIP's bot lane. So this bot lane is already looking really, really good for NIP, getting those towers down straight away. But Tien spots this and he wants to stop
It's a level 2
bot lane.
Oh man, this is great. This is exactly what we wanted to see from Tien. He's known for this kind of stuff. Photic walking into the bush, doesn't get hit by the Arctic Assault, throws up the little thumbs up there, as well as the heal being burned by NIP.
Heal does get forced out of here, but being the Heimerdinger, you're just going to be constantly pushed in up against this Karma and Siva. So Tien realistically can come back for a revisit and try to burn more summoners, but Invincible playing this Jax once again, but this time into the Cassante, where it is a skill matchup, but I believe that this Jax will have a better time until Cassante hits that level 6 with the ultimate available.
We'll see Shalom Bao making his way down towards his bot side map, maybe wrapping around, trying to give Pout a little bit of breathing room in the mid lane. Rookie will spot him at the sapling. Will not be enough to get a gank, at least successfully, onto Rookie. No summoner spells burned, but Shalom Bao going for the aggression here.
He is egoing Tien off this Raptor Camp, steals it right in front of his face. I mean, absolute Giga Chat from Xiaolongbao. I can absolutely see why you stand this man.
He's coming bot lane. He's pinging already.
Potential dive.
The back started here. I don't think it's going to be in time. Shalom Bao, he has the flash. He could stop this. Mark stops his own back here as the wave is crashing. Shalom Bao going on to Jackie Love. Mark doesn't want to leave his ADC, but Shro is like, you're too little too late. Kill going over to Photic. Doesn't trade. Shalom Bao getting so low. Oh, Mark! He says, how do you do, mate? I'll take you out. But that'll be double kill for Photic. And
what's
you
happening
gotta
to
love
Tien?
the start. Oh, wait.
No.
Invincible.
Tien just dies off screen there while absolute chaos ensues in this bottom lane. So much poke coming out of the Heimerdinger early on into the game where it just forced the summoners out of Jackie Love, and Shalom Bao takes advantage of this and just executes the dive perfectly. Although Mark flashes over and finish him off, the Zeri does pick up 2 kills. Invincible, on the other hand, smacked Tien out of his own jungle and absolutely killed him in the very end. But we get to see another bit of this replay. The wave has been built up. Jackie Love was the only one on the tower, so a bit of miscommunication coming out of Mark. I think Mark would have definitely helped just a tiny bit more over here, but he does end up using the flash to
what a good flash
kill onto Xiaolong Bao. Look at the mini-map for this Sejuani and Jax. So Tien is just going along his own day, trying to clear his first blue buff, but Invincible having the wave pushed in, burns a flash already, and just no reinforcements coming out of top esports because Cassante is trying to catch his wave under that tier 1 tower, and he unfortunately falls down.
It's a really good heads-up play. Maybe a little bit of that communication shining through for NIP with Shalom Bao saying, I just pushed Tien off his chickens. He will be going towards the top side. Invincible using the push in lane to play into that one. Really great start from NIP. early on here in the second game. A big difference from game number 1, and a big difference for Xiaolong Bao. Going against Tien, going against somebody the likes of Tien, who has had such a strong start. And Xiaolong Bao, these last couple series, not having such a strong presence on the map. This is the Maokai performance I was hoping for, where he is just kind of darting everywhere around.
He is, and currently starting the first dragon, but there is a bit of trading happening in this top lane. Like I said, the Jax, usually this point in the game where the wave looks like that, it's very dangerous for Invincible, just in case Cassante hits that level 6 and he is able to push him back into his own tower and get a return kill. Dragon does go to an IP though, but I do need to highlight the Zeri is currently 2-0. Great start for Photic on the scaling pick and a great leeway into the later game.
Next setup, though, for TES needs to be how you get Rookie into this game on the Akali. Yes, you're getting that late game scaling for Photic for NIP, and you do have some of those tools on TES as well. But we saw what really led to success for Top Esports was that connection between Tian and Rookie, and it has not been there this game so far.
You know, it's a bit ironic that Rookie is quite literally playing the ninja up against ninjas in pajamas. But Mark is hovering a little bit just so Rookie gets his wave in. And the Herald is spawning in 1 minute, so they would love to have some priority over this major objective.
We'll see Rookie maybe getting a bit of presence back from Xiaolong Bao here. He's hovering top side of the wave, and now Tien spotted out here. But guess who hasn't been? It's Xiaolong Bao. Rookie walks straight into him over the wall. Oh, Pout! He went the wrong way with the perfect execution. Oh no! We see as Xiaolong Bao walking out, and here comes Rookie. He says, "I can do it better than you, Pout!" And that's kill on the board for Rookie.
Let's just pretend Pout never missed his ultimate onto Akali, and let's just say Rookie played that extremely cleanly. Pout couldn't have done anything better. But really clean flash ultimate coming out of Rookie where Xiaolong Bao did not react at all. And this Herald, well, while they won the 2v2, it just means that Top Esports gained so much priority over this topside jungle.
Oh
we
no,
do
we
see
gotta
that
watch
Xiaolong
it
Bao
again.
starts off the engage while Tien
kidding.
didn't realize. But unfortunately, Pout with this Akali ultimate, he just went the wrong way. Didn't get that extra damage to kill Rookie. And Sejuani notices this and re-engages with the flash as well to guarantee the knockup. But Rookie with his flash ulti coming in so clean. Cassante is also back there in the Herald pit to just secure the winning fight.
Oh, topside though, Invincible solo bolo for the Ninja Pajama top laner.
This top lane 1v1 is so fragile, especially when it comes to the lane, the wave state, might I add, because once you have a building wave towards your enemy tower, it does provide that kill angle for the enemy to engage, but there might be a bit more fighting here.
Pout gets an engage that he did not want to take as Mark connects the root right back from Pout. Tien has the Glacial Prison ready to go if needed. The Rift Herald has been taken by Xiaolong Bao. We get Photic versus Jackie Love in the bot lane. As Photic, if he stays here, he will die, and luckily he senses the danger that was on its way.
Bottom lane is just looking like a snooze fest. Jackie Love can't kill Photic. Photic can't kill Jackie Love. But this Herald does go to the side of NIP. Very surprising, especially with how Top Esports was managed to win that early 2v2. But of course, the kill going on to Rookie does mean that he will hit his item spike way earlier. And when it comes to a 1v1 duel, it's going to be very tough for Pout.
You saw the 1v1 in bottom lane between Jackie Love and Photic. How Jackie Love got so low initially as well. We do want to kind of check out these next movements, at least onto the map for NIP, who could be looking at stacking these dragons for themselves. 1 minute and 10 seconds out. Top Esports, a lot of bodies, a lot of presence on bottom side of the map.
Both top laners do not have TP available for this dragon fight, so it will look like a 4v4 in the next 1 minute. But Sejuani having this ult available, she will try to look for a pick here to make it a 4v3. But can she do it without the cleanse on Photic?
Oh, it connects on a Zhuo on the back. That's not the target you wanted, and immediately TES back away, and Xiaolong Bao has now shown up for the 3v3.
Well, that's Top Esports' main engage being off the boards now, and they did not get a pick before this dragon spawns. Looking very, very good for ninjas in pajamas. They also secured the scuttle crab here, but Rookie has that mid lane priority, so they gotta force something here before the Silas catches on to this. But without the Sejuani ult, I fear it's gonna look a bit tough for Top Esports to take into a winning fight.
Yeah, Top Esports willing to take and give this dragon at least. Back onto the reset is Tien. He's actually hitting back out on the top side of the map. Should be a second dragon completed by NIP with this presence from bot lane as well, securing that one. So at least things are looking up in terms of the late game insurance that NIP is looking for themselves. You've got Fodic on his tried and true late game carry Zeri. You've got the dragons stacking in your favor, and a little bit of possibility on the horizon for NIP, Kitty.
I don't mind that NIP is grabbing all these early dragons because it does provide them that mid-game security, or at least the threat of a dragon soul point, which is going to be the Hex Soul once again. But Sejuani and Akali weren't able to do anything else on the map while they trade this dragon. So now the tables have turned, and Top Esports is being threatened with dragon soul point.
Hextech Proto Belt will be completed for Rookie, as he will be the first mythic item completion here in the game. You do have the Roa being close to completed for Pout and Xiaolong Bao.
So many meow meows!
Yeah, so many meow meows. Not going to find exactly the engage afterwards that they maybe wanted. They will be popping down the Rift Herald, though, to try and secure some plate gold for Fodic. I think that's resources given to where resources are due, and the 2-0 Zeri continues to stack up gold. But Mark, trying to find that engage as Xiaolong Bao completed his back.
A lot of resources going towards Photic, especially with how the early game went, right? Just so many kills on this Zeri, and might I add, Invincible having a great game as well on this Jax, getting that one solo kill onto Cassante and picking up that extra kill onto Sejuani in her own jungle. A lot of late game champions picking up the gold and resource means great things for NIP in the upcoming 10 minutes.
I think with these first item completions for the main carries as well, going to be important playing into these next few skirmishes, as Xiaolong Bao taking out his blue side of the jungle, Tien waiting in the bushes for something to pounce on. You got Mark headed over to that gank possibility. Qing Tian back in the top side, but here comes Xiaolong Bao with the vision, and the kitties are too OP, just like you, Kitty.
I wouldn't compare myself to an OP kitten. I just know how to talk about League of Legends. But
that's a
you know,
perfect
something
skill.
else that's catching my eyes is that Furtic has the Immortal Shield Bow completed now. And the weak thing about NIP is that this ADC does not have the cleanse available. So if Tien and Qing Tian are able to get their hands onto Photic, he just gets one shot from all the CC that they have from this team composition.
Oh, Photic playing very high up, but does have the jump over the wall if they need. Nature's Grasp blocked, but in return, couple ultis utilized on both sides. Tien blocking a lot of the damage here to back up Jackie Love and Mark. Here comes Rookie onto Pout, looking for the 1v1 solo. Can't get the damage down just enough. Just getting him to half health, saying hi. And should be at least looking like an IP pushing on the bottom side tower.
Although Xiaolong Bao has had a lot of presence in this bot lane, he is 0-2 though, which is surprising.
Yeah.
I feel like Xiaolong Bao has had a much better performance in this game too compared to his game 1. But Silas is already here, Akali is going to shortly follow. But it really depends on how Rookie gets his hands on to this carry of NIP.
Oh, Rookie, he wants it! He gets CC'd up, he can't get the
But
kills,
he's
but
dead.
he gets one anyways! It's traded back and forth now. Jackie Love and Photic gunning each other down. Photic chasing him down, and the lightning is alive here.
Pout?
Pout wants to go for it, can't connect on the back end of the chain. But NIP and TES, they're going to blows. First tower taken out by NIP themselves.
Great early skirmishes coming out of top esports. Rookie tries to go for the kill, but only brings down Dro on this Heimerdinger support. A 1-for-1 trade, Akali for support. I take that any day of the week. Maokai does provide that extra bit of CC while there was some vision onto Akali due to the Ignite. But Photic untouched in this team fight. Like I said, he does have his Mythic available and he's just shooting everyone down because all the CC was used onto Heimerdinger earlier.
And mid lane looking a little bit dicey for Mark. He just gets stunned down. Flash comes out though, and he saves his own life as Rookie was right there to watch everything happening. Rift Herald number 2 taken out by NIP. So that gold has been monumental in funding the war machine that is NIP in game 2 here. 2
dragons, 2 heralds going into NIP's pockets. Great things for a scaling composition. Ideally, you would want to at least go even with the Zeri and Jax, right? But now you're in the driver's seat and you're able to dictate how these major objectives are played out, especially with Xiaolongbang having his demonic embrace available. The jungle is just so hard to explore due to those little explosive cats. But NIP is trying to look for the 3rd dragon soul point here with all their ultimates available as well.
About 10 seconds for that dragon to spawn. Fighting over mid lane priority. TES moving to the pit first, but guess who's going to be right in front of them? It's Pout. This Rookie was a little bit later to that collapse. 5 members of NIP strong in front of the dragon pit.
We do have the 2 top laners joining us this fight as well, but Photic having the flash available, can Rookie really execute him? The flank from Xingtian.
They're going all the way in here. Xingtian trying to get the engaged Glacial Prison, matched by Nature's Grasp back. Invincible is going back forward. Xingtian onto the back line. Big counter strike. Invincible flashing over the wall. It's chaos, but Rookie has found the back line. Show has Invincible. Who's going to carry harder? And it's looking like Invincible can do it. He's taking him out. Invincible. He's just that.
So much CC coming out of NIP, even though Tian was the one to initially engage that with the Sejuani ultimate, but as a response, Silas comes out with the Sejuani ult himself and the Maokai. You just can't engage onto this team composition. However, Rookie, he had his eyes set onto Photic and he ended up executing this ADC, but like I said, Invincible having a great game on this Jax. He's able to just smack everyone down with his items because he is just having such an amazing performance. No one really cared about this Jax because everyone was trying to protect Photic. But yeah, no one having the damage to kill Invincible just means that he gets to scale even better into the late game with this Dragon Soul point going towards NIP.
The movement over the wall back and forth, taking the brunt of the damage early on and then buying a lot of time. The fact that he had sub 100 health there in the end, smacking down with the lantern onto top esports. Look at that damage though, Kitty.
Look, I'm not gonna say that there's a tiny gap somewhere, but I think there's a lot of gaps in
there's a canyon somewhere is what you're trying to say.
There's a canyon, but I don't know where because I'm blind. But this dragon, well, the dragon going towards NIP just means they have the soul point being threatened now, and this Jax has just become so strong after picking up so many kills, and this Cassante can't deal with the Jax's split push no more because he is not strong enough to match up against a Black Cleaver Jax. TES needs to look for these 5v5s before hell shows upon them in the side lane.
And coming into this, obviously, we put so much focus on mid-jungle duo, bot lane. What do they do? How does it affect the map? But this one is all Invincible. 6-0 on the Jax. The side lane is running rampant now across the rest of the map. And it's really difficult to see how TES respond to this one. I think you have, even though we were highlighting the scaling for NIP, you have some of that for top esports. You have still the legendary names, Jackie Love, Rookie, and Tien, and a lot going for them in their composition if they can hold on a little bit and contest that next dragon fight.
I'm holding on to a dream because Jackie Love is that late game security with the Sivir coming out, but you're into a Jax, and Jax as a champion, you just can't order him through the Counter-Strike. So I don't know how top esports is going to deal with Invincible in these team fights as well, not even mentioning the side lane.
Oh, Tien's going in. Double TPs across the board here as well. TES, Jackie Love, he's trying to take it. Rookie's down the back, but Jackie Love is gotten out of there. Rookie can't get the doubles kills. He's just out of there as well. And Ching Tien, he's the only one left. And there ain't much writing home about here. Ching Tien, ultra shock laser from above gives Photic a triple kill.
Triple kill goes towards Photic, but I just cannot stop mentioning how oppressive this Jax is in these team fights. He is able to just toss out so much damage while being unkillable, because you do have the Kraken Slayer Silver, but she is just not doing enough damage, while Rookie is trying for his dear life to shut down the AD carry of NIP. Tien is just so behind on the Sejuani ult, and she missed the Sejuani ult, might I add. And he falls down straight away, but Jackie Love, fighting for his dear life up against Pout, gets executed by the Kali ultimate, and they just do not have the damage left to finish everyone off in this team fight.
Jackie Love has found himself, Jackie Love himself and Rookie have found themselves in so many interesting positions surrounded by the enemy team, and it hasn't worked out, right? They have a 10,000 gold deficit they're playing into, and it seems like they have not stopped the aggression
Tien's
one
dead.
bit. Mark might be too, is invincible. Deliver him from evil and deliver him from good. Mark goes down, and so does Tien.
These goddamn Hex Tech gates, they're so annoying! Invincible just took a free ride and jumped right onto Tien's face. Dragon is spawning in 50 seconds with the Baron available. They're gonna get so many towers in this short amount of time, and especially with Tien and the rest of the team being so behind in gold and items. I just don't see how you'll win a 5v5 anymore unless you're playing for those picks with the Akali. These team fights just look impossible.
And what a come up for NIP from game one. I mean, we were saying it. Game one was a smash. Top Esports destroyed them, it felt like, and controlling the map across the board. This game is night and day from that performance in game number one. Yes, Pout changing up. I don't know how much that has to influence in this one, but for me, it's been Invincible turning up. It's been Xiaolongbao having a lot cleaner execution in the early game, and a lead not given over to Jackie Love and Mark in the bot lane early on.
Yeah, Tien definitely had a pretty good performance on this Jax in game one. Unfortunately, wasn't able to show it because of how behind the team was. But Pal coming in 3-0 and 6 up against Rookie's Akali? That is a huge achievement, especially if you're just starting out in the LPL. You're just straight up going to just, I don't want to say gap, but like 100% win rate against this?
Rookie's definitely going to be one. And it was right Rookie that was the one that picked the Sakai, saying, I'm going to take the confidence pick into it. We'll see if Rookie can finagle his way out of this fight as the Nature's Grass coming back. Gets the engage now. Invincible! Oh my god! They just don't exist anymore! They just don't! That's not even a Quadra going over to Invincible. Literally, you blink and you miss it. NIP destroy Top Esports.
I blinked and I just saw everyone get decimated on the side of Top Esports. Invincible landing a 3-4-man stun from just the team fight. He is so incredibly tanky and he does so much damage. No one touching Photic on the other side as well.
Is this the fastest game?
Trying so desperately. But
there's no way. They're going to have to back off.
This is going, I think this is a 1-1 series, Mazel.
I think we're getting our wish to go to 3 here in the first series, especially with the way it's gone. The awakening, it feels like, for NIP in the second game just feels good.
Rookie was spotted out trying to find a flank onto Top Esports, but look at Jax's stun. 3-man stun, and everyone in Zeri's ultimate just able to just put so much damage. Rookie not having enough damage to just finish off the tanky top side of NIP. This assassin is not having a great time into a Rod of the Aegis Silas, a Maokai, and a Frozen Heart Jax.
Yeah, it's also like 15,000 gold in the lead. I mean, honestly, if NIP don't close this one out soon, I'm going to be questioning the decision making, because with this lead, they should just be able to close out very quickly, very cleanly. We'll see them push into the side lanes now as well, trying to work on that top side tower, the only inhib tower left.
I do like the Frozen Heart build from Invincible. You are just respecting Jackie Love's Sivir because it has hit that point where the ADC will be picking up her 3rd item very, very soon. And being a Kali, you're just going to have such a hard time trying to already execute the ADC, not even to mention that she's solo AP. So this Frozen Heart is going to do wonders for Invincible, and he's just going to be extra unkillable in these team fights.
Not feeling the confidence to push in with that wave clear being so strong in TES's camp. Say that's the one saving grace in a lot of these siege situations, at least. It will be Pout hitting that level 16 mark on the Silas, though, and here comes the renewed siege by NIP.
The minions are swarming
They're
the
just
base
losing their Nexus,
of
by the
Top
way.
Esports. Kasante can't match the 3-item Jax.
He's
Please come
10-0.
help TN, someone.
Oh, but they leave and immediately pouncing on Jackie Love as an IP. Another one goes down, and Pout trying to take out Rookie here. As TN taking up a storm but can't do it. They just left Rookie. They say we don't even care about this Akali anymore. Oh, the double kill for Ching TN. But NIP clean house game number 2, and baby, we got a series.
2 kills wasn't enough to bring Top Esports back into that game. Absolute wonder performance coming out of NIP, right? The debut of Pout on that Silas into Akali, or Rookie's Akali, might I add. Absolute banger performance from everyone, and especially Invincible himself.
And what a change up just in execution. Yes, the draft had some slight variations. Obviously, a new player in mid lane makes a big difference, but we saw some of the positives in game 1 that NIP were trying, not executed right. Game 2, that execution came alive, and it just felt like TS had nothing to say on the map.
Yeah, Xiaolongbao definitely looked a lot more active on this Maokai pick, although he, compared to the Sejuani, should have a lot less angles. But we saw Xiaolongbao egoing Tian off his own Raptors, so that's just how much having a high priority bot lane means for the jungler. But of course, I need to mention this Jax. His name's Invincible. He's invincible in the game. So we need to take this Jax ban away, or we need to take this Jax away with the ban, or you guys need to counter it.
Find something. It was let through for a decent amount, and I'm very, very interested at how that Jax influences the bans in game number 2. But for Invincible, I mean, I honestly think it's an MVP style performance for game number 2, but it's something that's been building for this guy. He's been under the V5 org since 2020. This is years coming down the developmental pipeline for NIP, now formerly V5. And you love to see it perform against Ching Tian, who is this new stalwart top lane that Top Esports is trying to present to the league in place of Wayward.
Yep, Ching Tian has also had a really good performance, especially in this 2023 debut as starting top laner for Top Esports. But that game was just so dictated from Tian's performance on the Sejuani.
Yeah.
I just feel like when Tian isn't ahead on these engaged heavy champions, the entire team of Top Esports just falls alongside him.
I mean, it was almost a perfect game there. Besides the kills going over, literally nothing else went over to Top Esports, and you can see that represented. Fodic, big time damage, big time playmaker here for NIP, as well as Invincible.
Yeah, that dive from the early game did send Photic on a killing spree, and no one on the side of Top Esports was able to shut down this Zeri, because you just have an Immortal Shield though. The only person that does send some threat is Rookie. But once this ADC is so ahead and they have so much CC coming out of NIP, the protection is there, and it's just protect the president in these team fights. And of course, plus an Invincible Jax.
Yeah, I think that helps. The invincible bodyguard for the president, it feels like, in that situation. But I think this leads more to a potential change up for Top Esports. They've grabbed Tien Sejuani twice in a row now. Worked good in game number 1, not so much in game number 2. We'll see how they adapt going into game 3, or if NIP take a reverse sweep in this best of 3. We'll be right back after a short break.
Top side as well, Breed trying so desperately to get something going. There is the grand challenge. All 3 procs.
Oh, the flash!
Oh, flash for flash.
One
Not quite
more
able to get it.
Oh!
Kim! You should know me. For Sivir and for Jace, so you're going to see a little bit of movement there. Actually, as well as that, Ruler has his. Yigao taking a first chunk there. They're going to look to try and go for it. Oh, the bait and switch. Elf does get out of it, though, in time. They're going to try and take down Kanavi as he's taking a fair chunk. Good kiting so far. They need to kill the minion waves, though. 10 seconds left, and they have to try and make sure this turret does not fall. Here we go, Bin. He gets scattered, and he's weak at the knees because he just can't kill him. He's still got missing. He's still got missing, and the trade up 1 for 1. This is desperation, but Yagao is dead. Ruler with the triple. Ruler looking for the quadra, and Ruler is looking to stamp his authority on this league.
Give him the penta.
Quadra kill for Ruler, and On says welcome as the pentakill goes to Ruler. And now they're moving forward. Those saplings are doing so much. Bing goes in. He's feeling a little bit impatient. They're going to try and get the needlework, but Ruler gets untouched down top of it. There they go.
Ruler's
JDG
going.
back at the top of it. Ruler gets caught out. Ruler is dead. The president is down. And now the rest of the fight can really ensue. Knight does get a kill on the backside of this one here. It's all on Terry. It's all on Elk. These health bars are so low, but this cat is doing everything to keep them alive. One more dead. It's all on Elk. He gets another one. Elk is popping off. And Elk is keeping BLG alive!
Shanji's found Gala. That's a big rush over the wall. Gala does not survive, though. And OMG, they're coming to town, and they're cleaning house. Wait, look at Breathe. Do they have any TPs to respond to this? Breathe gets TP back, but they're going to go ahead and initiate the 2 bags. Breathe is on.
He does
the
a
Nexus
lot of
powers.
damage.
He's doing so much work. TP
I don't
is
think that target's going to stay there.
TP is wasted.
gone.
Are they going to finish it? No. No, Breathe. He's not going to be able to be stopped. And that's
not gonna
just
get back
game
to
2.
Michelle.
That's the series. RNG. This is King Tien. Get a nice little engagement in Shy. And he's going for the all-in here. He's gone all out. A lot of damage on the Shy. It's a 1v1. The execution. Is it there for the Shy? He misses the spear. And the Shy. Is he going to go to the solo bolo? He's got to get out of there. He gets the execution. And the Shy is Giga Shy unlocked.
Oh, won't you break me out? Oh, won't you break me out? Oh, won't you break me out? Break me out, break me out. On the lock, on the key, and I'm doing time. Someone to save me, turn on the light. I don't know what is wrong, but it just feels right. Won't you break me out? Won't you break me out? Like a bad dream, but I can't sleep. Seems that I just can't get past me. Oh, 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 oh. Won't you break me out? You're the chain, you're the lock. Won't you hold me down? You're the key to the door. Won't you break me out for my freedom? For my freedom. You're the chain, you're the lock. Won't you hold me down? You're the key to the door. Won't you break me out for my freedom? For my freedom. Won't you break me out? Oh, won't you break me out? Oh, won't you break me out? Oh, won't you break me out? Break me out, break me out. Oh, won't you break me out? Oh, won't you break me out? Oh, won't you break me out? Break me out, break me out. You're the chain, you're the lock. Won't you hold me down? You're the key to the door. Won't you break me out for my freedom? For my freedom. You're the chain, you're the lock. Won't you hold me down? You're the key to the door. Won't you break me out for my freedom? For my freedom. Oh, won't you break me out? Wanna wake up in my bedroom with you right next to me, holding my hand. Something I could get used to, 'cause you're by my side. When city lights blur the evening, hollow skies grab my feelings, and shooting stars have no meaning. I know, I wanna be where you are, forever and ever. I wanna be where you look at you for hours, don't mind me. Didn't know how much I needed to have you by my side. When city lights blur the evening, hollow skies grab my feelings, and shooting stars have no meaning. I know, I wanna be where you are forever and ever. I wanna be where you are forever and ever. I wanna be where you are. Be where you are. When city lights blur the evening, hollow skies grab my feelings, and shooting stars have no meaning. I know, I wanna be where you are forever and ever.
Welcome back. LPL time is nigh. As a beautiful landscape unfolds in front of you, so does the competition. Top Esports versus Ninjas in Pajamas. We're going to 3 games. Kitty, in the off a little bit, you know, you're saying this is your first 3-game series. So welcome now to the LPL with these crazy back and forth games that lead to our final game of the series. How you feeling? You holding in there?
I'm excited, Mazel. It is my first time casting a 3-game series in a best of 3. Other ones I've casted have all been 2-0 stomps. So first time experience on 1-1, especially Top Esports losing against NIP, something totally unexpected. So the draft for the upcoming match is going to be so important for Top Esports to remain their win streak.
But Invincible will come away with MVP for our second match, and rightfully so. The man dominated on the Jax 10-0-7.
And this all snowballed from that solo kill that Invincible was able to grab onto Qingtian on the Cassante, and it just became an absolute menace throughout the entire game, where he was able to really affect how the team fights went with his stuns. He was getting at least 2 or 3 people with his counter-strike, and of course bullying of Tian off his first blue buff was very traumatizing for Xiao Tian, but hopefully he can come back in the 3rd game with a banger.
And I think seeing that communication potentially there that led to that going the way of Invincible and then leading into the solo kill. This play, though, hands down my favorite of the game. The back and forth nature goes in, gets all the attention of Top Esports, and then ends up back in their nightmares.
Yeah, he jumps in and then flashes out. He was only there to purely CC them, but he did way more than just to be expected. But this Jax pick is the second time we've seen Invincible play in the series, where he's been looking very good on this champion. So in the upcoming game, I'm expecting Top Esports to definitely ban it, and that just leaves so many question marks for Invincible. Which champion is he gonna play? We don't know.
Yeah, true. Or does Ching Tian say what's a crack at that one, having taken it once before, right? But another big outlook focus for Game 3. I think we've seen very back and forth, very one-sided games, at least throughout the series, back and forth in the way that we've gone 1-1. But we have seen the junglers still be that very impactful point in the very beginning of the game. The early pathing has been super crucial. But in both games, we've had something happen in top lane where it led to a very big snowball for one side in Game 2, and bot side for game number 1, where Jackie Love was able to get a little kill, making it easier for the jungle pathing. And that's where my head is at coming into this draft, is do you find the strengthful pieces that at least what's worked for TES and what's worked for NIP as we come into it, Kitty?
Something that went under the rug that did contribute to the first series that went over to Top Esports is that Mark was constantly playing around the map, especially on that little Heimerdinger. He was providing a lot of pressure, which did make Dream go 0-4 on that Talia. But in the second game, Mark was just constantly getting pushed in on this Karma, which was locked in as a response to the Heimerdinger. I think in the end, they were focusing it on the team fights instead of looking at the laning phase, and having such high priority bowling from the side of NIP just resulted in so many major objectives going to them in the early game.
Well, looks like what we got coming into this one, as it is no change up of sides for the third time in a row. We get the Elise, the Jax ban, rightfully so by Top Esports. It is the Silas ban from game number 1 against Rookie, and the Jace ban for NIP.
Yep, Jax has finally been taken off the board. Invincible has been looking way too strong on this champion, which leaves me some worries, because can Invincible have the same impact with another champion in this top lane, especially in the Team 10, when he is able to pull out so many wild cards like the Darius and the Olaf. But of course, Silas does get banned as well. It has been a very oppressive pick in this series so far. It has won 2 times, but this time Zeri and Lucian banned again. And I'm just.
But Yumi has made it through. That's been the ban every other time.
I hate the cat, but it has been picked for the side of TES. That does signal either a Sivir or the Ezreal for Jackie Love for this last game. NIP can look to deny the Sivir. I think Ezreal is still a very viable option if they take away this champion. But these junglers are just out in the open. Sejuani, Maokai, Wukong, and Vi all open. So Tian and
Maokai just still feels so good.
Yeah, Tian and Xiaolongbao have been just duking it out in the early game. But, you know, each champion does have its own unique abilities and advantages. I've just been enjoying the Maokai way more, like you said.
It's been really oppressive when you have that advantage. Obviously, game 1, a very different story. And that's where Top Esports' communication was really coming alive. With the Photic Sivir here as the first phase is getting into the last little bits. Interested to see this one for him himself, because I think obviously we were talking about Photic being a late game carry for NIP, and I think obviously we've seen him play it a couple times already, and nice fit for this squad for NIP.
Oh, I saw the rat get hovered, and I got a bit concerned. Of course, the Sejuani is going to be the natural response. I was hiding! Oh no, Jackie Loves comes out with the rat and mouse. Or the mouse and cat, sorry.
Quick, Kitty, get your underwater gear. We're going. There's a submarine that's headed away from Top Esports. They've got the submarine. Have you heard that? Is that too much?
I've never heard of that.
You've never heard
that's
the submarine.
What's the submarine?
Twitch is the submarine. Under? He goes invisible, and the Yumi is the passenger of the submarine. But on the other side, we do get a piece that was very crucial in that game 1 win for Top Esports, the Heimendinger, but this time played by Dwo.
Yeah, we do see the Heimendinger coming out from Dwo once again, and this Heimendinger support was so oppressive in the last game in this series, where they were just getting constant push into Jackie Love and Mark, and that plays into how Mark wasn't able to link up with Tian in the early game, and it just denied them a lot of kill presence around the entire map. A lot of top laners are going to get banned out. Darius is a natural ban against Team 10. It's way too oppressive, but yeah, a lot of champions are just still up in the open, because Sante, we did see the Udyr come out as a counter from last night. OMG, Shanty played it absolute nuts, so we don't know what's in store for us just quite yet.
Now we are getting top lane focus. Some comforts taken off the board. Invisible's Camille gone. Ching Tian's Darius gone. We also get the rookie taken away from, or the rookie Akali taken away from TES. And I'm wondering if we get a little bit more of that mid lane focus. Obviously a little bit of solo lane focus for this last ban of TES.
I'm surprised that rookie Akali has been banned off. I guess Pout was just so pressured in that lane from the laning phase that it's just way more convenient for Pout. It makes him feel a bit more comfortable. Whereas as a response, the mid lane pool has been narrowed down. But Azir, Syndra, they're all very viable in these compositions where you're able to just provide that late game scaling and a lot of CC alongside these AP junglers.
We'll see what the solo lane focus will be here for NIP. First and foremost, Invincible. Confident in grabbing the Fiora. Now we get the response from Top Esports, which we still have a lot of very meta top laners on the board here. A lot of fighters on the table for Ching Tian, who typically does like to go to those. This being a very powerful pick mixed with that Sejuani should be the lock-in for Top Esports.
Sejuani, Renekton being such a strong duo when it comes to this top lane. I would love a TF in this game, just keep getting the side lanes ahead. But I need to highlight this blind Fiora from Invincible. He is absolutely on a rampage, egoing Xingtian from game 1 to game 2, now to game 3. So, you know, it is into a pretty good matchup. It is very skill dependent, but from how Invincible has been showing us in the past 2 games, I have high hopes for Invincible.
Me too. Especially off that Jax game, I think a lot of confidence built in lane. I'm wondering how that plays in the Fiora, who is that very want-to-lane dominate champion against the Renekton. Interesting matchup. It is the Azir that ends up coming through. Hovered the Kassadin for a second, which is a pick that did slink on through. But the Azir wants to be the setup for Rookie. Something pivotal for him in terms of getting to those side lanes, getting a lot of the setup when we were watching him on IG, on previous squads, right? The Victor, though, is now the response for Pout in the mid lane.
Azir and Victor will be our mid lane matchup for this last game in Top Esports vs NIP. And a very, very big switch up compared to the past 2 games. We haven't seen a lot of scaling from both teams, where they've just been constantly fighting the early game. But this time, looking at Top Esports composition, we have the Twitch Yumi, of course, in that bottom lane, paired with the Azir. There is just so much potential in those late game team fights. But NIP, the Fiora and Sivir and Victor, just as good into the scaling game, but I just think the focal once again is the Sejuani and Malka. How they play the early game and how it will dictate which lanes get ahead is the most important thing in this final match.
That's exactly what I wanted to talk about. The big focuses here have been mid-jungle duos, how they play into it. We had the switch up for NIP, bringing Pout in, that the next game NIP looked damn good. And I think TES were left wanting, but now we get a lot of the strength taken out from both sides that we've seen positives of them. Into a third game, Sejuani and Maokai, the main focuses yet again for a third time in a row. How do they connect with their mids? What happens in bot lane? And do we get another top lane Invincible superhero mashup for NIP? We're getting into our third game of the day so far. We still got 2 more series after this one and some bangers to follow, but this one is delivering. NIP, can they stop their 2-loss streak? And TES, they need to rightfully structure themselves in a place of dominance here in the LPL.
Oh, a lot of bloodshed coming out of this top lane 1v1 already. Jackie Love, Invincible, he was sneaky.
This is how you do it. This is how you do it. You got your submarine mask on. I don't know what a submarine mask on is, but you know, we'll see if they want to actually get a diving suit. There you go. Thank you. They might just try to bait this fight here.
Jackie Love
wonder if
do anything here.
This would be so dirty. Oh, but Invincible has the angle.
I don't think they have enough damage to at least burn a summoner spell. That just means Heimerdinger gets his priority in that bottom lane. Once again, we're going to see a repeat of how game 2 started out, where this Twitch and Yumi is just going to get constantly pushed in by the Sivir and Heimerdinger. And I'm worried for Top Esports already, because Tien, without his support hovering him constantly, I just didn't see the same presence compared to game 1 that just shut down Tien completely.
It was a remarkable feat, definitely. And I wonder where this early start is going to go. We get both junglers starting on the bottom side. We had opposite side starts in game 2. Same start starts in game number 1. So pathing towards this top side of the map, maybe even a stopover in mid, away from this kind of check you later bot lane right now.
We do have an absolute Giga Chad matchup in that top lane. Very skill dependent. And I would love to see how Tien and Xiaolongbao decide to play the 2v2, because Sejuani Renekton, so much CC in the early game, and it's just much easier to execute. It does mean a lot of demand on the Fiora's, I believe, parry and how she plays around the CC from Top Esports, top and jungle. But we'll have to see, because Xiaolongbao is once again on the Maokai, and he wants to scale to at least the Demonic Embrace.
Yeah, that early Demonic Embrace is kind of nutty. Maybe even making a stop off. I was wondering if he was actually going to go for a late gank there. I was a little bit questionable. Trying to get towards this top side of the map is Tien, but Xiaolongbao making his stop will be spotted out by the ward. Does get that scanner off there. So TS know there's pressure on bot side.
This is a complete repeat of game 2 and exactly how Photic became so strong on that Zeri pick, but Dracula went a bit invisible and he can safely collect his 2 waves, but Sejuani making his way to the top side now.
Little thing, by the way, I was doing a little research. If Leapedia is correct, this is Jaculov's second competitive Twitch game. We'll see if he, continues to pick this one, I guess, throughout. But interestingly enough, willing to take this one with Mark and try to fade out this early game
Good
into
dodge.
the late game. That is kind of huge. Ching Tian winning the early trades here in the top side against Invincible. But in actuality, the way that this top lane plays out will be very influential towards the pressure of the jungle.
Yeah, we do have some nice trading coming out of Team Tian, and we see Tian just absolutely Giga Chad invading this entire top side. Xiaolongbao very behind in terms of camps. He's just constantly trying to make this bot lane dive work. If Jahilov is able to survive a second time, it might be detrimental for NIP.
They will get the engage onto Jackie Love. He goes down, tower shot, not enough. Chwo taking a big shot as well. Mark stays alive, but Jackie Love is down. First blood to NIP.
Jackie did not have the cleanse available in that bottom lane dive. I think if he did, it would have been a very good trade. Look at the healths of Maokai and Heimerdinger. It could have been a realistic 1-for-2 trade, but unfortunately, the cleanse must have been burnt earlier. And Tian has been just farming up a storm on the other side, but not too much action while Jackie is getting constantly pressured from Xiaolongbao.
Love to see the bot lane going that way. Invincible trying to get a trade on Ching Tian, but Ching Tian definitely winning that one out. We're about to get those level 6s, but let's look at the replay of bot lane.
But the wave is building in. Xiaolongbao does get his root straight on. Kitten falls off though. I believe she just didn't have the E available. Flash really nice coming out of Xiaolongbao as well. Yuumi just doesn't have the damage to finish those 2 off. Like last game, at least there was a Karma that was able to execute it, but some action in the top lane finally.
Oh, Invincible barely survives with the riposte. Flashes out too. What a play. Top Esports again come away wanting.
Invincible does not have the TP available.
He got the greedy back. Oh, in mid lane, Pout gets a very, very close engage. If Rookie had level 6, that was it. Tien has continued to chase Xiaolongbao. Interesting flash there, but trying to collect that CC. And Xiaolongbao has just caught himself between a rock and a Poro.
It was definitely a rock and a huge Paro, I guess, but Invincible just getting constantly pressured from Tien. The entire top side is looking impossible for NIP to enter, and look what happened when Xiaolongbao did return back to his top side camps. He just got killed by Qing Tian and Rookie rotating. But with Invincible not having that TP available to catch the early waves, this matchup is looking so hard for the Fiora by the nick of time.
We have Dragon on the table now. Maybe a little bit of pressure from NIP's bot lane. Something to play around for Xiaolongbao even after going down. But you see Tian hovering this way as well, just in case that is the plan from NIP. But if Pout comes down, that's 4 versus 3 and a little bit more in favor of NIP.
Of course, the first blood did go to Zhuo on this Heimerdinger, grabbing the Oblivion Orb early, which does stop the healing from the Kitten. This top lane, though, just feels like the Renekton's going to take over the lane if the Fiora doesn't tread carefully with her trades.
All right, Dragon started. Tien in the pit now says, hello. How do you do? Jackie Love coming in the side, does not have level 6. That is an important mark, but Rookie has the Emperor's Divide. Xiaolongbao taking so much damage. The CC comes through, means a cleanse has to be used by Jackie Love. NIP feeling a lot less confident to move forward. Rookie hasn't even used that Emperor's Divide yet.
Xiaolongbao was just getting way too poked out by
the
flash.
flash!
The flash!
Returned.
That was a good angle from Zhuo, and he burns the flash. Oh, both summoners from Jackie Love actually coming out of that team fight. Did good denial from Top Esports. They did stop the early dragons going over to NIP once again. But Xiaolongbao was just taking the dragon for way too long.
That was very, very close.
Get forced out by Pout. Herald is spawning in 20 seconds, and with the amount of pressure that Xingtian is showcasing onto Invincible, it does look like a very free objective for the side of Top Esports.
I love that we're hyper focusing on it, missing all these minions. Stop it, observers!
-10.
Why you gotta do this to him? Come on.
Poor Pal. It's his first day on LPL.
It's
Come
his
on,
first
observers.
day, man. Come on. All right, it's all right. You know what? We collect ourselves. Now we're gonna move into the next setup for Top Esports. TN already on the Rift Herald. See if there's a response from Xiaolong Bao. Don't think there will be.
This Herald is looking super free for the side of Top Esports, and this Renekton is slowly getting a bit out of control. Xiaolong Bao still not 6 yet. Huge once he hits that level 6 spike, and he'll be able to make a lot of more plays and help out Invincible from that first initial gank from Tien. But can he land an ultimate onto the flashless Victor from earlier?
Oh no. They're setting up, lying in wait like a predator watching its prey. From just over the wall, from just over the edge. Glacial Prison, damage down. Submarine says,
Oh, he doesn't die!
He gets stunned though. He couldn't get the expunge out. Oh,
so close to
Tien
getting
survives.
returned.
Top lane though, Invincible and Xiaolong Bao have shown up to the Crocodilian's home, but Qing Tian wants to take a 1v2. Does he have it? Does he have the damage? He has one more Q. Can he get the heal back? They don't want the smoke, Kitty.
He lives in a 1v2 as well. So many sticky situations from the side of NIP. But can Rookie clean up this top lane where they're so low on the HP as well? We do have the ultimate coming up very soon for Rookie.
This has been something I've been wanting to see from Rookie on the Azir. A trademark for him is moving into these side lanes a little bit later than wanted, but it's still good to see that movement come through, trying to capitalize on the situation, trying to scoop up as much gold as possible. But next, Tien looking to use this Rift Herald. There is a lot of money on the board here if they want to try and put some resources into Rookie in this mid lane, maybe even Qing Tian, or try to stop a little bit of the spot lane, but pressure that Jackie Love has been feeling.
Rookie has been constantly hovering these two side lanes on an Azir, might I add. Very, good things coming out of Rookie. I did not expect this amount of roams coming out of a mage, but of course, the veterancy is there, and he is just taking control of this game. But looking at the items, we do have, I believe, Top Esports in the driver's seat at the moment. But Tien will be spotted on a ward here, unfortunately. I do want to see more proactiveness coming out of Top Esports. Although their execution in mid lane did not work out in the end, stuff like that was very good. Forcing flashes out of the carries is what you want to look for in this mid game.
We see a little bit of presence around the dragon. Nobody willing to start that first dragon up just yet. Qing Tian taking a decent trade into Invincible now, waiting out the riposte. That was actually a pretty huge trade. Invincible backed off of it. And I do wonder, Tien is hovering really heavily around this bottom side. Looks like they want to try to start stacking some of these objectives.
We do have the TPs available from both Qing Tian and Rookie, while Invincible had to use his TP earlier to catch the wave and try to sneak back into the game. But Top Esports, if they do go for this dragon, Qing Tian will be able to...
Oh, Qing Tian, the grand challenge out from Invincible.
He's dead.
Qing Tian flashes! Oh, but Invincible still kills him anyway. Solo goes over again.
Why did he press back? Did you see that? He did like a little micro back.
I did.
I think he must have thought he was dead.
They got the collapse here. It's like a sandwich that you do not want to eat. That is already down. Tien quickly responded as a kill, though, for NIP, as they did take the dragon, and they get out with that kill traded.
Very good things coming out of NIP. A solo kill from the Fiora, and of course, they pick up the first dragon in this game. With the Sivir and Hybridine constantly having that amount of push in the bot lane, naturally it does go towards NIP. But look at the CS difference we have in the mid lane. Already 20 on the side of Rookie. We get to see a bit of the replay of how this turned out, because Qing Tian does have the item advantage. But Invincible does play his trades very nicely.
That tower shot makes a difference.
Tower shot. And the ward does go into the bush, I suppose. The little sneaky back comes out, but Invincible did have the flash available to finish that one off. But like you said, the sandwich situation, we did have Rookie and Tien just stopping the entrances from this Victor from entering the fight. Jackie Love gets to clean up Droll, but Tien also dies as a response into that. Not too bad because Sejuani did have the Herald from earlier.
Yeah, exactly. And the money goes to Rookie's pocket. So that's actually really big. They wanted to get Rookie some more resources here. And that'll be important in terms of like this mid game coming up and how Rookie gets involved in these big fights. These Emperor's Divide, the Shurima Shuffles going to be crucial against the comp that doesn't really have anything to fight against it. And
Respect to Invincible, honestly, because
Yeah?
he got camped in the early game. If you throw it back to 5 minutes, where Tien was just living in the walls of Invincible and he wasn't able to catch the CS, and we still see that CS differential around 20. He was still able to get that solo kill back onto Qingtian. So I'm thinking that if NIP wins this, Invincible's looking like a front runner for that MVP.
would see a lot of positives to get MVP twice in a row here, and the comeback potential for NIP, who again are still on that 2-series loss streak and need a positive spin to the early start of this season, coming back from the Chinese Lunar New Year break and trying to find some stability with their own self. I mean, maybe not stability, and it's all right. Pout coming in at the last second here, just signed a couple days ago, but honestly, been doing a pretty damn good job against Rookie, who took that Akali confidently in game 2, did not win that situation in mid lane, and now in game 3, Pout's just doing fine.
Yeah, going even against someone like Rookie is such an achievement for a rookie player like Pout. So really great things coming out of the new player. But item check, we do have all the mythics available for the side of Top Esports. So if they do decide to fight around this Herald, it does look like an overall win for Top Esports.
Looking at that Blade of the Ruined King completed first for Jackie Love. Be a little bit careful hovering this bottom side of the map, but is Shalom Bell going to come down here, I guess is the question, or not? Jackie Love hasn't really found one of those big engages just yet, besides that sandwich play. And you can appreciate the Kraken Slayer completed for Fodic. A lot of damage potential in these little tight-knit fights if they come to it in front of the Dragon, which we have Rift Herald on the table. There is that cross-map play, but Dragon up in 1 minute and 30. You think NIP want to start stacking those up and continue to? Oh, Schwal. He's completely caught. No! NIP, they're caught by the transition of Qian down bottom lane. The Glacial Prison, huge stuff.
George is getting constantly caught out on this Heimerdinger support, which is not good. You're starting to become the ATM of Top Esports, where this Twitch is slowly getting more and more fed, and that is not something that you want to have in this game, because the only person that can realistically deal with the Twitch's range is this Victor. But if we look at the mid lane items, the Victor is only just getting his mythic once he backs, but he won't have it in time for this Herald fight.
Rookie sticking around here, Pout as well. That Dragon coming up, want to get that reset off, and maybe not going to have time for it. Shalom Bao was just bolting it towards this Rift Herald, and looks like starting it up, pings coming down, so a lot of teamwork coming out to take out this Rift Herald number 2.
We do have Jackie Love also making his way to this Herald. But will they really make it in time?
Oh my god, they're going to contest it. I love it. Jackie Love is invisible. They do pop smoke here. See, as the Nature's Grasp comes out, that'll be NIP securing the Rift Herald for themselves.
And that's why we love Maokai, or at least why NIP loves Maokai. The amount of just pure CC you have from one button on that ultimate is just insane. They zone out the entire team of TES, and they were not able to poke their heads in, even with the ADC being there first.
They do get primary position around this Dragon, but it looks like they don't want it, as Top Esports trying to regain that prior in mid lane themselves. Want to try to at least fight around this Dragon, it looks like, or at least stop NIP from taking it. Side lane tower, though, goes away to Invincible. Should have another wave to crash into this one, while Qingtian, no TP, so he's walking to the Dragon fight. Oh, it looks like he's, they realized that NIP don't want to contest it, so he's going to go walk all his way back topside.
It is second Drake overall, and Invincible gets that tower trade in the top lane. But this Fiora is starting to look very annoying already. At 17 minutes, she's already providing that side lane pressure compared to this Renekton. And unless the Renekton finds those angles or gets some help in the side lane, I think this Fiora in the future might become a very big problem for the side of Top Esports.
So Top Esports have pinged towards top lane. Qing Tian is stuck around, and here comes Jackie Love. The submarine, it's on its way, but Qing Tian might not even need them. They show up in the end. Invincible bats away. Couple more auto attacks will mean it goes through. No! The poison. Is it enough? I don't know if it is. Maybe the minions are enough. Here's a couple more autos. The minions! The minions! Oh, it's not enough!
He has no mana.
Oh
Just kill
my god.
him.
He's just healing up a little bit longer. Jackie Love ends up getting the gold, rightfully so. 3-1 on the ADC, but what does it mean? NIP take a side lane tower.
NIP takes complete control over this bottom lane and the bottom jungle of Top Esports. Invincible was just able to live for so long in a 1v3, 3 ultra burn to just try and kill the Fiora, but there must have been some misplay happening because the Twitch just wasn't able to kill off the Fiora for the longest time.
I think this is a little bit of trouble though. Oh, we get, oh my god,
No.
he's just got, that can't happen again. Qing Tian with the TP flank flash it over the
flashed
wall.
them
He's on
away.
the back line. Pout in trouble, rookie. Does get stunned up by the gravity field. Under tower though, Invincible is just trying to kill everybody. Grand challenge has been initiated, but he has to back away after the end of it. And looks like he might just get chased down as the rest of TES want to continue this forward. Rookie has decided to chase as well. Tian maybe looking to chase it down. The Emperor's Divide has been saved so many times from Rookie, but in that situation, beautifully done as a capitalization.
Yeah, that team fight was so good for the side of Top Esports. Getting all the kills onto Twitch, he had 6 out of the, I believe, 4 out of 6 kills from the side of TES. But honestly, looking at how Photic played that team fight, we did see the TP coming out of Rookie, or I believe it was Qing Tian, one of the carries or solo laners trying to create that flank onto the carries. Photic flashed the wrong way and flashed further into the enemy's arms, and he just died. Of course, Dro gets picked off by the Twitch that just has so many items, and he gets one shot here. Photic tries to dodge the Renekton for his dear life, flashes into the enemy team, and just instantly dies as well. Invincible on this Fiora, he's trying to team fight with Fiora, which is not something that you want to be doing because your strength is that side lane and creating that pressure with getting these towers down. But compared to the Renekton, you're not going to offer as much.
All right, though, Kitty. 19 minutes, and it was like 36 seconds in. Xiaolong Bao completed the demonic. So it's fine. We're back. We're cooking for NIP here. Is that what I'm feeling here? Photic and the rest feel like it is so as they go ahead and take this mid lane outer tower. And honestly, really proud to see the presence still there, the confidence to push up still there for NIP in these moments.
Although Jackie Love is down a tiny bit compared to Photic in terms of that CS, 4 kills onto this Twitch when Victor just doesn't have the items just quite yet to deal with the range of this Twitch ultimate. So you really need to look for those flanks or the flash engages onto this AD character to really shut him down in these team fights.
Invincible looking for a bit of a flank. Level 11 completed for Xiaolong Bao of that next level of the ultimate. Jackie Love invisible in mid lane as Invincible just waiting in the wings to collapse if needed. Looks like a bit of a stalemate now. Dragon in about a minute. What do you want to see TES set up for now that NIP are moving away?
They are grabbing the mid lane priority, which I do love. We do have the Azir passive also going up to provide that extra bit of priority in this lane. But now they should rotate towards this dragon and get rid of all the vision that NIP has available at this dragon. And walking into a Sejuani with Renekton is extremely scary for the side of NIP because Maokai is still not to that point where he's extremely tanky. He's like a fake tank where he's just pure health, but there's not much more resistant other than that. But with the vision now going towards TES and how Rookie will be able to play these fights, this is going to be a second dragon for the side of Top Esports.
No contest for NIP just yet. We will see second item completed for Jackie Love on that back. It is the Kraken Slayer. Dragon spawning now. TS actually moving away from it here as the reset came out. Somebody got to deal with Invincible in the side lane, but TS not wanting to let vision control around the Baron pit go the way of NIP.
You do have the Heimerdinger on your team, and there is no vision. Well, there's a small blue ward which will be taken out in just a few seconds, but you do have the Heimerdinger who does shred the Baron extremely quick. So if you're not careful as TES here, there might be a Baron sneaked under your noses.
Yeah, that Riley's completed makes it so scary. Ching Tian getting a bit aggressed on as Jackie Love and Rookie come around the edge. Invincible getting a little bit low. Nature's Grasp pulled on the trigger. Tien has maybe just found him. Zhuo goes down yet again. That is catastrophe. Rookie pulls back Xiaolong Bao. He has a flash over the wall as Final Chapter comes in. And it's just that for Pout as he's down. Vodik getting chased down, but on the hunt ensures the speed is in the need for NIP.
The pure range that Top Esports has available in these teamfights, the Twitch ultimate, the Azir
Invincible.
damage.
He stepped up too far. He goes for the grand challenge.
Jackie
Jackie Love, he's down. Invincible goes back to the grave as well. Rookie cleans up the kill and drag it in the eyes of Top Esports.
Although Jackie Love does fall down at the very end of this teamfight, I think Top Esports is in just such a good position in this game. Rookie, absolutely a monster in these teamfights. Level 14, 2 items, and he's working towards that third. Second Dragon does go into the hands of Top Esports, but Jackie Love, he is so close to his IE. It's just going to be so dangerous for how NIP is going to decide to play the rest of the game. Heimerdinger isn't doing too much in these teamfights where he's just constantly getting ulted and dying straight away, but Azir being able to stop this blast plant and killing the Maokai as a result of that, which is amazing. And Jackie Love, of course, trying to clean everyone up. Votik tries for his dear life to auto the Twitch, but just because of the pure range differential, he gets popped and he's too scared to walk up. But really nice outplay from Invincible by the very end. Although you don't want the Fiora to be in these teamfights, he was able to get a return kill onto Jackie Love and a bounty.
850.
Is it enough to bring NIP back into the game, Mazel? That's the next question.
Well, about 3,000 gold down is NIP. They will be playing through the side lane strength of Invincible. We've seen what Ching Tian can do once he gets into the team fights here, though. Jackie Love on the hunt consistently, and Tian is the facilitator in that fashion. As NIP move back onto the map, though, we're seeing the strength start to come online as, you know, second item, 2.5 items at least for Votik. Some of that team fight potential starting to peek its head out, and Top Esports need to catch NIP unawares.
This Heimerdinger support is just not working out for NIP this time around. We saw an amazing performance out of Draw from Game 2, but it didn't serve its purpose in the early game where it got ahead. And this Twitch and Yumi are just scaling into the late game and taking absolute control over these teamfights where Drill is just getting one shot.
And a big thing of that control has been Tien. We said beforehand, Top Esports pretty much live or die by Tien's early games. And this time around, it was a good start to the early game for Top Esports. They have found control, and once they do, they never let go.
Yep, we can just take a look at the KP. 6 out of the 9 kills Tien has been a part of, while compared to Xiaolong Bao, only 2. Not much action happening from the side of NIP. Rookie
gets Xiaolong Bao delivered as TES are eating good on those dumplings. We see Rookie, though, in some trouble. Vodik caught out by himself. The burn might just be enough. Like, it goes down. Oh, again. It is the worst that continues to happen for NIP. They showed promise in game number 2, but there is no promise here now in game 3.
Rookie is absolutely ruining Xiaolong Bao's game 3 experience, constantly getting ulted back into Top Esports, where he isn't able to survive that much longer when you're getting the Emperor's Divide and Glacial Prison being thrown onto you, especially when your Fiora, the strongest member, isn't around. How are you going to win these team fights?
They're fighting this one. Invincible's TPing in. The Baron, rather, has already gone over to Tien. Invincible's here with the grand challenge, having procced it as well. Tien burned down by Pout. Pout flashing, or trying to get the flash out of them, as Invincible taking a lot of the brunt of damage. Ching Tian did end up using that flash. It was responded by Invincible himself. Backs come through for TES, but it is the Baron acquired.
The Baron does go into the hands of Top Esports, just fastening up the pace and getting those levels online for the Azir and Twitch. But look at the vision, so they barely spot out the Yuumi being there. Azir playing with the vision denial and just ulti Xiaolongbao back into his own teammates, getting the jungle out of the team fight. And that's your main engage dead. So no frontline, no engage from the side of NIP. You just gonna have to play with what you have. Photic gets absolutely one shot from the side of Twitch, and this rat, it might win. RARL fans are cheering in the club.
Are you a Tom and Jerry fan at all?
I am a Tom and Jerry fan.
Let's go. All right, we'll go away from the submarine joke. We'll go to the Tom and Jerry. We'll just beat that one down. It is JackeyLove catching out Invincible. Oh my God! Invincible with a riposte right into Rookie's hands, but JackeyLove is the one that picks it up. 7-2 for the star AD carry of Top Esports.
Invincible is not having the time of his life in this side lane anymore. JackeyLove can just go invisible and you are absolutely dead. But NIP can't even use any of this priority that they have in the side lane because you're constantly getting pushed in with this Baron buff available for Top Esports. You can't even go for the second Dragon denial because you have to respond to this top lane push.
I do wonder how NIP find any stability here as Top Esports have upended their plans. You have Photic who just completed the Lord Doms. They're looking for a team fight on this spike potentially, but the tower's already down. Rookie with the delivery, and he must just be delivering the food to Top Esports in this game, and that's what we set at the beginning of draft. This is the pick that Rookie goes to when he wants to deliver the goods.
You know that meme where Azir's delivering, your order is here, and he ults everyone into the face of Top Esports, being an absolute mad lad on this champion and just bringing Top Esports this final win that will close out the series up against NIP.
JackeyLove will get the redemption Twitch second game. He'll find the win here. Maybe they find Invincible as well. And he's just got the ulti back and he's firing down the line. That's the last tower down. Top Esports will deny a win coming through. Will extend the loss streak for NIP and will assert dominance here in the LPL.
There's a reason why Rookie is one of the most respected names in LPL and across the entire world. These performances on the champions from Rookie was just absolutely perfectly executed in every single game. Even the Akali game where they lost, Rookie was still getting the job done and soaking up so much pressure. But of course, I need to highlight that JackeyLove absolutely stood up in this game. On the Twitch, where you said it was the second competitive Twitch game ever, and it did wonders for them.
At least that's what Leaguepedia says, and we're going to go off that for now, maybe until more research comes out. But love to see these kinds of performance. Love to see that variability for Top Esports. But I got to go back to the fact that it is just always Rookie and JackeyLove who end up getting these MVPs, end up performing, and that's why they grabbed this duo here, reuniting them after so much time. Rookie gets the dub against the organization from last year. You get so many smiles and so much joy with the combination that we see when Top Esports takes to the Rift, barring game number 2.
Maybe the secret behind these wins is just friendship and years of friendship. The longer, the better. But of course, I do need to give prop to NIP for bringing it to a 3-game series, them filled with a lot of rookie players, especially with Pout being subbed in instead of Dream for the last 2, where he did pretty good for someone just debuting in the LPL. So of course, it is a very big learning for the side of NIP, but I have very high hopes for this roster in the future.
I do as well, and I think it'll be interesting to see how NIP walk away from this one. And looking forward to seeing how Xiaolongbao maybe accentuates his jungle style a little bit more. The Maokai 3 games in a row. I love that it's so strong with that vision control and things like that. But I love seeing Xiaolongbao on that more damage-centered focus. And the setup is nice, but I love to see Xiaolongbao with the sword. And we'll see if they find a structure right there. I think NIP are still struggling to find their stable play style for the season as a whole, even though we are a little bit into the season at this point, Kitty.
I mean, we did see an amazing performance from Invincible in this series up against Top Esports. So definitely a huge highlight and a player to look out for, especially when it comes to those newer faces in the LPL. And of course, I think Pout, with his Silas debut, also did extremely well into Rookie's Akali. So a lot of high hopes for this roster, and I think once they find their team identity, the games will look a lot cleaner.
But I do want to recenter onto Top Esports. The big question coming into this day was, how do they find that early advantage for TN to dictate the tempo and dictate the wins of Top Esports? And they found that a lot of the time, but the carry potential came through from Rookie, from Jackie Love, and you wouldn't want anything else for Top Esports.
I just can't stop staring at the damage differential in the ADC role. Unfortunate Sivir pick, in my opinion, up against Twitch and Azir, where your range is just way too small to compete with these champions in the later game. But of course, we have to also highlight that Tien was on his A game for this last game of the series, where he was able to work alongside Rookie for a lot of those side lane roams.
And one of the other things that we were trying to see for Top Esports this time around is, they want to go to that top table of the LPL, right? They're 3-1 now, continuing on through the season. We want to see them dominate some of these teams in that average position, in that middle of the pack, to assert themselves as a dominant team with the superstar lineup they have.
Yeah, they do have a roster filled with veterans: Jackie Love, Rookie, Tien.
3 world champions, no big deal.
Yeah, 3 world champions. But with them dropping a game up against NIP, which isn't considered to be a top tier or super roster just quite yet, I'm a bit concerned because they're up against BLG, Weibo Gaming, and JDG, so you can't be dropping these losses.
And especially looking at that, right, it does not get easier as well. And you wonder, especially with these one outs, right, it is these best of threes until round, best ofs in terms of not being able to see these teams again. And this will be the only matchup Shaolin Bao gets against TN, gets against Top Esports, and coming away wanting for NIP a little bit. And I still want to see who gets MVP here for Top Esports. I have a sneaking suspicion it'll be that Twitch, just for the splash it makes as a whole as a pick, but especially the execution that Jackie Love had.
Surely it has to be Rookie. The amount of denial that he was able to provide into these team fights. Xiaolongbao was just constantly getting shoved into the enemy's faces, and he just could not have fun in that game. But of course, it is coming to an end for the first series, and we do have the next series coming up, which will be casted by Hysterics and Jamada. I believe it will be between RA versus LNG. That is all from me and Mazel, and I do want to say my final message, which is 元宵快乐大家. Thank you everyone for watching, and we'll see you next time.
Bye.
Topside as well, Breed trying so desperately to get something going. There is the grand challenge. All 3 procs.
Oh, the flash!
Oh, flash for flash.
One
Not
more
quite able to get it.
Oh!
Kim! You should know me. For Sivir and for Jace, so you're going to see a little bit of movement there. Actually, as well as that, Ruler has his. Yagao taking a first chunk there. They're going to look to try and go for it. Oh, the bait and switch. Elf does get out of it, though, in time. They're going to try and take down Kanavi as he's taking a fair chunk. Good kiting so far. They need to kill minion waves though. 10 seconds left, and they have to try and make sure this turret does not fall. Here we go, Bin.
Oh!
He gets scattered, and he's weak at the knees because he just can't kill him.
He still got missing.
He still got missing as a trader 1-for-1. This is desperation, but Yagao is dead. Ruler with the triple. Ruler looking for the quadra, and Ruler is looking to stamp his authority on this league.
Give him the penta.
Quadra kill for Ruler, and On says welcome as the pentakill goes to Ruler. And now they're moving forward. Those saplings are doing so much. Bin goes in. He's feeling a little bit impatient. They're going to try and get the needlework, but Ruler gets untouched down top of it. There they go. JDG back at the top of it. Ruler gets caught out. Ruler is dead. The president is down. And now the rest of the fight can really ensue. Knight does get a kill on the backside of this one here. It's all on Zeri. It's all on Elk. These health bars are so low, but this cat is doing everything to keep them alive. One more dead. It's all on Elk. He gets another one. Elk is popping off. And Elk is keeping BLG alive!
Shanji's found Gala. That's a big rush over the wall. Gala does not survive though. And OMG, they're coming to town and they're cleaning house. Wait, look at Breathe. Do they have any TPs to respond to this? Breathe can TP back, but they're gonna go ahead and initiate the 2 bags. Breathe is on.
He
the
does a
Nexus
lot of
powers.
damage.
He's doing so much work. TP
I don't
is
think that car's gonna
utilized.
stay there.
TP is wasted.
God.
Are they gonna finish it? No. No, Breathe. He's not gonna be able to be stopped. And
They're
that's
not gonna
just
get back
game
from
2.
the cell.
That's the series. RNG. This is King Tian. Get a nice little engagement on the Shy. And he's going for the all-in here. He's gone all out. A lot of damage on the Shy. It's a 1v1. The execution. Is it there for the Shy? He misses the spear. And the Shy. Is he gonna go to the solo bolo? He's gotta get out of there. Get the execution. And the Shy is Giga Shy unlocked.
Now I know how it feels to hold pure solid gold. Sleep in the arms of my only minute tiny world. And right here in our arms you'll stay till you can find your own way. Oh, my son, stay curious, my boy. Always ask where this road goes. Oh, my son, stay curious, my boy. Just outside your door, you'll find love where you don't know. You know that if you ever tried your last, call out on me if the old wind broke your mind. Set out to sea if you've fallen down. You know that I'm here, so you come on home to me. Oh, my son, stay curious, my boy. Always ask where this road goes. Oh, my son, stay curious, my boy. Just outside your door, you'll find love where you don't know. You know that if you ever tried your last, call out on me if the old wind broke your mind. Set out to sea if you've fallen down. You know that I'm here, so you come on home to me. The day you pick up all your bags, lay down your toys. Oh, my son, stay curious, my boy.
as well. Breed trying so desperately to get something going. There is the grand challenge. All three procs.
Oh, the flash!
Oh, flash for flash.
One
Not
more
quite able
kill.
to get it.
Oh!
Kim! You should know me. For Sivir and for Jace, so you're going to see a little bit of movement there. Actually, as well as that, Ruler has his. Yagao taking a first chunk there. They're going to look to try and go for it. Oh, the bait and switch. Elk does get out of it, though, in time. They're going to try and take down Kanavi as he's taking a fair chunk. Good kiting so far. They need to kill the minion waves, though. 10 seconds left, and they have to try and make sure this turret does not fall. Here we go, Bin.
Oh!
He gets scattered, and he's weak at the knees because he just can't kill him.
He still got missing.
He still got missing at the trade of 1-for-1. This is desperation, but Yagao is dead. Ruler with the triple. Ruler looking for the quadra, and Ruler is looking to stamp his authority on this league.
Give him the penta.
Quadra kill for Ruler, and On says welcome as the pentakill goes to Ruler. And now they're moving forward. Those saplings are doing so much. Bin goes in. He's feeling a little bit impatient. They're going to try and get the needlework, but Ruler gets untouched out top of it. There they go. JDG back at the top of it. Ruler gets caught out. Ruler is dead. The president is down. And now the rest of the fight can really ensue. Knight does get a kill on the backside of this one here. It's all on Zeri. It's all on Elk. These health bars are so low, but this cat is doing everything to keep them alive. One more dead. It's all on Elk. He gets another one. Elk is popping off. And Elk is keeping BLG alive!
Shanji's found Gala. That's a big rush over the wall. Gala does not survive, though. And OMG, they're coming to town, and they're cleaning house. Wait, look at Breed. Do they have any TPs to respond to this? Breed can TP back, but they're going to go ahead and initiate the 2 bags. Breed is on.
He does
the
a
Nexus
lot of
powers.
damage.
He's doing so much work. TP
I don't
is
think that turret's going to stay
utilized.
there.
TP is wasted.
gone.
Are they going to finish it? No. No, Breeze. He's not going to be able to be stopped. And
They're
that's
not gonna
just
get back
game
from
2.
the cell.
That's the series. RNG. This is King Tien. Get a nice little engage on the Shy. And going for the all-in here. He's gone all out. A lot of damage on the Shy. It's a 1v1. The execution. Is it there for the Shy? He misses the spear. And the Shy. Is it going to go to the solo bolo? He's got to get out of there. He gets the execution. And the Shy is Giga Shy unlocked.
我觉得下一场对战李宁的话，不需要做什么准备。我觉得他们应该会怕我们。注意一下对面野辅联动，我觉得最多了。对，航选手之前也是我的队友嘛，然后这版本也是更多的双人 AD 走下路。我觉得他操作还可以，算辅助里面可以的，玩 AD 应该也会玩的比较不错吧。我好像对航这个选手就是很惊喜不来，因为我觉得他是一个比较可爱的选手，然后非要说点狠话的话。 等着瞧呗。
Very nicely done. I mean, a cute way to enter, I think, ladies and gentlemen, as we welcome you back to the LPL. I'm Asterix, now joining Jamada for the last 2, and RA are coming back onto the Rift after starting the split 2-1. LNG a 2-0 start as well. Jamada, welcome to what is, of course, a delayed match because we are going over to Suzhou. The last match of the day will not be delayed with EDG versus RNG, so no worries there. But Jamada, to let you in, it's a nice way, I think, to enter, considering that these two teams are doing, I think, a lot better than people would have expected.
Yeah, I think definitely on the RA side as well.
For sure.
A lot of, I don't want to say like early expectations blown out the war or anything like that, but I think entering the year 2-1 definitely feels quite good for them. Still kind of relying on the likes of Leon and Cube. No real surprises there. And I think for LNG, with the changes specifically of Scout coming in as well, I think they've looked... for me, the key word has been very disciplined, especially in their RNG series. I've really enjoyed how they played the map out against them and just kind of had a good game state read and never allowed them to really play to their strengths. I think both these teams coming in on effectively hot streaks should give us a really, really, I hate to use the word because it's so basic, but a very interesting clash of hopefully ideas on how they actually want to try and play against each other here.
I didn't enjoy the LNG series, I'll be honest. It was very slow. However, you're right. Discipline's a good word. As we'll bring up draft here for game number 1. Remember, we're running at a delay on the English broadcast. We will try and catch up to live ASAP over in Suzhou. But game 1 will be being played out in full. Now, we've got to start here with the picks and bans, Jamada. We talked about discipline here. We can see that, the discipline is pacing here for Scout on the Cassidy in this first game and making sure they get to, I guess, that late game level 16 win condition.
Yeah, it definitely looks like that. And you've got 2 strong side lanes with the Varus and the Leona lane. plus that Renekton lane up top with the Sejuani. So it definitely just says, you know, wait for Scout to hit 16, and we've got strong lanes to sort of provide us with a bridge. On the opposite side, a lot of aggressive laning from the likes of the Cassante and definitely the Jace into that Kassadin lane. You'd expect to see Raram have a fair amount of priority, I feel like, in the early stages, honestly, across all 3 lane matchups. It's just going to be about how Tarzan tries to activate his laners, because he's got a lot of setup and a lot of synergy working off of so many melees and so much CC.
And if you're coming into this split wondering how RA started 2-1, remember Luoyan, Cube were big core carries, but even Strive has been, ironically enough, been striding through the league a bit as well. So as we get into Summoners Rift for game number 1, just a reminder, Jamada told you that these 3 lanes are going to be pretty well off, especially the solo lanes there for RA. We'll have to see if they can take down the undefeated LNG as we walk into Summoners Rift over in LNG's home arena as we hear the Jayos.
We'll say it every time, it never gets old. Hearing the Jayos. Of course, we spent so much time without the crowds, so having them back now for this year feels amazing. But yeah,
I have to say as well, Jamada, just cut in quickly. You know, the LNG home crowd advantage cannot be understated. This team has kind of always performed better on home turf for the past year or so. And I feel like with their arena over in Suzhou, it's so beautiful. The crowd comes out in force. So it's natural that, you know, that advantage is going to kick into gear. I wanted to ask you a little bit about the comps again, going into this. You were mentioning there before is lane starts out pretty negatively for Scout. That LNG should have a hard time here, and you put it up to Tarzan and what he can do to mitigate that fact.
Yeah, I definitely feel like a lot's going to be on Tarzan here to try and sort of give specifically Zika and Scout a little bit of, you know, room to breathe. I feel like on the bottom side, when you have Varus in lane, you're always going to have a fairly positive time. It's going to be more about how Southwind tries to abuse the range versus melee matchup. So I think really for LNG, it is kind of just about definitely surviving the mid lane matchup. You saw their Stripe had a super positive level 1 trade. And on those side lanes, I think really Tarzan is going to have to try and just set up for Up and Hong. And of course his Renekton lane, just to ensure that the likes of Cube and of course Southwind and Asum don't really run over those lanes just because of the nature of the matchups.
And again, mentioned bot a little bit there as well. We saw aggressive trading coming through from Asum and Southwind. Hung even taking the Boomerang Blade as level 2's hit first, a priority gain, while Luoyan is actually invading towards the bot side. This is going to be a bottom vertical side start, while Tarzan sniffing out the blue side on the enemy part of the map, excuse me. Spots out a ward, blue buff's there too, and we are just vertical jungling for what feels like the first time in this patch, in this league. Like, we just rarely see this anymore.
Yeah, it doesn't really happen too often now. What you really want to keep our eyes on now is how Cube's health bar stays, because if he stays at around this kind of 50% HP threshold, he's definitely in the realms of being dove. And you can already see he dropped that ward in the tri-brush. He's eating up a pot. He's got biscuits going, but also on the opposite side, Lien is also looking for this dive as this gets crashed in by Asum, by Southwind. So dive's likely to happen on both sides, but it's going to be RA that strike first.
Well, here we go. Luoyan close to full HP. Sends up the sapling. LP flashes immediately. Heals come through. Luoyan, twisted advances. Great boomerang. The bramble smash as well. Ignite.
Oh.
And a cool guy exit as he's ticking, but he won't go boom.
Yeah, just about walks it out there. Gets a little bit of healing on the way out. That's a really cleanly executed dive. And on the opposite end, Tarzan doesn't look like there was any kind of angle to set up for Cube on this wave crash. I assume that Zika managed to crash it in. So RA just up trade there. Up is going to miss a whole bunch of CS.
Hung goes in, has to flash. Oh my god. That Zeta's blade was a road too far. And we'll look at the replay again because top dive doesn't go through. But bottom Jamada, this was cleanly done with an exit.
Yeah, cleanly done. At first, it almost looked like it was going to be a botched one, but as soon as you see Leon go in, it's as clean as it really gets. Once the flash is gone, just twisted advance, and the setup is there. The damage comes through. There's not really too much counterplay for Up when he's running the heal. Not really too much of a reason to be running cleanse besides the Maokai anyway, so feels bad to miss out on all that CS, but a cleanly executed dive from RA means that now they've got that bottom lane advantage that we were hoping we could see LNG potentially stave off, but that vertical jungle means that that's kind of the trade-off, and Tarzan wasn't able to attack Cube in the top side on that first rotation. Looks like he's toying with the idea now.
I wonder. I mean, again, that ward's not going to be there. Cube is low on mana. Zeka getting a good trade here, but he's just run out of fury and he's taken a turret shot himself, so this could be a little bit sketchier than first thought. Cube now going for the wave, has the next part of Q, and Tarzan just says no. Too risky, backs away, and LNG continue to sit passively back in this early game. That TS lead in the bottom lane you were talking about, Jamada, it's about 10-15 in the time being. You can see top side as well. That's the only lane really going well for LNG. But even mid being a bit of a difference, enabling RA to start up on some of these neutrals.
This is the thing, RA, they've got control of these lanes. They're going to have control of these neutrals for the first 15, maybe even almost 20 minutes until some items can come in for up for Zika. And right now you can see on this dragon, LNG kind of half-heartedly walking around. Not sure if they really want to poke their heads through. I think the call eventually does come in that they should just keep this one over. Don't try and contest here into this choke. You're just going to end up giving over your lives. And that will just be a very clean Ocean Dragon pickup. And, you know, before 6 minutes as well. So early soul, potentially, if Ari can keep the snowball going with the pressure they should maintain for a little while. Oh,
God. Scout getting low. Sometimes, man, those interactions. That was janky.
I hate that E interaction with Jace, man.
Yeah,
like,
dude.
anytime you have a dash and you're dealing with Jace and you get interrupted by it, it just feels so horrible. Scout's fortunate enough to walk out, though, so...
It's hard, man. Like, there are so many interactions in the game right now. I feel like I'm saying that on, but yeah. Mechanics not there, at the very least, rather. Scout, I believe, was able to TP back the lane, now changes it to an Ignite. So using that unsealed spellbook, while Strive was able to get the bully out and then TP back himself. So mid laners have hit that 6-point here, Jamada, so Scout can start moving around a little bit with Tarzan if he so desires, and maybe get himself a little bit more priority or presence in this lane.
Yeah, definitely. Now that you got that level 6, you know, the gank's potential from Luyan is definitely a lot lower, and like you say, if he gets that brief window to just shove in a wave, maybe Strive kind of gets a first move over to the bottom side perhaps, and the reaction is for Scout to go towards the top side with that level 6, pairing with Tarzan. A lot of sticking power, a lot of CC. Maybe they can try and set the top side ahead, maybe look for a Herald at that. Right now though, tying up potentially the end. No flash from that gank earlier.
Peekaboo. Great Arctic Assault though. Loyen not level 6. They all in. Cube trying to play the distractor here as he gets locked up. Zeka does his damage, gets out of there as well. Zeka, excuse me. So the 2v2 in top lane, nothing else happens, and Scout just continues to get bullied out here in the mid lane. So a great attempt here from Tarzan, who continues trying to be aggressive up in that enemy jungle. We get a bit of a flash down at the bottom lane. Not sure what happened on our screen. Not sure if people saw that, but we're apparently in the matrix of how badly bottom lane is as well.
Yeah, it's just like bump it into the replay. But it's not a replay, it's live. And it's just up getting bullied. Oh, that was really unfortunate for the side of Assume to not stop the recall, but also he's going to crash the wave anyway. I'm not sure he's really too fussed about it. Said, LNG, I expect them to probably still pick up this first Herald, though the reset timings from RA do suggest if they really wanted to, they could look to contest this, but I don't think it's going to be the case. Leon is on his Raptors, not really looking to be fighting right now. So we'll see if there's maybe some kind of cross map towards the bottom side, but LNG will pick this objective up for free, and we'll see where exactly they want to put it, because, you know, options across the board are kind of try and get up back into the game, advance Scout into a gold threshold where he's getting that rower super early, or, you know, up in the top side. Zika has a massive 20 CS lead almost, so trying to push him further ahead might not be too terrible an idea either. So LNG options on that Herald, pretty wide standing, shall we say. On the bottom side, Leon is trying to get some of the counter jungle back, but Up's going to fuss him.
But again, this is what Leon's been doing all game. Smite finds it. The blue buff invade yet again. Part 2 works out as Tarzan goes to the ulti. Glacial Prison with a lockdown. Soulflare flashed away. There's no Merc Treads there, but it's still enough. Bramble Smash pile on top. Hung going in. That's into 4 people, but maybe it sets up Scout, who gets his first kill of the game. As he flashes away, RA are on the chase. Poke not there, but the sapling still follows through the shock blast. Could nail his doom down. Needs a bit of help from LP to make sure it doesn't go further. And it ends up being a 1-for-1 trade despite Hung being too much of a chat. Okay, hang on, pause on that. Zeka flashing away. Alright, big man at the top lane was like, I'm gonna ulti, but then immediately regret his decision.
Yeah, I think the thought process is that I don't want to get ulted to Narnia away from the lane, so just getting the flash out to deny Cube the angle, but yeah, Ultimate comes in, Soulflare just a split second too late to get a chain CC going. Even if they do, I don't know if they'll really burst down Leon there, but yeah, this engage from Hong was a little overzealous to say the least, but they do pick up Southwind for it. And the kill credit does go to Scout, so that's going to be gold to the good, getting him towards that first mythic. As okay, engage.
James Corruption to follow up as well. Hung started this off, but LP just doesn't have the damage, it seems. Hung trying to finish the kill himself, but Southman now out of range. As Assume cleans up the rest. And look, an attempt yet again, but the summoners that it cost for LNG's bottom lane is starting to hurt more and more here, Jamada, because now it's 30 CS down. You have to back away with another wave that'll be pushed in. Look how much more CS LP's about to lose.
Yeah, it's a lot of gold to be down in a Varus lane, and you know, a lane that which typically you'd expect to see, you know, at very least stay even in CS, AD carry to AD carry. So far, Aria just had the better of this 2v2 down on the bottom side. Scout will at least pick up this wave, so it's not going to go entirely to, I don't know, where does the gold go when it just dies?
Oh, hang on. We cancelled actually. Assume might be in a bit of trouble. Scout might only be level 9, but still has enough AP to threaten.
And there's like a treasury of gold. Sorry to derail you.
No, you're right. There is.
I think I'm asking the important questions here.
I think you need to understand that there's a lot more to this game. People don't think there's an offshore facility for Aphelios. People wonder how he gets his items. As Zika, not going to be able to stop that back TP that comes through. Now, I want to mention this is going to be a fight because Luryen has his ultimate available. Strive trying to poke him down. Southwood coming through as well. Surely you have the guts, but maybe with LP there and your Siva only coming back to lane, you're just going to leave it for now, letting LNG equal out.
I've got to say, LNG kind of get away with murder securing that dragon, to be honest with you, because Assume already has his Kraken Slayer, whereas LP is working with, I think it was a Vamp Set for Longsword and tier 2 boots. So the stat difference is kind of crazy. So for LNG to walk away with the neutral and just stop a potential early soul coming out, that's definitely very huge for them. So credit to them for seeing the brief window on that reset timing from RA's bottom lane to ensure that they have enough time to secure the objective. I feel like you just try and 50-50 that, but didn't want to give over his life.
Maybe smart, you know, maybe it's smart. We've talked a lot about the early, and we've talked a lot about, I guess, RA setting up into this game, and they are pretty set up, right? We've already talked about the CS difference, the item difference you mentioned with Assume there as well. LNG getting these small moments where, yeah, they are getting away with murder, right? So Herald was another one, using some of those timing windows pretty well. And that Herald that also is going to get Scout gold, question mark? No. Actually, only to Tarzan, and the plate wasn't 2, it was single. Now can they translate it into the bottom lane's a question. LP without a flash, but Chance Corruption there. Nature's Grasp flies through, that's just for Hung, with a little bit of spice for Tarzan as well. Loyan stopping the potential dive.
Just being there, just playing bodyguard, ensuring that, you say, no dive comes through. Okay, that's an all-out from Q.
Just these things again, eh? How good is this champion? Well, Strive is going to come and interrupt the 1v1. We never get to know if Q could do this by himself, because Strive will add a kill to his repertoire. 2-0 start for Jace, and it was nicely done for Cube to kick it off.
Yeah, spoiler alert. Casante's pretty broken. I think he would have won the 1v1 anyway. But Strive gets the kill credit for himself, and he's going to feel quite happy about that one. Jace as well. No slouch in the scaling department, and especially once you hit that Eclipse, I think a lot of people sleep on how much burst damage is available to Jace, even before he hits the Mirror Mana. Just face-checking into him. If we see that happen on the side of perhaps LP, maybe even Scout for now. He does have his Roa. I'd certainly be surprised at how quickly he will remove the health bar of enemy champions with just that first mythic pickup before the tier stacked.
Early, isn't it? Like that Rod of Ages, again, it's been there since 11, 12 minutes, and especially in a Jace lane, Jamada. A lot of the times we've seen Jace, you know, bully this lane. It's been a great response. We've seen a couple of mid Jace so far in the LPL, but just generally in solo queue. Kassadin shouldn't be this comfortable. And when I say comfortable, I mean not dying, not down 30, 40 CS instead.
Yeah, I think the fact that Scout is where he, excuse me, is where he is at 14 minutes. Definitely credit to him for not getting bullied out. I feel like RA as a whole didn't really focus on trying to set him behind either, so it does definitely help, and you can always spec in rune-wise and things like that to just survive through the lane. And of course, Roa is so damn cheap, so I think it's 2.7k, if memory serves me right. It's in that realm. It's not crazy expensive.
But and you know, we did see Strive bully him out a little bit, like to give him credit, but yeah, again, they didn't capitalize it like you hit on that point, because in draft we were talking about Scout being a really great condition in, you know, how side lanes can be played. Deacons there as well. Tarzan might be coming in. Strive might be the one getting bullied now with an Arctic Assault. Flash is going to be burned, but guess what? Permafrost with double melee champions. Press W as a Renekton and make it so. There's a shutdown. Crikey. 1-0 start for Zika as he gets sidelined as well.
Yeah, exactly. And real nice from Tarzan just to get the double passive proc there to lock down Strive for longer, maximize the DPS, and ensure that Zika can get there in time to just add to the amount of CC thrown on top of the Jace's head. Now this will be this tier 1 on the bottom side picked up, so a whole bunch of gold just injected into this Renekton. Almost 1,000 basically, you think about it. The kill, it was a shutdown plus the tower. He is doing mighty damn fine for himself. It was counted out by that Rift Herald on the top side, so we'll see whether or not RA can potentially capitalize on the back of maybe a positive skirmish off this next Dragon Spawn in around 50 seconds time. But for now, that's going to feel like a massive upswing in gold for LNG.
Especially if Scout gets his turret too, right? He has the TP available. Next wave crushing in. Strive is the only one to match him, but the question of whether he'll be there in time might be answered shortly. Hung is hovering around just in case he's turned into a 2-3 man. So he'll back away now to get there in time. Shimada, 30 seconds with the Dragon you mentioned, and first items have been picked up by LNG. LP now has his Immortal Shield Bow with the on-hit Varus coming up. Zika, we already talked about Tarzan there with the Radiant Virtue too. So they do have the ability to match this, as it seems like they are pretty interested in the contest.
Yeah, I mean, items even across the board. They're using the Herald RA just try and levy some pressure in the mid lane. Maybe the tower if they can rock the Demolish proc from Cube, but looks like LNG are just about going to be able to stave off the full-on attempt, and RA weren't really too interested in fully committing to the tower either. And now I think they should have first move to the river as well. Wave clear from Assume is great, but look at this. Zika's on the flank, and he's almost entirely unknown to RA right now. They've got that sapling, which is going to play information blocker.
But here he comes. I mean, this is like being at Taronga Zoo. The crocodiles, they lurk around you and then they snap. Even though you're behind a fence, you're still safe. But for LNG, they're deciding to break it down and get through to the other side. Zika getting low, but he's taken so much damage as Cube tries to abuse Season 13, and he might have done so unless Scout is able to follow through, which we all know the answer is yes to. LP following it up, and that is destruction incarnate with a 3-for-1 in LNG's favor.
Don't feed the crocodiles. RA did not read the signs there, and they couldn't quite deal with that flank from Zika. Even though he's the only one that drops from LNG, he's one that deals the most damage to this team fight for RA's perspective. And now LNG, they'll pick up that dragon really nicely full out, because RA had a lot of decent setup walking into the river. Having that first move there, that would have been a very difficult fight to try and take head on. But the solar flare is great. It locks down Assume. He has to cleanse, flash away. He's in a position where he can't really put out the damage he wants to, and then just look at Zika getting all of this AoE damage out. Empowered Cold Meek, Gore Drinker in the middle of so many, whilst LP is basically free to just auto attack everyone else on RA at his leisure.
I hate the start they did. Like on the other side, it's like, man, Zika's positioning great, and Cube just rattling away, you know, miniature Aurelia.
Dude, it's so silly.
Again, doesn't take much damage.
It is so silly. I mean, not to like, you know, the cast the cliche. I'm talking about my solo queue games here. Like, I remember learning Cassante just, you know, because I knew he was going to be a prevalent champion for Season 13. And anytime I did something silly, I just thought to myself, man, this champion is so damn broken. How is it going to get to life like this? And it just basically didn't get any nerfs until, I think, like the hotfix 13.1b, really? I think the 13.1 patch wasn't really that heavy.
But you know as well, like you're speaking of that, Aurelian Soul, I've just seen 3 days till it gets released. I don't know if you've seen it, everyone knows, you know, the Vandal channel, shout out. And the Aurelian Soul on neutrals, like it's just ridiculous, the new ultimate. I think it was like a 3-second Baron. So
yeah,
I'm hoping that gets fixed as well.
Yeah, sounds good.
Because it does sounds very nice. As Scout can't be chased here. We talked about it a little bit before. Hard to chase up a Cassidy. Is right now nothing up and available for a minute. That's when Baron comes through, but they're looking for Tarzan. Loyen stealing away the big Krug. Bit of a shame. But what else can they find? Tarzan going to be the target of Scout now. Wonders if he should go Bramble Smash. And the Nature's Grasp, the flash away. And just like that, now LNG looking for the turn. They've used everything to try and kill this big Peppa Pig. But unfortunately, Peppa Pig can't be stopped.
Yeah, big boar. Tarzan is unable to be taken down. And LNG, honestly, a little bit unfortunate this skirmish doesn't happen 30 seconds later for them, because it's a potential Baron angle. You take down Leon, you take down Assume. Arguably the most, no, unarguably the most fed member of RA right now. Definitely a good window. They can't find Strive on the back end, trying to reset. RA just kind of overstep, poking and prodding, maybe just looking for that top tier 1. Not really having too much else to play for. It's like on the bottom side, it's Q taking that tier 1 on the bottom side of the map. So trades out a little bit for himself in the side lane, but still pretty much a full item down. Zika has himself a Black Cleaver already.
So,
LNG just
Jamada, let me ask you a little bit about scaling here, because I think it's an important question before we get to these next objective fights, right? We know Cassidy scales out of the world, but we also see a Sivir, an Enchanter by his side. There's a decent front line as well, where you look at the side of LNG, like their front line in the Leon is going to take a little bit to get going. We know Renekton is more of a bruiser, right? The Sejuani too, the ability here to kind of being damaged down by people like Loyan, who does have the demonic rays. Walk me through your thoughts about how this game kind of progresses, and if there's a scaling advantage you like.
Yeah, I mean, I think for me, it's kind of tricky. I think if you straight up play front to back, then I feel like you definitely favor RA, but if you start to factor in all of the other things that are variable to League of Legends teamfights, flank angles, I think if Scout ever gets clean backline access to assume Southwind, even Strive to a degree, as almost actually not going to get blocked for Hong. That's kind of unlucky. High ground, low ground there, playing its very fun part. But yeah, I think if Scout gets that back line access, then yeah, I feel like Ari really struggled to deal with him. I think there's just not really enough consistent lockdown. Sure, you've always got Twisted Advance, but I feel like Scout's not really going to care. He's also opting in, I would imagine, to a Zonya's third item as well, as he's got that stopwatch in inventory. I think stopwatch from runes, but then he's probably just going to spec into it third, just because he can. It's a cheaper option in the immediate, and I think, honestly, looking for a flank, trying to blow someone up, and then just buying those 2.5 extra seconds of time is going to allow the rest of LNG to reposition and just try and play around those flanks. And speaking of flanks, you can't really forget about Zika either. He's already had one very strong flank on the previous Dragon fight. So I think that's the angle that LNG really want to look towards. If they can play more in the kind of a pincer manner, right, allow Scout and Zika to have backline access, then I think teamfights are fine. If Ari can try and keep it uniform and front to back, then I think the scaling kind of leans a little more towards them. But it is really going to be about how both these teams can manage each other and try and get the most optimal teamfight out of their team compositions.
All right, I like that though. Pincer movement for an LNG, front to back here from RA. Flash is already burned. Loyan, all for the blue buff, decided that his Flash should be on cooldown for today. Well, I don't, because Dragon's coming up.
Look, you have to let the moments happen, you know? And sometimes you see something you don't agree with, and you've just got to take it on the chin.
Okay.
You know what? You might be
I can work with that as well, dude. Look, but the problem is, now no Flash available.
Oh.
Got Smite at the very least, and as Midway clears out, Scout's just not here. Moving into Dragon, there's the Nature Grass once again. Tarzan being zoned off, now the burst down. Not stolen, but RA now the escape needs to come through. Their second Dragon's at worth the cost. Hung is in the back line by himself. Loyan first to die. Hung almost thriving here. And speaking of RA, utilizing their Cassante and Cube to try and find another angle. LNG have come out of this with a kill, but it was for the Dragon. Now does it go into something else?
I think they might be angling for the Baron here. The problem there for LNG was that Scout wasn't quite level 16. And I actually called out. I thought that one kill would actually give him that level 16. Now that he's gone through the mid wave, he's got it. And now RA with no jungler, they've got to face check into this. And this is going to be very scary, because you can already see Scout is just waiting for a commitment from RA. He knows as soon as they walk forward, he can just walk over the wall. And if he has to reposition...
Scary, man. Zika doing the same. The sandwich press you talked about. I love a good toasty, but this one's melting out the side. First down with Strive. Next down with the sickness that is Southwind. And third Cube without an ultimate. RA walked into the trap, but there was no fishhead man from Star Wars to warn them about it. And therefore LNG walk away as 5. A damaged 5, but still 5 strong.
Yeah, RA, they tried to assault the Death Star, and unfortunately, they don't have enough starships to really walk into this one comfortably. Scout, as again, just so easy to attack the backline there. Just has to wait for RA to commit far enough, and honestly, it's the rest of LNG that end up cleaning up house on the top side of the fight, while Scout eventually advances forward on the bottom side. Teleport in, full resource bar. Even both the solo laners dead. That should be LNG picking up this Baron. Now they lead the game. Over 5,000 gold, just about 5,000. And I'm sure they will try and strip away whatever towers remain outside of the base. But you can see here, Strive just steps too far forward with his poke. Simple as that. Gets dropped by the rest of LNG. And on the bottom side of the fight here, Scout, again, if he gets clean backline access like this, he's going to blow up Southwind. He's going to blow up Asu. In this case, he was able to just buy enough time for the rest of LNG to show up to kill Cube. And now with Baron on toe, Hysterics, I feel like they're going to take all of these inner towers at the very least.
Oh yeah, man. You talk about side lane access early in the game. And now we're going to see it come into reality with Scout, who's just been blowing people up. You mentioned it before, but Zonya's Hourglass now picked up the versatility to do things like this. Yeah, whatever, I'm in, I'm out. LNG, there's one outer turret for the making. Inner's now exposed in every single lane. Wave pushing up, you can see in the bottom side. Looks like we got a slow push building up in the top side as well. And LNG right now, playing between space, trying to draw RA in. What is an obvious trap in these side lanes?
Definitely. RA just needs to turtle the best they can. Right now, the wave's working for them quite well. I think it's going to be about how they respond to this mid wave as it comes in now, and whether or not LNG can try and deny access. Specifically Bot 2, but he's going to be able to walk through. So defense going well right now for RA. LNG really needs to try and catch one of these RA members on the rotation. Maybe they can send full numbers down to Cube. I feel like it just takes too long to dive. They will eventually pick up this tier 2 though. RA stretched a little bit too thin. And LNG just playing the numbers well enough to secure that out inner bottom side of the map. Let's see if they can get this mid lane tier 2 as well. Still got a little bit over 60 minutes, 60 seconds.
Okay,
left,
yeah, 60 minutes. Cassidy hits level 26. Yeah, I get you. But
yeah, it's
Scout's the one that sent that up, right? And as mid pushes in, now starts working in on the top side. Remember, bit of a slow push that built up there, and LB moves back over to mid. Zika's still here, so spreading them thin was a nice touch. RA are now just trying to continue this turtle when they're down almost 8,000 gold at 26 minutes in the game. And remember, this Baron has 45 seconds to go. That'll lead directly to the next dragon, with LNG probably having given more of an advantage. And as I'm talking now, chance of corruption come through. That's just the threat. That might be enough to still open up yet another inner turret.
Threat of that engage just sends RA far enough back that tower can come through. So just looking for this, but Team's in the wings.
Gonna buy time, but Zika, your team's not nearby. Southwind here, but missing the Q. Now, you know what? When I said no time, forget me. Q might survive for now, but look, the rest of the team is flying through, and Scout is the pupper with the mask who says no. TP's gonna come in instead, and LNG just back away off the back of that. So the Baron assault stops. They still get inner turret through the mid lane, but Zika maybe a bit too harpy.
Zika, even though he individually oversteps, the rest of LNG, again, like really good discipline. As soon as they see that teleport come down, even though they know they could probably win that fight, taking the coin flip chance of a 5v4 right before this dragon spawns, what's the point when you know you can probably just back away and secure the dragon anyway? So even though they were seeing a couple of individual oversteps from LNG, as a unit, they're still making the correct choices to ensure they're securing some of these objectives. So RA, a bit of a moment to breathe. They do lose all of their inner towers, but I think considering where LNG are in terms of the game state right now, with having such a powerful Cassidy, with Zika being so powerful on the side lane as well, so strong and hard to deal with, you need 2-3 members really to cut through the health bar in a reasonable amount of time. I think you can call that a fairly successful Baron defense, just on the grounds of not having their base cracked open.
Well, then it will go to the next fight. It'll go to the Dragon Soul that comes through in about 4 minutes 50. You'll go to the next Baron in 2 minutes as well. By that time, we'll have a Void Staff here on Scout. A probably third item for Tarzan, who was already impenetrable as that boar. You look on the other side. We've got 3 items Sivir. Okay, Assume is definitely a condition here, Jamada. I feel like we've been talking about him being ahead of the curve the whole game as he still holds the CS mark. But dude, it's already been so hard to watch him survive against people like Scout, against Zika, Tarzan too. I still don't know how he's going to survive and do the DPS that's required.
Maybe a Scout oversteps a little bit, but I mean, he's so strong, so mobile.
Strive has gone all in for this. I mean, Scout and Hung both went fully in. You know what? Forget the question, because the Scout goes in, the rest of the team like, nope, forget it. And that's how LNG throw the game.
I guess so. LNG just, you know, the whole disciplinary, yeah, forget that for a second. They just feel like maybe RA deserve a bit more of a chance. And Asum really easily set up. No one really able to touch him, and Cube doing a nice job of just ensuring he can lock down Scout. Keep your eyes on that, honestly, for the rest of the game. Cube can definitely, to a point, keep Scout kind of under control with the all-out, just trying to CC him really far away, perhaps, if he can get the angle onto a wall. But right now, talking about the repercussions of that team fight, RA now have control of this topside jungle. I think They do have quite a few wards still. Southwind's just reset, so he's coming out to try and set some of that up. Let's get a replay look of what actually went down here. Because Scout, I think he actually rip-talks into a sapling, which is why he takes so much damage. Hong just goes too far, too quickly, and the rest of LNG aren't able to actually respond at all. See as well, LP was actually held up on the top side of the fight, wasn't able to advance forward over the rest of LNG to provide some DPS, and Scout kind of a victim of Hong's over-aggressiveness, trying to see if he can find anything off the back of it. Now all of a sudden, RA have a fair amount of control on this top side of the map, and LNG kind of have to check into a fair amount of vision. We'll see how scared they are, but again, Assume is very, very powerful. There's a deep teleport ward available for the Renekton if he wants it, and he's going to use it, so let's see how this one goes.
But remember, that's going to be an award as well, so they know. Scout goes in, Southwind now to the left. You can see tunneling through this choke, but for LNG, that's right where they want them. Scout has to flash back over the wall as things not going as clean as you thought. Hung goes in the back line as Cube is doing Casante things. Flip them! Those burgers don't cook themselves. Cube will die in the end, but Scout looks like he's been to McDonald's before. LNG will find the fight. 4 people dead. It was messy, but I think they'll take it.
Yeah, I think they will, and unfortunately, it's RA that are getting cooked in the choke yet again, just getting flanked on multiple angles. Zika on one side, Scout able to dip and weave over the wall. And this should just be game. Death timer's a little bit too long here. RA get caught out. They had position. They got that 1 pick or the 2 picks in that team fight just before. Thought maybe they'd have a little bit more control, but LNG are just too damn strong. Scout, too many items. And LNG,
well,
they'll win out on that pizza.
There's 4 people on a turret. First one's going to drop. Next turret number 2 will follow through. Southwind running. Flash going to be burnt, but they move him away from the Nexus. The Scout just takes his free food. Onto Luya next, who tries to save it. Nexus needs to be the priority, but no, the damage still good enough. And as it goes down, LNG with the game 1 win. It wasn't stunning, but it was enough to make us say good job.
Hey, I mean, at the end of the day, they saw the victory screens, so it may not have been the cleanest game in the world, but they still take down RA in dominant enough fashion, I feel. What we would kind of expect from this LNG lineup, and I think a fair amount to leave that game with in terms of information and how they should probably look to try and play their game number 2 here into RA, because definitely a couple of very easy to clean up mistakes going on, and I think a lot of it based on individual over-aggression, which is what we didn't quite see in their RNG series. Yeah. So I think they clean that up, and the game overall just looks a lot cleaner for them.
Yeah, look, honestly, you know, what we saw was like that, I guess a better read this time around, and they're not willing to sit on their elbows. I don't think that's a phrase, but definitely from a TV show. But for RA on the other side, the individual lane identity that we got through in that game was great, but it didn't extend Jamata. It didn't extend through, you know, the 3rd, 4th Dragon. Bit of a shame considering that RA have shown real great signs of, I guess, individual strength. I'm talking about people like Luyan, Cube. In that game, even on Casante, I think Cube was fantastic. Cube was definitely a driving force. But unfortunately, what we saw was not the clean fights coming through. As you can see, the fact that he did almost more damage than a Jace, that tells you something, surely.
Maybe just a little bit. I don't want to make grand assumptions here, Hysterics. But yeah, I think for RA, a lot to walk away and think on in that game number 1, and I think realistically a lot of it comes from, like you just said, right, a lot of that early lane dominance, trying to actually transfer that into a consistent snowball. And I think a lot of it goes back to that 2nd dragon. I think the fact that they gave up that 2nd dragon and then they kind of lost that early potential of a snowball to a soul, and I think that's the kind of timer you need to try and put on LNG so that they're pressured to be ready for a fight at 3rd or 4th dragon. I think the fact that they lost that by giving up that 2nd dragon really made them lose a fair amount of pressure, because the Herald that they did get on the 2nd spawn up around, it felt like they didn't really get much out of it either. So I think if they're going to make cross maps like that, or, you know, decisions to give up these neutrals, it has to come with good reason to the rest of the game as it unfolds, because I think giving that much freedom to LNG was honestly a mistake they couldn't afford to make.
Yeah, getting away with, like, yeah, I guess dotting the I's, crossing the T's, what it comes down to as well. Scout gets MVP, by the way, if you're wondering, but yeah, I couldn't agree more with LNG getting these small windows that they were easily able to turn into a very successful Kassadin, a very successful Sejuani. You know, I feel like Tarzan did a lot of heavy lifting here as well, but a shout out to Scout, who decided to play a champion that at level 16 doesn't really fall anywhere, except on the enemy's faces. So good job, I guess. Jamata, another Kassadin game. But yeah, I think Scout was pretty clean. Even within the lane, there wasn't as much given away as maybe there would be from another player.
Yeah, definitely. I think the fact that he was able to come out of the laning phase with so little a deficit, really, I wouldn't even call that a deficit. It's one of those things where, like, sure, flat numbers, technically a deficit. Game state, is it really a deficit if you match mythic timing with an enemy lane bully in Jace as Kassadin?
True.
No, not really. So, yeah, Scout just piloting that one to nothing short of clinical success, and he was a major reason as to why RA had to be so scared in so many of those team fights.
Again, RA, you know, showing glimpses within the lanes. But yeah, the team fights came through and it was LNG all the time. As ladies and gentlemen, we're going to be going into game 2 right after this short break to catch you back up to speed here for our second match of tonight.
Top side as well. Breed trying so desperately to get something going. There is the grand challenge. All 3 procs.
Oh, the flash!
Oh, flash for flash.
One
Not
more
quite able
kill.
to get it.
Oh!
Kim! You should know me. For Sivir and for Jace. So you're going to see a little bit of movement there. Actually, as well as that, Ruler has his. Yagao taking a first chunk there. They're going to look to try and go for it. Oh, the bait and switch. Elk does get out of it, though, in time. They're going to try and take down Kanavi as he's taking a fair chunk. Good kiting so far. They need to kill the minion waves, though. 10 seconds left, and they have to try and make sure this turret does not fall. Here we go, Bin.
Oh!
He gets scattered, and he's weak at the knees because he just can't kill him.
He still
off.
got
Never mind.
missing.
He still got missing as a trade of 1-for-1. This is desperation, but Yagao is dead. Ruler with the triple. Ruler looking for the quadra, and Ruler is looking to stamp his authority on this league.
Give him the penta.
Quadra kill for Ruler, and on says welcome as the pentakill goes to Ruler. And now they're moving forward. Those saplings are doing so much. Bin goes in. He's feeling a little bit impatient. They're going to try and get the needlework, but Ruler gets untouched down top of it. There they go. JDG back at the top of it. Ruler gets caught out. Ruler is dead. The president is down. And now the rest of the fight can really ensue. Knight does get a kill on the backside of this one here. It's all on Zeri. It's all on Elk. These health bars are so low, but this cat is doing everything to keep them alive. One more dead. It's all on Elk. He gets another one. Elk is popping off. And Elk is keeping BLG alive!
Shanji's found Gala. That's a big rush over the wall. Gala does not survive, though. And OMG, they're coming to town, and they're cleaning house. Wait, look at Breathe. Do they have any TPs to respond to this? Breathe can TP back, but they're going to go ahead and initiate the 2 bags. Breathe is on.
He does a lot of damage.
He's doing so much work. TP
I don't think that turret's going to stay there.
TP is wasted. Are they going to finish it? No. No, Breathe. He's not going to be able to be stopped. And
They're not going to get back
game
from
2.
himself.
That's the series. RNG. This is King TN. Get a nice little engagement in Shy. And he's going for the all-in here. He's gone all out. A lot of damage on the Shy. It's a 1v1. The execution. Is it there for the Shy? He misses the spear. And the Shy. Is he going to go to the solo bolo? He's got to get out of there. Get the execution. And the Shy is Giga Shy unlocked.
Stop playing with my heart right now. Girl, I need you in my life right now. Though I'm all tied up, need your love right now. Stop playing with my heart right now. Girl, I need you in my life right now. Though I'm all tied up, need your love right now. No, I'm balling out, yeah. But my heart plays loud, yeah. And I'm all freaked out, cause I got nothing to say to you. But will I be down, yeah, when you come around, yeah. So let's get right down, cause we ain't got much time. And every time you hold me, I think about the times that I was lonely. Keep reminiscing about how you the only one that makes me wanna look into your eyes and say, stop playing with my heart right now. Girl, I need you in my life right now. Though I'm all tied up, need your love right now. Stop playing with my heart right now. Girl, I need you in my life right now. Though I'm all tied up, need your love right now. Yeah, we
could take time to work things out, oh yeah. But I want you in my life so we could have each other, yeah. I know it seems hard to shine, but you're a million stars at all the same time, yeah. And you know I really mean it. And every time you hold me, I think about the times that I was lonely. Keep reminiscing about how you the only one that makes me wanna look into your eyes and say, stop playing with my heart right now. Girl, I need you in my life right now. Though I'm all tied up, need your love right now. Stop playing with my heart right now. Girl, I need you in my life right now. Though I'm all tied up, need your love right now.
Different energies I bring, only sickness I fling. Bad like Gustavo Fring, can't try not a ting. Flyboy, I got the wings, and they can't keep up with me, dog. That's why all that I bring is wins. And they wanna hold me back, never doubt I'm a king. When they grab Mike and a chap on the ting, I don't wanna hear no talk from jokers. Say you got waves, I'll split that like Moses. The way that I catch it is flawless, it's awkward, cause they can't do it when they talk up. I don't wanna hear that ever. Stay on the ground like Cellar, they know man shell off. Feel man trying to get ahead of me. They should've known they ain't really got the energy. I got the energy. Run laps and laps round them, they ain't even got no energy. So that means no power. They don't wanna be my enemy. That might end up in a penalty. I got a different energy, no matter what I encounter. No, I got the energy. Run laps and laps round them, they ain't even got no energy. So that means no power. They don't wanna be my enemy. That might end up in a penalty. I got a different energy, no matter what I encounter. No, I got the energies. I got the energies. I got the energy. Run laps and laps round them, they ain't even got no energy. So that means no power. They don't wanna be my enemy. That might end up in a penalty. I got a different energy, no matter what I encounter. No, I got the energy. Run laps and laps round them, they ain't even got no energy. So that means no power. They don't wanna be my enemy. That might end up in a penalty. I got a different energy, no matter what I encounter. No, I got the energy. They ain't even got no energy. They don't wanna be my enemy. I got a different energy. I got a different energy.
Topside as well, Bree trying so desperately to get something going. There is the grand challenge. All three procs.
Oh, the flash!
Oh, flash for flash.
One
Not
more
quite able
kill.
to get it.
Oh!
Kim! You should know me. For Sivir and for Jace, so you're going to see a little bit of movement there. Actually, as well as that, Ruler has his. Yagao taking a first chunk there. They're going to look to try and go for it. Oh, the bait and switch. Elf does get out of it, though, in time. They're going to try and take down Kanavi as he's taking a fair chunk. Good kiting so far. They need to kill the minion waves, though. 10 seconds left, and they have to try and make sure this turret does not fall. Here we go, Bin.
Oh!
He gets scattered, and he's weak at the knees because he just can't kill him.
He still got missing.
He still got missing as a trader 1-for-1. This is desperation, but Yagao is dead. Ruler with the triple. Ruler looking for the quadra, and Ruler is looking to stamp his authority on this league.
Give him the
quadra
penta.
kill for Ruler, and On says welcome as the pentakill goes to Ruler. And now now they're moving forward. Those saplings are doing so much. Bin goes in. He's feeling a little bit impatient. They're going to try and get the needlework, but Ruler gets untouched out top of it. There they go.
Ruler's
JDG
going.
back at the top of it. Ruler gets caught out. Ruler is dead. The president is down. And now the rest of the fight can really ensue. Knight does get a kill on the backside of this one here. It's all on Zeri. It's all on Elk. These health bars are so low, but this cat is doing everything to keep them alive. One more dead. It's all on Elk. He gets another one. Elk is popping off, and Elk is keeping BLG alive.
Sanji's found Gala. That's a big rush over the wall. Gala does not survive though. And OMG, they're coming to town and they're cleaning house. Wait, look at Breathe. Do they have any TPs to respond to this? Cream gets TP back, but they're gonna go ahead and initiate the two bags. Breathe is on.
He does
the
a
Nexus
lot of
powers.
damage.
He's doing so much work. TP
I don't
is
think that car's gonna stay there.
TP is wasted. Are they gonna finish it? No. No, Breathe. He's not going to be able to be stopped. And
They're
that's
not gonna
just
get back
game
to
two.
Michelle.
That's the series. RNG. This is King Tien. Get a nice little engagement on the Shy and going for the all-in here. He's gone all out. A lot of damage on the Shy. It's a 1v1. The execution. Is it there for the Shy? He misses the spear. And the Shy. Is he going to go to the solo bolo? He's got to get out of there. He gets the execution. And the Shy is Giga Shy unlocked.
Top side as well. Breed trying so desperately to get something going. There is the grand challenge. All three procs.
Oh, the flash!
Oh, flash for flash.
One
Not
more
quite able
kill.
to get it.
Oh!
Kim! You should know me. For Sivir and for Jace, so you're going to see a little bit of movement there. Actually, as well as that, Ruler has his. Yagao taking a first chunk there. They're going to look to try and go for it. Oh, the bait and switch. Elk does get out of it, though, in time. They're going to try and take down Kanavi as he's taking a fair chunk. Good kiting so far. They need to kill the minion waves, though. 10 seconds left, and they have to try and make sure this turret does not fall. Here we go, Bin. He gets scattered, and he's weak at the knees because he just can't kill him. He still got missing. He still got missing as a trade of 1-for-1. This is desperation, but Yagao is dead. Ruler with the triple. Ruler looking for the quadra, and Ruler is looking to stamp his authority on this league.
Give him the
quadra kill for Ruler, and on says welcome as the pentakill goes to Ruler. And now they're moving forward. Those saplings are doing so much. Bin goes in. He's feeling a little bit impatient. They're going to try and get the needlework, but Ruler gets untouched out top of it. There they go. JDG back at the top of it. Ruler gets caught out. Ruler is dead. The president is down. And now the rest of the fight can really ensue. Knight does get a kill on the backside of this one here. It's all on Zeri. It's all on Elk. These health bars are so low, but this cat is doing everything to keep them alive. One more dead. It's all on Elk. He gets another one. Elk is popping off, and Elk is keeping BLG alive.
Sanji's found Gala. That's a big rush over the wall. Gala does not survive though. And OMG, they're coming to town and they're cleaning house. Wait, look at Breathe. Do they have any TPs to respond to this? Cream gets TP back, but they're gonna go ahead and initiate the two bags. Breathe is on.
He does
the
a
Nexus
lot of
powers.
damage.
He's doing so much work. TP
I don't
is
think that car's gonna stay there.
TP is wasted.
gone.
Are they gonna finish it? No. No, Breathe. He's not going to be able to be stopped. And that's
not gonna
just
get back
game
to
two.
Michelle.
That's the series. RNG. This is King Tien. Get a nice little engagement on the Shy and going for the all-in here. He's gone all out. A lot of damage on the Shy. It's a 1v1. The execution. Is it there for the Shy? He misses the spear. And the Shy. Is he going to go to the solo bolo? He's got to get out of there. He gets the execution. And the Shy is Giga Shy unlocked.
Here we go. 1, 2, 3, 4. I don't really care about like all them fancy things. Never had a lust for cars or sparkly diamond rings. I don't really care about them platinum studded boys that run around the whole damn town just showing off the toys. Like do-si-do, I'm ready to go. Been a damn long week, it's time for the show. Call my girls like, ooh, don't you know? I'm with my girls, yeah, my girls. We've been working all day. It's time to dance the night away. I'm with my girls, yeah, my girls. We got records to play, so come let's dance the night away. Come on, like do-si-do, we ready to
面对曾经的老东家 RA 的话，感觉 Q 补和乐言他们最近状态都很好，然后也发挥的很不错。就希望下一场遇到他们，我也能发挥的很好，然后就打一场精彩的比赛吧。加入 LNG 这个大家庭的话，感觉就心情什么都很好，然后训练啊什么的也没有遇到很困难的事情，就各方面都很好。
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the LPL. My name is Serix. I'm joined by Jamada. There has been a delay, obviously, on your screens. On the English broadcast side, we just finished off the first game. Second game on the Chinese side, I believe it hasn't started and is still delayed. Therefore, we are up to speed. However, there has been discussions behind the scenes. There is nothing official to announce as of yet, but there has been a delay of some sort. So, Jamada, we're just waiting for news. See if there's an update. We're not quite sure what happened on the second game side, but it is something that is currently being discussed. So just bear with us. We'll give you updates as we find them out. But we can at least talk a little bit about game number 1 and Jamada and what we saw from LNG. You know, we talked a lot about their, I guess, less patient game, more about their willingness to initiate. And I think we kind of saw the best of Scout and Tarzan and how they pieced together the bits in a lot of those skirmishes in the first game.
Yeah, definitely. I think, repetition is something I often like, but again, like discipline, I think always will be the key word, at least, moving series to series into this one for LNG. And I think by and large, they showed that. And like you said, I think a lot of that came through Tarzan and specifically through Scout in this game. Too difficult, really, to really manage all of the flanking potential coming out from the Kassadin on RA side. I think it was just not really a lot to even be able to lock down either. There wasn't really a lot of hard CC. There wasn't really a lot of utility tools either to stop Scout from playing his game on Kassadin. And there wasn't a lot of focus in the early game. And I think that gave Scout so much freedom, so much happiness to just not only, farm up for free, but also look for the angles a lot easier. And I think Tarzan as well really supplemented a lot of that just by playing, defense on any time that RA were being aggressive, but also looking to be, timely aggressive when it made sense. Unfortunately, Hong didn't quite get that memo throughout a lot of this game. But Tarzan and Scout definitely, as the duo, were the ones that were, holding up that specific mantle for LNG in this game 1.
Yeah, again, like it's sad to watch Hung go in, but also great because I think that's what makes Hung such a unique player, as we've seen in the past. His willingness to engage, and sometimes that's to a detriment. Reminds me of people like Mark. I think Chua's someone who's done the same. Sword Art in his prime was kind of like that as well. There's some great players in the LPL that kind of follow after their 80 carries. Mark with Jackie Love is also a great example together. But we are waiting for an update onto this game. Game number 2, I believe, of RA versus LNG still will be going ahead. Then after that, we go into EDG versus RNG. Now, our match of the week this week was BLG versus Weibo. That was yesterday night, brought to you by Munchables and Lyric. But Jamada, EDG, RNG a little bit later. I'm kind of looking forward to because, dude, this has always been our match of the week. It's always been hyped up. It's just funny that this time around, I think this is the least hyped version of EDG and RNG. RNG are 1 and 2, EDG are 1 and 1, and their rosters are changed where core members that we knew them for are not what you'd say about the team anymore, right?
Yeah, no, right? The departure of Scout and Viper for EDG has been definitely a massive shift up in how they've been playing the game. I feel like both, Fofo we know a little bit more about, I think, for Leave coming up from the LDL, I believe he came up from. Sure, there's still, games to sort of sample from and be like, yeah, you know what? On the EDG Academy team, he was played around a fair amount. In fact, he was one of the vocal carries, it felt like, going through some of the VODs. For EDG so far, it hasn't really been about all of that. I think, to me, they still lean on some of their more veteran players for now, in Jie and in Ala. So I think until they can really get their, get themselves firing on all cylinders in a consistent manner where, if they have to leave it up to Leave, excuse the poor wording, or
No,
give Fofo, the resources to carry, like how you would see Scout be that vocal carry for EDG, then they'll look a lot better. I think for RNG, a lot of their woes for me have kind of come from the bottom lane. And of course, if you're not up to date, Ming is back in the lineup. So maybe that could, alleviate some of those issues. I feel like Bunny wasn't exactly a strong fit for Gala. And I feel like there are a lot of issues going on that were very visible on the Rift. But for RNG, I feel like it's kind of the same story. Their early game isn't always the strongest, but you can always rely on their mid game decision making to be super, super strong. So I think that's probably the, the way that EDG are going to have to look at it moving into RNG, who now technically have their, full lineup ready to go.
And look, people out there might be like, dude, why are these casters talking about EDG RNG? We've been waiting a while for RA versus LNG game number 2. It's been like a 10-15 minute break, plus, I guess, for the Chinese side, they've been waiting an extra 20 minutes on top of that. So, it's excitement looking forward to our last series of this week, of our return week after the Chinese New Year break. We're getting towards a historic matchup. And even though RA versus LNG, is on our screen, EDG RNG is a great way to close it out, considering that these are two legacy teams of the LPL. Now, coaches are standing by on stage with our current game, and RA and LNG look like they're ready to go. I don't know if they're testing or if we're just coming out of a break or a pause. Again, we have no information here, but hopefully we'll be jumping into something resembling a pick ban pretty shortly, which means Kassan's going to be banned, which means Sejuani's going to be banned. Let's be real. I think Sejuani is pretty busted at the moment, as well as the Maokai. So I'm kind of hoping for some new picks here for Game 2, Jamada.
Yeah, same here. I mean, it's one of those things, right? On the Sejuani point, her kit hasn't really changed since the rework. It's just about the numbers and whether or not she fits, what's going on specifically in the solo lanes. And right now we have a fair amount of, melee champions through the mid lane that are very viable, but also a lot of top lane picks that synergize super well with her and just kind of make Sejuani even more powerful. And it's not even really a aggressive support meta either, which is normally when you'll see Sejuani come out the most, because of the melee engage supports. It's mostly enchanters at the moment. So yeah, definitely I expect that we won't have any Sejuani in this game, or at the very least it will be first picked on the side of RA. I don't feel like they want to give Tarzan that one, but as you heard, the much awaited excitement from Mr. X, we are here to pick some bans.
10 years later. God, it took a while. LNG and RA finally going at it. This time around, I believe it was a long time ago, Jamada, but yeah, this is the same side selection, isn't it? So we got RA and LNG, both on blue and red, respectively. Sejuani, yeah, good ban. Oh, wait, I think to start off, wouldn't you agree?
Yeah, I would agree. And then I feel like RA are probably just going to first pick Maokai, because why would you first pick anything else when Sejuani's back? Oh,
true.
Oh, okay. All right, never mind.
Okay.
They go towards the Varus. So even though LP was the one piloting that last game, and they felt like, I feel like the Sivir answer was pretty solid. I guess they just want to take that one away and maybe have a little more proactivity in the, engage department from the bottom side of the map. But LNG just respond full on solo lane, pick up their eyes for Scout, pick up Zika's Renekton, which, sure, he had a couple of funsy moments, we'll say, on the side lane, but he was still really, really powering through Cube on the top side in the early phases against that Cassante. And I feel like it's just one of those things where they're very happy to just lean on that Renekton in the side lane in the mid game.
And again, look, picks like Rise for Scout's a big one as well. We're talking about comfort here for LNG so far. We're on the other side. We get Nash support from Southwind, so huge engage potential out of the 2v2 with range to boot. On top of the 5 for Loyen, so we get some setup. Now, Jamada, as we're flying through these pick and bans, I think the fact that we've seen a priority jungle ban or two from RA has left LNG in a comfortable place where, as you were saying, well, if you're not going to pick up the Maokai, we will just do it. And that's just great with the lanes you've got in the solo areas. So perfect for Tarzan.
Yeah, definitely is. I was actually pondering the idea of maybe a Wukong angle here for Tarzan, just simply because you've got 2 immobile AD carries in the bot lane. And right now, RA would kind of have to go out of left field to try and draft to play Peel for all of that dive. But LNG go towards the Maokai option, of course, the more staple pick in the meta at the moment, and is still going to do everything that we know Maokai will do. Loads of damage. Interesting Cassio ban, I guess, of course, because they have the Rise. It is the old school counter, and they just don't want to see Strive on it. Just anticipating that one. So I wonder what the second ban away will be. Something like Syndra wouldn't be too bad here. It does pretty well into the Rise, especially in the early phases. And when you've got Vi, having 2 point-and-click death buttons in the mid-jungle lane is going to feel pretty obnoxious to deal with. So I feel like that could be a pretty good takeaway here for LNG. And then RA likely just looking to try and strip away whatever power they feel like necessary out of the LNG bot lane.
Yeah, again, that support pool still there as Karma was the first to go. Sion for Cube. I mean, this really tells me about Cube. He's a Sion player, he's a Jax player. You've taken away a lot of comfort for this guy. You might have to resort to things like the Aatrox. That's fallen out of fruition a little bit here, we've seen in the meta. But I'm curious to see what the response is in the top side. Well, now the bottom lane gets to show its head. And LP's thinking, man, do I want to climb? Do I want to lose it or gain it? But Draven here would put a bit of tempo into LNG's game.
It would be an audacious pick, but I wouldn't mind it. I feel like something a little more stable. Jin could be okay. You've got a lot of range, like slow-moving range engage with the Maokai ultimate, so stacking the current call on top of that can feel very, very obnoxious, especially when you're working with 2 immobile carries from the bottom side already in the Ashe and the Varus. And if, you know, Strive and Cube pick things that can't really deal with that ranged engage, all of that, you know, hard CC into burst damage, then there's a lot of high value to work with here. So I think going back towards the Cassante makes a lot of sense. I think in this game, we'll have a lot more value in trying to actually shut down or honestly just get onto the backline compared to last game where Cube, in theory, was kind of relegated to trying to peel Scout's Kassadin off the backline. And at this point, RA can kind of go in whatever direction they want to. I think a lot of strong ultimates to steal away in the Silas if they wanted to do that. The Kassadin angle isn't too bad either, trying to throw it back in their face.
But it's hard. I mean, the problem is, though, laning phase, we've talked about a lot of pros coming on, mentioning the Rise being hard to deal with, usually a ban away. So Strive is taking a bit of a risk here. Well, now we have to see if Hung wants to pull up a support. I was half expecting maybe the Jin comes through and we get a bit of carrier movement here. It was talked about in the interview before that Hung has been playing around with 80 carries in a support role, much like everyone else at the moment. But this could be more traditional. This could be more like the game one. Give the engage that they want to follow up on. And so, Jamada, I've got to ask you a little bit about damage here because this time around, you know, we kind of rely on Scout yet again, but we do have damage sources that will, I guess, you know, continue to fall off a little bit.
Yeah, definitely. You know, the Renekton, definitely the one that you will attribute to sort of falling off in the damage department. Always will be that big meat shield that will soak up a lot of damage and heal a lot of it back up. I think for LP on the Jin always it's always hard to scale Jin before you see how he does in a game, because in theory, he should scale fine in most scenarios as long as there's not too much frontline to deal with. In this game, I feel like LP might end up being relegated to kind of just current call duty just because of the way that his composition works, and especially with Kassadin in the game. I feel like he wants to try and keep maximum distance at all times. And speaking of the Kassadin and the rest of the RA lineup, I feel like they should never really be short on single target burst damage. I just feel like they're going to have to use those tools, those pick tools that they have, to try and take one of the LNG members off the chessboard straight away so they can try and work with a numbers advantage in the team fight.
But I like that you mentioned pick tools, right, as well, because we've got the Realm Warp, but we've got Jin, as you talked about, utility there. So important to note that pick tools also available on the other side as well. Ashe, Varus, you know, has to be pulled into question. We've got Vi as well. So it's going to be fun to watch all these little bits of utility fly across the Rift as we're about to jump into game number 2. Thank you so much for waiting patiently with us, folks. We know it was a long one, but finally LNG are going to show us if they can close this out 2-0 and stay strong. Because with this win, LNG would move to the top of the standings, considering that good guys IG lost to TT last night. They would be the only team at 3-0. And they would continue to hold the record of not losing a single game. RA have a chance here to disrupt that flow, being 2-1 themselves. And as we jump onto the Rift, we find out if RA can be a pain in their side. And Southwind, the volley's like, hey, bro, I kind of know you're there. Hail of Arrows, flash. Oh, no! The Zenith blade flying through. I don't care that nothing happened. I like this guy a lot.
Yeah, I'm also kind of surprised. LP's Deadly Flourish, I'm pretty sure it hit Southwind, so I'm not sure why it didn't ruin, to be honest with you. But hey, they get the flash out of Southwind, so maybe there's something to punish there. On the bottom side, maybe a level 3 can come in from Tarzan, right? Top side clear, straight into the bottom lane and try and get LP and Hung moving, because they are dealing with, you know, double range AD carry. Level 1, level 2, level 3 is going to feel really, really rough for the LNG bottom lane just because of the range disparity. So perhaps Tarzan can do something to try and disrupt that flow of play.
Jamada, he said it, man. I'm just realizing now. Why did Deadly Flourish not root?
Why did it not root?
What?
Right?
You said it, and I was like, hang on a minute, yeah.
It hit him, right? Because the thing is, Assume was full HP, so the ability clearly didn't hit him.
Okay, well, anyway, that's rough. He'll now use. LP has to flash as well, and all of a sudden, I'm just feeling like, what? I don't know, man. I'm tilted for them.
Yeah, I just don't understand. And now,
I guess, Jamada, my brain is working.
Okay.
I reckon, I'm pretty sure if you don't have Deadly Flourish leveled at the time of damage being calculated, you don't get the root.
Oh, yes.
So, because
makes
as
a
a
lot of
Jin
sense.
connoisseur, as someone who likes the fast, I'm now kind of, I feel like I've had this happen to me before. If you don't have it leveled, it's not going to get the root down.
Yeah, you know, it's actually really funny you say that because I used to play a lot of Kane back in the day, and that's exactly how the ultimate works as well. If you don't have the ultimate skilled up, even if you've applied damage before you hit 6 and level it, you can't actually use the damage you've already applied to ult. So I think that's a bug they eventually fixed. But yeah, that's probably why LP's Deadly Flourish didn't end up rooting. That's really unlucky, to be entirely honest.
Yep.
So
and
LNG,
look, off the back of it as well, you know, the summoners being down, LP, we saw Flash in the lane. Hung burned his in that earlier engage. Now, Southwind has burned both his summoners for Jamada. Bringing back to the point, the poke of this lane, we already mentioned in draft, but it has started off so well where there's already about a 10 CS lead.
Yeah, and it's probably going to get worse. No summoners on Eva, LP, or Hung. And as you saw, Tarzan pathed from bot to top, so there is going to be no pressure layered into this bottom side. And on the opposite end, Leon is even here on the bottom side of the map as well. I'm sure he's going to be able to clear this wave, as Scout is going to be a bit of a nuisance and just defend it.
What a bro.
It's probably his own ward. I don't know if it's really a bro moment. He's just defending his own vision. But
yeah, dude,
what he has done, he's bought enough time for Tarzan to get down here.
True. I mean, he's going in with a flash as well. And remember, he's got phase rush, so chases there is Hex Flash from Hung, brings him in. Bolt Breaker to get out, Ignite down as well. Straight into Hung, but he's got his Zenith Blade waiting. He might die for first blood, but Loyen close to dying too. Scout from the enemy lane. He's come from behind. Assumes now next up. It's a 2 for 2 as spreading the plague. Scout is going to bring on in the damage to kill pressure. LP trying to survive, run away from Strive. Deadly Flourish ain't there, but Strive looking to live on. Flash is there. Scout's already burned his, and the LPL is just that kind of meat moment.
It really is. Everyone just decided to go, you know what, bottom side skull, 4v4? Yeah, let's fist fight. I'm down, bro. Let's go. And it kind of works out. Well, where did the kills end up? Well, we'll talk about where the kills went after the replay. I know 2 of them went towards Scout, so that's going to feel very, very good for the mid lane matchup in particular. But yeah, Tarzan goes in quite far ahead of the rest of his team. Has Hung over the wall with the Hex Flash, who sacrifices himself for Scout to come in and pick up the kill on Leon. So that's not too bad at all. Tarzan goes back in, blows the cleanse there of Assume, and he drops over to LP. And Strive does his best to get all the damage out. Does just about escape being rooted there by LP. If he gets rooted or the 4th shot goes off, you have to imagine that Strive probably just dies to Scout's damage or attacks. Red buff as well was ticking. So 3 for 3 overall. Not too bad, I guess, for both sides. But 2 kills going over to Scout is definitely something Aria now going to have to be very, very concerned about.
I was going to say to you that, you know, the 2 kills enables that Catalyst of Aeons close to the Rod of Ages, but also Strive getting a kill and getting out maybe not too bad, considering he's going to be down in this lane anyway. Now, Scout starting to move around pre-6 and Jamada. Tarzan's down here as well. It looks like they're planning to mitigate the fact of this bottom lane, or at least set up for an early dragon as they start it yet again.
I mean, honestly, I think RA not getting first dragon would be kind of illegal, given how the bottom lane matchup has been going, but skirmishing power definitely, you know, leans in the favor of LNG in terms of the champions themselves, if they're already, you know, set up and ready for the fight. So RA just kind of have to give it up. The mid lane priority, not really in their favor. Bottom side as well was Crash. So it's just good setup from LNG overall. They'll pick up that first dragon. We'll see if, unlike in game 1 where RA picked up that first dragon, if LNG are looking to play towards it, they can get themselves an early soul and try and put RA on that kind of timer. We would hope that RA would try to put LNG on when they were the ones piloting the castle.
20 CS and the difference in that mid lane. Time being, we look towards top's lane, and Cube doesn't get stunned up, and a movable object, it seems, is all out being held by Cube, but the mana bar ain't there. Jamada, just a side note, I was talking to Rusty about a couple of weeks ago. He just reminded me, or at least pointed out, you know, it doesn't matter. With all out, with the Cassante ulti, you use it and you have a new mana bar. Like, you start from the top of your mana that slowly decreases over the course of the ultimate. And so it doesn't matter if you have no mana when you press all out.
You just have to have mana to cast it. Yeah.
That's right. And then you literally have a full mana bar to then use your abilities about 1 billion times.
Hey, Riot, I don't know how often you listen to the English broadcast, but if you want to nerf Cassante in a viable way... and fix Jin W. Yeah, look no further than that, because, yeah, the mana refresh is quite... quite obnoxious. Yeah, I never really thought about that, and I've played so much Cassante as well. We've seen so much as well in Europe.
Crazy, huh?
LPL, of course. Yeah, the fact that he gets that
So-
mana refresh is kind of nuts. But yeah, sorry.
So I've even saved the image because I was like, oh, Rusty, you genius. Shout out, of course. Drew. Why are we doing this? LPL, stop it. What the hell?
No,
We all miss
honestly,
cannons, bro.
really, really based from LPL observers,
That's-
in my opinion.
Dude, that's not even close. Wait, just quickly. Kasate restores 100% max mana, which rapidly decays over the duration. His mana percentage prior to All Out is preserved and gained back when the effect ends. Right? That's nuts. That's absolutely nuts. Just a little bit of I don't think it was actually in the main context of the ulti. It's like you go to LoL fandom and you go to the, you know, the layer
You actually have to
layer of
go.
text.
Yeah, you actually have to go into like websites that provide additional context to how the
Yep.
ability works.
Oh
That's-
god. Hey, just a quick touch up back to the game. I've just noticed Assume started to walk up to this Herald. Like, RA really want this.
Will they get it though? I mean, Leon's on it. They've got to get through the choke, and they will. And now maybe Hong's actually
Hong?
a child. Ooh, okay.
Yeah, by himself. I mean, at least they get a 3-man Maokai ulti as now the range from Jin
Okay.
comes in. Zika with the flash in as well as the baller, but he gets taken all out. And that's just so unlucky. He doesn't even follow Cuba, has to flash over. But now for the Kasante, he's done his dirty work and he's gotten out. The Strive is rooted down. Deadly Flush, perfect from LP. Burns his flash with the Bramble Smash. Tarzan, oh, what the hell was that? He's going to run out for his life as LP flashes as well. Now in a choke, now in a sandwich press. Cube trying to survive, but dude, this game is about as messy as my hair waking up from bed. As Rift Herald is still standing, just wondering, what the hell did I witness?
Yeah, I think both teams are kind of scratching their heads there. I think RA at Hong and what the hell he was doing to kick that one off, and then LNG watching the fight continue despite being in such a massive lead, yet Hong's just so far ahead of the rest of his team. But that's kind of what I was talking about with the LNG composition. You have a lot of sort of like ranged engage between Jin, Curtain Call, and then of course Tarzan with the ultimate roots up 3 people. This is one of the longer ultimates I think I've seen in pro play, and like you say, really awkward placement for the all-out to actually put Cube over the wall, forcing him to flash, just to get the reposition to actually secure the kill. Never seen that one happen before. Really, really peculiar interaction, just thin wall, I guess. And you can see on the top side of the fight, they just can't lock down LP or Tarzan with any of their CC, RA. And they're able to just kite it out. LNG, like you say, the dirty work done by Cube, but LNG, I feel like they're going to be pretty happy dancing in the mud in that team fight and walking away with the Herald.
Yep. Yeah, 5-all, by the way. Herald, you mentioned, another kill for Scout's Rise. But Strive just didn't die again somehow. And he's now got a second kill. So again, Cassid and Win Condition always on board. I'm curious around the second Dragon, Jamada. I want to ask you a little bit about how this is going to play out, though, because with the yakety sacks we've seen with the, you know, Eagle Rock pants down kind of play that's been going on, what does it look like here for a team like LNG, who've been pretty pretty on point, prioritizing these objectives, rather?
Yeah, I feel like they should be pretty aggressively looking to take the second Dragon. They've got the Herald as well if they need an additional facet of pressure anywhere. Like if you decided to just drop it in the mid lane right now, I think it wouldn't be too bad an idea, but Tarzan just wants to hold on for it. I feel like they kind of recognize they have a lot of power, and you can actually take a look at the minimap. You see Southwind resetting right now. I think also Assume is by his side resetting. So RA, they're just yielding. They don't want anything to do with this. And, you know, there's no cross map going on the top side right now. Though, as I say it, Leon has gone over the wall with the Blast Cone, and they will look to try and make this dive happen. But it's a Renekton with basically full HP and an ultimate.
Well, Loyan having an ult is going to help out. The Vault Breaker waiting up as Zika presses Q. And they just say, no, forget that play. Zika is not scared in the slightest. And that's Dragon for, I'd say, absolutely nothing.
Yeah, pretty much. Absolutely nothing. Zika kind of just giggles in their face as they consider that dive. I think it would have been very, very audacious. A lot of HP just kind of stored in that ult. So really, really nice of LNG to get this Dragon for free. And now they can just start to pressure this side of the map. Scout's already got first move down here. You can see how much respect Assume and Southwind are paying. Scout just going to play, you know, kind of annoyance. Ensure that the rotations are really slow and allow LP to just get, I think, probably just that one plate for now. But still, the pressure felt by RA from LNG's advances.
I love it. Scout and protecting his wards this game has just been so aggressive. As Hung looking for an engage off the Tri-Brush. Loyan is spotted out. Coming around the corner. Is that control ward again? Seems to be a bit of a bait. with Scout ready to use the Realm Warp. But meanwhile, he just moves back to mid, sets up the shove, and Herald's going to come down here from Tarzan as well, with Hung moving just in case to get maximum value.
Exactly. And this will be just about 2 plates. Yeah, there you go. And this time Scout does get the gold, unlike game number 1.
Yeah. Oh, here we go. And Southwind, would he like to die today? No, you know what? They want to kill Assume instead. There's Chains of Corruption while camera has to pan out to about 3,000. Assume locked in. Here's the curtain call. Hung's dead in the meanwhile. The cameraman's confused. He's like, dude, where do I look? On to Southwind now, who's about to meet with Ent number 2. Tarzan gets a freebie, and it's a 2-for-1 sale in the end. But it's a sale that ends up benefiting LNG.
Observer's nightmare, man. Having to scroll down whilst also trying to pan in to get both the team fights in, or both the skirmishes going. But really nice rotation from LNG, and again, it's just Scout having first move, and of course being able to cheat so much time with the Realm Warp, bringing down his accomplice to the dive in Hung, and get both those kills. And this time, despite, you know, the early pressure that was definitely felt from Southwind and Assume having that double ranged advantage, it's not really, you know, provided any major yield on the rest of the map for RA, and LNG, it feels like just have, you know, a wide control of the map at the moment as replay comes in. Real nice setup. Chains of Corruption only really slows down Scout. Hung able to walk past it. Of course, a lot of damage is returned, so Hung, you know, doing his fair share of fun deaths, but I think still sacrificing himself to get that kill, still very much worth it, and they get 2 kills for themselves as Southwind ended up getting run down to the opposite side of the map.
But we look back, and once again, Scout picked up a kill in the play. So 4-0 Rise, ready to set up a second MVP in game number 2 if it's a win. But now with this dive, let's see if he can outplay. He's got Flash available, but he's locked up against the wall, and here's his brother Maokai. Flash burned out immediately because they're like, oh no, has science gone too far? Well, there's a walking tree running directly at you. You know the answer's yes. Slow down with the sapling and the nature's grass to fly through. Solar flare as well. It's roots for days. If Riot Games wanted you to move, then you'd move. But obviously they don't, as LNG pick up another.
Yeah. Nature is angry. Hysterics.
Oh,
Tarzan, he's not letting Ari get away with any of this nonsense, and Scout 3v1 in the dive manages to walk out. Phase rush plus the flash. Enough mobility to escape. He won't take this tower, funnily enough. Does get the teleport out from Strive either way, so happy about that one. I imagine he should have his Archangels finished up. He's got a lot of component items there. There you go. 2 items now on deck for the Rise. Very yummy indeed. And now, if he can just about manage to get that stacked in the next 90 seconds or so, he's going to be so powerful at this next dragon. I feel like RA, it's one of those unfortunate scenarios where you kind of have to give this dragon, but also you would really like to somehow sneak it away just to buy yourself those extra 5 minutes. Because, frankly, I think if we get to a soul point scenario where, you know, let's say in 7 minutes time the dragon spawns up and LNG do take this next one, I don't think they're going to be ready. Plain and simple, I think they're still going to be searching for golden items, whereas right now, LNG are very, very happy where they are with Scout having so many kills, and the rest of the team not really needing items to function so heavily that they need to rely on them, to be entirely honest with you. I think once the mythics come in, they're really happy.
It's a Jhin, it's a Crocodile, it's a Renekton, right? Like Gore Drinker, you talked about him being a Milch, it was a Scout. Might be caught out, but having said that, guess who's waiting by his side? Brother Hung is there. Janikal Sour going to fly through, and Scout can't move for the time being. Onto Loyan, under turret, Solar Flare! It gets Scout a kill! Hung a Chad again. He might die a lot, but he definitely deserves respect.
Yeah, definitely does. Able to help LNG and Scout trade out 1-for-1. Still a very nice and creative pick from RA, using both the Vial and the Ashol in combination to lock down this Rise, because frankly, he needs to be locked down. Otherwise, he's just going to be too damn annoying to deal with. And it just about gives, you know, some time to RA maybe to sort of weasel their way into the river if they had a little bit more of a better positioning. But with Leon dead, feels like they just don't have enough of the resources, and specifically that really key role called the jungler to actually be there to smite the objective. So LNG get this third dragon likely in this replay as we look at it, and just a ward over the wall from earlier on, and Scout gets engaged upon, and it's the Vial into the Ashol from downtown, which just locks Scout down for so long. He isn't able to answer out with so much damage, but chain CC from Hung is so good, and Scout, it's just enough time to get him that one overload Q out. And you can already see he's dealing, what was that, 556 to minions? With those 557. There you go.
7.
He's
yeah, right.
maths is never my strong suit.
He did get like 3 mana from clearing the minions, so I think that upped his damage.
That's probably why.
You're okay, man.
Yeah, thank you. Always feel so embarrassed when I get number things wrong, you know? But hey, Scout, very, very powerful. We've been joking and prodding about it, but once he gets that upgraded Archangels, he's already a menace. I'm not sure what the upgrade to that is. That's an Ashara that goes wide.
Nature's Grasp. Hang on, they're in a choke. There's a Jin. Remember, you just press curtain call and things start happening. They choose not to press it for the time being as Strive gets out of there. Level 11 Kassadin. By the way, worth mentioning that the Rift Limp is going to be moving a little bit faster now. But, you know, further to your point, yeah, Scout is mentally huge. And adding on top of the gold he just got for the turret, LNG can play towards their mid laner once again. They're even setting him up with this inner turret with Herald that should be able to take this turret down with Strive not willing to step up.
Yep, and Hung just says, you know what, Strive, you're a little bit too far up, even where you are. Just forces him to step back. That's the tier 2 picked up. Woo! Scout, again,
Look
just
at
gets funneled
Southwind.
even more gold.
Look at the splash. Southwind took an EQ.
Huh. Yep. Seems about right, to be honest. So, yeah, thank you. I'm here all week, most weeks.
Yeah, you are.
Yeah, it's good.
Cool,
okay,
hang on.
cool.
It's going to turn into it. That splash damage, I think, just helped kill Southwind. Well, Baron's not up, but with that gold, it's a nice little back here for LNG if they so choose. The pick potential started off here, Jamada. Like you said, with Chains of Corruption, now danger. LP, Gale Force sideways. Solar Flare's going to follow through. Twisted Advance, they're going to kill us soon, but LP is left to the wayside. And now suddenly it's a team fight. Zeke is TP'd in to play it down and dirty while Scout is chasing down a manaless Vi. Look at the sapling as well. It's slowed down Strive, but he has a Rift walk away. There's Nature's Grasp yet again, and it's out of range. So, LNG will walk away losing their 80 carry, but it just turned into a fight out of nowhere.
It did. I don't feel like that fight's going to have a major sway on the next couple of minutes, but I mean, important to note, Strive lost his flash, Assume lost both of his summoner spells, and so did LP, so maybe that weighs into a Soul Dragon fight if it happens. This Gale Force was interesting from LP. Yeah, good drift. A little bit of Tokyo drift, but does manage to kite away long enough to buy some time for LNG to, at the very least, try and answer out on it. But in the end, it only ends up being, I think, 1-for-1, maybe 2-for-1 at the top of the page. So LNG don't really care too much about it because they are still in the driver's seat of this game. RA, frankly, I mean, sure, they've got Assume on 2 items, but it just feels like they've never really been able to set up correctly for him, where it's just, you know, front to back, and you just let this lethal tempo plus the Gwinsu's kind of just let rip. LNG have kind of been approaching at different angles, right? Realm Warp has been something that RA have had to consistently deal with, and they've not been able to deal with it too well because Scout's placements on them have been so strong. And of course, once Scout is kind of in front of you, this game so far, you just had to turn around because he's dealing 500, 600 damage to you a pop. So much damage available.
Oh,
they can
Cube.
pick on Han, or maybe they can pick on Cube.
Cube!
Okay.
Cube! Oh, Cube! He's just like, man, I'm fine, I'm Cassante, but you cannot in this game. As you walk up to a blind choke, you pretty much hand the game on a silver platter. The member I highlight the most in Rare Adam has just walked up and face pumped.
Indeed, he has hysterics. And LNG, let's go towards the Baron. Nothing else for them to do right now. That Soul spawns up in 35 seconds now. This is where the clownery starts, because they've got the blue ward on there.
Right.
Will Leon
EDG RNG.
Yeah, EDG.
I'm sorry, but look, there's no steel coming through. I think EDG RNG, folks.
Yeah.
Put your hands together.
We might be on the way to that third series of the day quite quickly at this rate. LNG, full-blown driver's seat. Yeah, Cube just, I don't know. I think just Cassante syndrome. I'm Cassante. I don't die.
There. No one's there. They're invisible. You're like, there's no vision there.
There's no vision, and crucially, he's just not really in range to be backed up by anyone. It's a strange one. It's a strange one, and that Nature's Grasp just does a lot of work to lock everyone else down as the rest of LNG show up, and as we come out of the replay.
Oh, don't move. Don't move. Stay right there. Southwind. Oh, yeah. Hold that position.
So,
God. Moving's overrated.
In his death recap, how much time do you think he spent CC?
I reckon. How long did he take to die? About 4.5
4
seconds.
seconds?
Probably spent
Yeah,
4
4.5.
seconds CC.
That's tough. That's really tough. But that's 2 picks to the good of LNG. And I think now it's just going to be an easy soul pickup. Oh, look at that. Scout is also the jungler. He's that fed.
Dude, he is.
Whilst over here, hello, is he got? Over the wall.
All out.
All out.
Never mind. Okay. Tom Cruise movie in action right there from Cube. Nicely done.
And dude, he got like combo because that was like all out, and then Leon decided to like follow him over the wall as well. So he like got dragged over the wall by the Kasante element. That was like a straight up like Tekken tag team combo, bro. They
Yeah,
just didn't
dude.
let him breathe. But you know, LNG still pick up the song, and Scout is still awfully powerful. He does get hit by that Ash arrow though. However,
But meanwhile, Southwind's dead
just
for it.
dies.
And
Yep. Alright.
yeah, we come off screen and he gets hit by 2 abilities. Assume he's going to get hit. Meanwhile, the cameraman's like, look at bot lane again. Scout was CC for a while, but no one wanted to go near him. Junglers are going to kill each other even from long distance. And guys, with 30 kills on the board, LNG having the majority here, 2/3. And Scout having 10 kills, by the way. With a Void Staff now, that TP spells doom. Assume, run away. He has Flash, he's about to have Realm Warp, and with LP deciding this time to drift in, he's going to pick up yet another kill. LNG want to end it here, Jamada.
Yep, and I think they're going to. 3 members dead, death timers long enough to definitely take at the very least Nexus Towers. I think LNG, they're quite simply done with this series. Asterix, I think they want
RA
an
are
early
too.
name. I think RA
Dude.
are as well.
I think that bottom lane just wants to get out at this point. 14 deaths combined as to what was a great early lane start. And LNG looking to keep themselves undefeated here in the LPLs. They turn on the man they want to kill so badly, but Scout flashes out, and now look at this AoE! Kasante may be busted, but I think Scout is even more so just as an individual. Southwind getting zoned away, LNG still strong 3-man. Assume might come here, but Scout is still hitting with the Realm Warp. 11 kills now on the Madman. They can't end in the end, Jamada. But I tell you what, they're doing it with style with the rest of this game.
They really are. And even if, to be honest with you, and you always kind of forget about it because sometimes it gets bursted through so quickly, even if you drop Scout low enough, you've still got the lifeline shield to deal with.
Oh, yeah.
It's just like, it's so, you know, because this game is probably over, right? I'm just gonna
Say it.
free for all.
Say what I know you're going to say.
Why does Archangels have lifeline shield on them?
Yes!
It's so weird. It's so
Why?
weird. And can I get any agreeers or what? Like, it just doesn't need to be there, does it?
Huge
Like,
nodders. Yeah.
all of these champions that go Archangels and normally go Roa with it, by the way, it's like you get, what, 600, 700 extra HP in your build? Not to mention a lot of mage items just kind of randomly give health at times too anyway. Like, why? Anyway, I think LNG
you're right.
are back to the pace they were at about
Yeah.
90 seconds ago.
Hey, get a final kill. Cube trying to dodge away. Dude, look at Neo. You can see the Matrix. Le Yen must be Morpheus because that's strong protection as LNG have zoned out yet again, and they've got another turret to do. Is TP's going to come in. I think that was Cube trying to get away, and Scout just said, no? Yeah. How did Scout get that kill? Were they? Hang on. LNG super minions killed Cube, and Scout got the kill. Oh, this game of antics just won't end, will it? Yeah, throw him out. Scout even at the Nexus. Auto attack. Massive high Strive now going to get hit with it as well. As Scout, you all know he's getting MVP a second time. A beautiful showing from LNG. An undefeated LNG who walk onto the Nexus, get him the final kill, and give LNG a 3-0 start as they move to the top of the standings at the end of week 3.
LNG, second game, a little less faffing about than that game number 1. And a lot more clinical in just dismantling RA, to be honest with you. No real leg to stand on. I think RA had a couple of decent conditions, right? Bottom lane matchup, pretty solid in the early stages, but I just felt like they didn't end up playing through anywhere. And they were realistically stuck in a similar hole to LNG where they were waiting for the Kassadin to scale up, except this time Strive wasn't in anywhere near as good a position as Scout was in game number 1. And LNG just take full advantage. They just kind of say, you know what, let's just pull the trigger every single time that we feel like we see an angle for it. And I wouldn't really say over-aggression, unless it was Hong, pays off, and pays off heavy dividends between LP and Tarzan. I think that range engage should just set up for Scout to always find good angles with the Realm Warp on the rise. too much to deal with, and simply LNG were the better team here today.
And it's crazy to me that, you know, the Rise versus Cassided, right, where their early resources were going over, but Scout did so much more with it. The movement from Scout was so aggressive, and I think my most exciting part of that game was the 3v3 down in bottom lane, was the constant skirmishing for no reason, I guess, to add in another one. But Scout always being the benefactor, where he's slowly increasing in the kills. And before you know it, he's got like 6 kills and he's 3 items strong at like the 20-minute mark or something.
Yeah, it was really ridiculous, right? I think he was 501 at some point, and that's what like bled him over to that 3-item mark that you're talking about. I think he had Archangels and Roa, while Strive was just completing his. So really goes to show how big the gold gap difference was in that game. And LNG just like leveraged every single opportunity they had to fight perfectly. And it felt like the responses from RA were never quite as sharp or as, you know, threatening as what LNGs were putting on the table.
Agreed completely. When LNG look coordinated. Now, Jamada, I've just been told EDG, RNG are right before ban pick. You and I are not getting a break. I know you've been a little bit unwell. I've been a bit unwell as well. I are literally going straight into ban pick. Okay, so take a breath. We're going into EDG, RNG, because at home we want everyone to be up to date. I can see Jamada's like, okay, I'm gonna take a step forward,
Tough
dude.
face.
It's the LPL
Tough
now.
face, guys. Tough face. It's okay.
Breaks are for chumps, all right? We are soldiers, man, and we're going to take everyone straight into what is not match of the week, but has a lot of connotations for the history of the LPL. EDG versus RNG. Jamada, we can talk a little bit about the history as we go into game, but welcome to Ban Pick, and welcome to another game where we've just seen Scout in his new team, and now we got to look at EDG and see how they're going up against RNG.
Exactly, and you know, like you were saying, when you think LPL, especially if you're, you know, a bit of an outsider to the region, you don't know too much about it, EDG, RNG are pretty much always the organizations you think about on that historical level. So, like you say, it might not be match of the week, but definitely it's going to feel like it, almost hopefully and certainly. And with a lot of the storylines moving forward for EDG, right? No Scout, no Viper, bringing up their Academy AD carry and leave, and bringing Fofo over from, where was he? Was he at BLG? Is my mind saying?
You know, I want to say RA, but I'm just like, you know, yeah, I think it could have been BLG. The thing is, Fofo has been on so many different teams in the past year and a half, so Jamada, you asking the historian of the LPL ban and me not giving you an answer is rough around the edges, but you're right, bringing in the pieces as well. I want to talk a bit about pick ban on 13.1 here. The Rise ban that we saw so dominant in the last game. We're seeing the Lucian that coming through Lucian Army, which wasn't looked at in our last series either. The Yuumi on the other side taking another piece out of the bottom lane, so bottom's going to be really interesting to see how constitutes. But for Jer, I think the answer's simple. We know how strong Maokai is at the moment, and that's an easy lock-in.
Yeah, and I wonder if on the opposite side from RNG we get something like Jax Sejuani. I think it's just such a powerful top side duo, and when it's not banned away and you already see the Maokai on the opposite end, I think you kind of know what you're running into already with the jungle matchup. And Jax generally is such a strong blind into so many different champions. You really have to have something up your sleeve and super niche. And it's breathe, of course. And there's just so much CC and synergy between this jungle top duo that it just kind of is one of the strongest, if not the strongest 2v2 up on the top side right now. And RNG, to be honest with you, they don't even have to lock Sejuani yet because they see Maokai. So if they want to go towards something, for example, like this Varus, they can very happily, as they know that Sejuani won't be taken away. And that should be a very telegraphed pickup for RNG on 3. So now EDG have to bear that in mind as they go for their next rotation.
5-head Jamada, that's a good point there. So the Varus, as you said, picked up. Now for EDG, their option before it starts getting banned away, what's it going to be? Ashe getting picked up here. Now remember, this has been played in AD carry, but we want to see what accompanies it down in that bottom lane, if it truly is going to be in the support position too. At the moment, EDG looking at something else, maybe something for the solo lane presence, as the Jace has also been a bit of a flex here, Jamada. More often than not going into the mid lane, but Ala is also a big Jace player.
Yeah, definitely is. And this is one of the few matchups where, you know, Jax can kind of struggle in the early phases. It very much varies on the Jace player. I think one of the ways where if you want to just be super oppressive into the Jax and never allow him to trade into you efficiently, just take the phase rush up as a keystone, and he never gets to stick to you properly like how he really wants to onto some of these ranged carries. So I think for Ala, very happy on that Jace. There's that very much telegraphed Sejuani pick that we were expecting. Now Cassidon gets removed away, which spells to me RNG probably looking for something a little early scaling in the mid lane perhaps, as they don't want to have to deal with, you know, potentially a free lane coming out from this Cassidon on the side of Fofo.
Yeah, I wonder what it's going to be. So far, Tang Yuan has played the Xiaohu role, you know, with Galio, things like the Lysandra as well coming through. It's definitely been reminiscent of the old RNG mid laner. As we come through, we get another mid lane ban here from EDG. Looks like the Silas is going to be a priority, thinking about, again, something you talked about that might want to have a simpler time. And then we can talk about the bottom lane a little bit, Jamada, because I know we haven't mentioned it so far. Obviously, that man down with his old AD carry. Ming is back, by the way, folks. I'll give a proper announcement as we go into game. But the biggest question is, what is he going to return on to? Because right now, a lot of support's up and available. There hasn't been a priority ban against Ming so far.
Yeah, definitely. I wonder if, wouldn't it be cool if we just get him first game Varus support, like how we had the other day out of Arn?
Yeah.
Still technically a possibility. We're in a weird world, folks, right now in the bottom lane metas, as Caitlyn will be taken away, so they don't want to have to deal with, you know, double long range from the Ashe, from the Caitlyn, which says to me that they're probably looking to play something a little more traditional on the RNG end. As EDG, I expect, just something that would pair up really well with Sejuani. The Akali just makes pretty much perfect sense from Tangyuan, but I wonder if he wants to go towards something still very utility-based. And actually, RNG, I wonder what they want to pick up first, because I feel like when you have Sejuani Jax, you want mid lane priority so you can play towards the top side, which means that here, realistically, you have to kind of just go your bottom laner. However, you can still go something very strong at base level in the Syndra, and you're still going to have a very, very powerful 2v2 in the mid lane again. You know, along that same thought process of last game, if Sejuani lands that ultimate, all of a sudden Tangyuan is set up to one-shot whoever gets stunned up by that.
Adds a bit of range with the Varus too. I'll be asking you about that as we round out our composition. So it means support counterpick is going to be coming through from RNG, giving him the priority. It's been something that RNG have done in the past as well. As we look towards EDG, rounding out their composition means we are going to find out where this Jay's going to go. Right now, it looks like they want to take him mid and outplay the range against Tangyuan.
All right, very interesting. We'll see how this one plays out for Ala in the top side. Of course, we've seen a lot of Jax. Cassante, it kind of goes both ways. It's a very skill-based matchup, to be honest with you. I think Jax, you know, since having his changes with his ultimate dealing a little more burst damage, there's a lot more, you know, of a kill threshold available to him on the EDG side. We'll see how Ala decides to deal with that on the Cassante. Right now, it looks like we're actually going to get a Zeri. So it's going to be Zeri Ashe in the bottom lane here for Mako and Leave. Very interesting decision to go towards, because typically, I mean, you know, it's always Zeri plus, you know, Lulu, Yuumi, anything that's going to buff her up. This is an Ashe, so I'm not really sold. I'm just going to say it flatly how I feel. I feel like right now, if RNG goes something really, really poke heavy as well to just try and match the Ashe, Varus is going to do just fine in the early laning phase against this Zerian with no, you know, buffer with the Lulu or the Yuumi to sort of alleviate those early lane pressures. I feel like RNG now have a super hard winning bottom side matchup and lanes in the solo lanes where they're not really going to get punished too heavily either.
And dude, with the Karma in the bottom lane, like from personal experience, Karma has a great time against Ashe especially as well. The early poke's going to hurt, and for Ming's grand return here on RNG alongside Gala, this is the 2v2, as you said, that I think is going to hurt as well. Now, Jamada, you talked about lanes not struggling too much. We also have Breathe on Jax there, as you talked about how it can be, I guess we know it could be somewhat of a volatile matchup, unfortunately, because of Cassante. Walk me through a little bit about how EDG operate, because I see a lot of range here too. I see a lot of pick potential with Ashe added into the mix.
Yeah, I feel like for EDG side, you're definitely working more off, you know, ultimates from Jia and Fofo trying to land some good shock blasts onto Gala or onto Ming, or of course even Tangyuan. I think that's mostly it. They're going to have to try and play at range and then, you know, really pick and choose when they move forward. I think Arla's going to have a lot of work cut out for him, because he's dealing with 3 champions that love kiting back and then 2 champions who are going to be very happy to get in his face and CC him. So, you know, even on that Cassante, he's going to have, you know, a mountain to climb in terms of actually getting some access towards the backline, just because of how easy it is for RNG to deal with those sort of, you know, slow-moving juggernauts until he can really get on top of you.
Well, I want to know how RNG and EDG are feeling coming into this one, though, because overall, this has been our most historic matchup. Usually in the LPL English side, we have this as our match of the week. Why didn't we have it this time around? Because BLG and Weibo Gaming are kind of like our upper echelon at the moment. RNG and EDG haven't started the split strong. With 1-1 from EDG, with 1-2 from RNG, our most historic organizations in the LPL with the most historic rivalry are coming in underwhelming. But EDG and RNG always play it up. And so as we enter Summoner's Rift with Breathe versus Ala, with Fofo versus Tangyuan, with Leave versus Gala, these are hype matchups with some newbies mixed in into what I just mentioned. hopefully it delivers. RNG and EDG right before your screens. On the Chinese side, they still look at this as their match of the week because they believe. You've also got Wei and you got JJ, you got junglers who have a lot of credentials against their names now as well. And Jamada, it's a pleasure to be with you here when we did talk about, some of the concerns from EDG through draft. You looked at the bottom side here kicking off when Ming's grand return back to RNG has him on a nice little poke lane that's going to be pretty punishing against Leaf and Mako.
Yeah, and, speaking a lot with Orcs, rest in peace. He's not dead. He's just not in the LPL anymore. He's been quite an Ashe connoisseur, so I've been going to him for a lot of matchup details and things like that. And he's been saying things like Karma, a lot of the enchanters, Ashe just has a really good time into just because of the way that Halo Blades works. Walk up through woes, it's really hard for enchanters to really match that kind of DPS. But in a lane like this where, Gala should be able to help trade back out, I feel like that's not really going to be an issue. So Mako is really going to have to pilot this lane to pretty much perfection if he's going to make this one work, because as a duo, Zeri and Ashe shouldn't really be working out too, well. But this is what I'm talking about, right? You can't really trade that back always with the Halo Blades trades too efficiently. In that case, that's a really good trade, and Mako's going to have to continually do this so that they can get the edge over the RNG bottom lane.
Oh man, already walking up. As you're talking about the Halo Blades straight into Gala. Level 2 hit now as well, as Volley just helps out with that. And Halo Blades comes through, Ming steps up, and it hurts like hell. Mako and Leaf establish dominance, and straight away JJ is like, yep, I'm invading off the back of this.
Yep, I see Ming is on 100 HP. No more pots, just the biscuits. I'll be taking this blue buff if I can, or at the very least just getting some information. Looks like he'll just drop Sapling in the bush, so he's gonna probably eat a little bit of damage once he gets the buff started up. However, he's actually just cheating his whole potentially, and you can see JJ is just looking for information. He's going to finally see it on the blue. We'll see whether or not he really wants to go in towards it. He's really undecided right now whether or not he wants to go towards the mid lane or towards the blue buff.
I think he's pivoting towards the steal away from Wei. He's at half HP, but he has double buff. JJ throws a sapling across, but he's going to take a twisted advance. Threatens out Wei, gets the smite down, gets the steal. But Wei now looking for a re-engage. The Winter's Flail comes through. Tanguan now moving. There's a flash as well because Permafrost is one hit away. JJ still with his supplement available. Scout of the Week follows through with the chain. Ming coming through. The poke AoE. That's Karma, baby. And Karma to the face for first blood as Fofo flashes away. And RNG with the counterplay that punches hard.
Yeah, really nice counter uppercut from RNG there. I mean, it's just a bit of an overextension in the end. I think JJ just had to make his mind up on what he was doing. And also, certainly, Mako, just the full bottom lane of EDG has to rotate to this because it's a play that's going on for so long. They're so focused on, smashing the 2v2 that Ming just leaves, right? The geography of the map means that Ming gets here first. It doesn't matter if you've got priority in the lane, if simply the geography of the rift works against you. And Fofo pays for the sins of his jungler with his own flash as well.
No summoners available, had to TP back to lane. Tanguan holds onto his. And just alone, we look at a summoner trade from jungle towards mid. Overall, with RNG getting 500 gold in the lead, and now setting themselves up in first. Jamada, this is bot lane scuttle. This is the potential of Dragon in a lane that we saw started off with Ming going down to about 10% HP.
Yep, exactly. It's really well managed by Ming post that level 1 trade, where Mako was definitely getting the better end of it. And now it's very quickly snowballed into a counter invade here on the bottom side, where Wei will now take away those chickens. But second rotation spawn up as well. So JJ, once he clears his wolves, he's going to find very quickly. He's not got too many resources to farm on the bottom side. Wei is likely even going to rotate down maybe towards this wave as it crashes and can put some pressure down onto Mako and leave. Or, like you called out, Dragon is spawned and up and available. So once Gala and Ming get this wave crashed in, they can go and support their jungle.
And look at the information they'll gain as well. Double control ward placed out, so JJ, no matter where he goes, as now one of them sees him, it was bound for JJ to get spotted out. Drawing the Dragon out, that vision line extends, and that Dragon now invisible for the time being as Tanguan moves into the brush and just pokes down JJ. Looks like Wei was getting low on HP as well and didn't want to risk it, so Dragon is stopped, and JJ did a good job of advancing and trying to push the play.
Really very nice to just stop that sort of slow ball of momentum that was starting up there for RNG. Just the presence is good enough, and will JJ be able to sneak down something silly on the bottom side? Looks like the answer will be no. No silliness. We had a lot of silly.
So where do you go?
So,
Yeah, I don't want any more. I'm good. I mean, this is more constituted play so far. Things like Ming over the wall, getting that first blood. You know, these are meant to be better teams, just not historically, but, you know, we look at the player names on it as well, especially. With people like Fofo, who have once upon a time being top tier mid laners in the LPL. You know, JJ was absolute legend on the World Championship EDG roster. Even Way through MSI. Breathe, you know, coming through as well as one of the best top laners in the league in recent history. We got a lot of expectation on this series, and I'm talking about that. Also, the expectation on RNG was to start Dragon in this game. Looks like EDG are going to start it off instead, with RNG just making their reset.
Yeah, looks like RNG are just going to give this one up. After the initial attempt at a takedown, this gives EDG enough space as Tang Yuan is going to stop Fofo from resetting in that brush. And actually mentioned Breathe springing up again just because on that top side he's really been two-faced, at least by CS, one-to-one with Ala here. So he will be scaling up very, very nicely towards that Divine Sunder, and then we'll see where he decides to go from there. Of course, Jack's scaling side lane monster, but has many builds to work with, so we'll see what items he decides to go towards in the mid to later stages. Ala on the opposite side, likely to go towards the ones that we know. Frost Fist, of course, Iceborne Gauntlet. I can't remember what the correct name for it is.
Frostfire Gauntlet, dude. Iceborne shows your age. That's okay.
Iceborne does show my age, yeah. But all of those items, just to sort of slowly dissuade Jax from playing these side lanes and see whether or not Arla can try and use some of this like immediate level 6 power to find a good 1v1 angle, maybe onto Breathe. But for now, it's all quiet up there on the top side.
Well, Wade's committing to the bottom side. It's ward play here that's going to spot him out as JJ is getting zoned out by Tang Yuan. Some of the power of the 2v2 that you talked about through mid lane here for RNG showing so far with Tang Yuan actually doing pretty well. Remember the Fofo decided to opt in for this matchup when EDG late picked into that top lane. So far, RNG haven't been threatened too much here. Is thank you so much for the leash. JJ just getting stolen away. Way now with a bit of a camp lead as well. So really solid play here from RNG through jungle.
Yeah, very, very solid. Indeed, Wei just responding really well to whatever JJ has been deciding to do, whether it's good or bad in the beginning, and now angled quite nicely for a Herald. Don't forget, Breathe was stacking that top wave, so that's going to be first move there, and Gala and Ming making their way up the river, so this should be an RNG Rift Herald as well, just off the south low. Were spotted, but still I think main objective should be completed here. I feel like JJ, the rest of EDG, just not really going to be looking to try and test this one. So EDG, they do get the first dragon, but RNG at the very least trade out for the Rift Herald, so we'll see what use they can get out of that one. As across the board, the lanes not looking too terrible, pretty much even across the board on CS. You know,
yep.
4 or 5 here or there, so I think RNG really just going to sort of take an opportunistic look at where they can drop the Herald and see whether or not they can just snowball one of their lanes.
As Ming and Mako are going to battle it out, but the difference is Ming has CC. Unfortunately, that tether's not going to land, and JJ and Fofo are going to make their way out of it, but Fofo's pretty low on mana. As this flash comes through, the one combo is all you're going to get. Is Tang Yuan now stuck against the wall. Bot back, and Fofo makes do. It's his first kill of the game, and EDG capitalizing through mid.
Yeah, Fofo going to feel good about that one after JJ, you know, had an interesting showing in RNG's early jungle. Now Fofo paid back a kill. Call it tax returns after what happened, losing his flash. So now Fofo will get a little bit further advanced towards that first item. Very, very defensive opening. Merc treads plus the tier. Makes sense though, right? Sejuani plus the Syndra. The less time you're CC'd and locked down, the higher chance you have of not only returning damage, but of course the very obvious answer of just escaping. So Kill gonna go the distance in getting him towards that first mythic.
Jamada, I'll tell you, everyone on that team is worth buying Merc Treads for. Every single person. So I gotta respect it there that it's gonna get a lot of value in this game. Especially when, you know, for RNG, we did talk a lot about their ability to utilize range, find picks as well, and how this team wants to operate. Is we haven't really talked about top lane a little bit much, but maybe that's normal. Breathe so far has just been laning it out. No distinct advantages. Cameraman's obsessed up here. That means they either have future sight, they know something's going to happen, or someone has fallen asleep and it's just now this second observer has to take over.
Yeah, I mean, hey, you never know. That lane is super explosive. We've seen a lot of it over in the LEC.
Yeah.
And I Yeah, it goes back and forth quite frequently. Sometimes Jax is winning, sometimes Xante's winning. And very quickly, those fights happen as Asharo pushed away from...
Nice.
Would have. And Wei just, you know, threatens the engage. I mean, that's one of those things, though, where honestly, if Wei, you know, queues forward, Fofo might just reaction flash, just on, you know, instinct. So never be averse to just, you know, throwing your body forward as Sejuani like that if you know you're not going to commit. Fully.
As he still has the Arctic Assault and Flash available, that ulti there too, but EDG have backed away far enough. And so playing very conservatively throughout these lanes. Everything apart from mid lane as Fofo jumps in once again. Scout of the week, not working too long, as you mentioned, the Merc Treads coming into full use here, and JJ just hovering behind because he knows, hey, Wei's going to come in. There he is, Shock Blast comes in time, and just deny any essence of a game.
Yep. JJ just doing his part, right? At this point, you can see Wei, we spoke about with the Rift Herald in terms of usage, it will probably be a very opportunistic drop because I think across the board, it's very, very strong options. And I think Wei has that on his mind. That's why he's been so actively looking for some plays across the map, and JJ, you know, covers that one at the very least in the mid lane. Also made his presence half felt as Wei approached the bottom side. This time again, though, the ultimate will connect.
Hey, this time the Flash Burn unleashes power, but there's no hell to pay. Instead, running away, Fofo lives on, meaning RNG's play. It's going to turn to the Herald while Dragon's being done in response by EDG.
Yeah, I mean, 2 Dragons, and if this is a very, very strong soul, it's just Cloud. It's not the best for the EDG composition. So RNG aren't going to feel too upset about that one. Nature's Grasp just going to fall short. So 2 Dragons traded basically for the Herald and then, of course, the plate. The plates, rather. So RNG, I guess, you know, for now, gold on the members they want the gold on, and we'll see whether or not they can actually use that, whereas EDG have a slightly more, you know, map pressure lead in the sense of having those dragons. And we'll see whether or not Soul can really bring some effective power as a really nice sidestep comes in. Fofo with no flash this time. I mean, there's no ultimate available to the Syndra just yet, so even if she does get locked up, I think Fofo probably would have been okay with that.
Yeah, but it's Ming roaming around, adding pressure. I mean, this is his first game back, folks. If you're tuning in for the first time, Ming has been away. Was a bit of a free agent while he negotiated with RNG, but now that he's back, you know, we've got a lot of hype to bring because he brought direction to RNG over all those years. And the fact that he's coming back on the EDG series as well, I mean, Jamato, it just feels right considering that these two going up against each other, I believe they're still friends, as far as I know. But Mako and Ming has always been a great rivalry, considering they have been in their teams for the longest. Now, especially since Xiaohu's moved on, Ming and Mako are the franchise players, and they are, you know, big voices within their teams. It's great to see Ming back on this special occasion, considering that in this first game, he is how RNG got that first blood, got that first kill, and the only kill so far. Now we're just waiting for Mako in response to the Enchanted Crystal Arrow to come through. We're at 14 minutes in the game, and Herald's coming up, second time around in about 45 seconds. Let's see how EDG move up for this one, because Mako's started to move. It seems like there's a bit of priority being put on EDG to slowly work their way up.
Yeah, I mean, I think both these teams have been posturing quite defensively throughout. Of course, we had JJ on that very early invade, but what I would really like to see from EDG is a little more fishing with some of these Ash Arrows. I think we've seen maybe, what, 2 be sent out so far this game. I'd really like to see a little bit more. Just on the grounds of you never really know whether or not it's going to connect, right? Especially if you're throwing them globally. Speaking of things that will probably connect, this ultimate.
Flash ulti, Merc threads again. The value great, but there's too many people this time. Chains Corruption used well by Gala. A lot sent out, but getting that kill sets up RNG for now the tower pressure, now the Herald as well, Jamada. A big move.
Yeah, really, really nice pick onto Fofo. No flash from the earlier play. They know that he's a very vulnerable target to go towards, and they can go pick up this Herald on the back of the play. And, you know, without this dragon being, you know, an Inferno or a Hex Tech, one of the more aggressive or, you know, annoying, powerful souls to deal with, it just being a Cloud where there's not a lot of effectiveness to get out of it. RNG very happy to just get these picks, pick up the Herald, and then, you know, come 2 minutes time when this dragon spawns up. I would be surprised if you see them drop it, you know, on a side lane to support Grieve or just in the mid lane to brick the tower. Tier 2. Really, really nice engage where, yeah, Fofo just doesn't really have a chance, even through the Mercs. Great value. You know, we've been waving that flag, but unfortunately, too much CC is still going to beat out on having some of that tenacity of it.
I'm going to say to you, Jamada, though, even though Cloud Soul, you talk about not being as valuable, seeing as Zeri with Cloud Soul if this game goes on.
Oh yeah,
dude. No Enchanter, but
look,
still worth mentioning.
I am the Cloud Soul shiller. I am the.
Oh yeah.
I am the Cloud guy. Last year I pushed a huge narrative because I think Cloud Soul was largely undervalued. It's just that this game, Cloud Soul, you know, in terms of the active ultimate portion, it kind of just sucks for everyone on this team besides Zeri. So, well, I guess actually Sensei likes it. You know, having all that extra movement speed on the all-out cast is quite nice for sticking power. So, you know, it's not super oppressive like if you're playing a Rakan or an Olaf or an Aatrox, but still some value there. But
and I also just realized that JJ is running first strike Maokai, which normally we do see phase rush. So
it's a bit of a mix. I think we've been seeing a lot like of a mix in solo queue, and I think we've definitely seen. It's kind of like a 70-30, right? I think if Maokais know that they don't need phase rush to like stick to a target or kite away after an engage, they can go first strike, and it just prints them out. You know, a lot of additional money. On top of the damage that it also provides now. RNG, they're fishing for a pick.
Oh, wait, the angle, look at it. Beautiful. The AoE as well. Mako's down. Way now running away as Nature's Grass does a bit of the dirty work, but Leave has pulled out the shock. But Breathe, not spotted. Twirl around and spin, baby, spin. It's like a dead or alive music clip, but Breathe, fortunately, hasn't gotten to the chorus yet. It was tempting, but it doesn't net the highest possibility for RNG. Dragon sits there for the time being because EDG are moving the fast-paced play towards mid. Tara's not going to go down. Herald is going to be popped in the bottom lane. And now it's just switching lanes. Is Arrow not going to hit either.
Swing and a miss with that Arrow and just a disengage on all fronts as EDG, they're going to make their way back to the river. That Herald kind of thrown to the wayside in a way. Yeah. I definitely wasn't going to be timing out anytime soon. They still had around 2 minutes left on it, but I guess they just didn't want to commit to the bottom side, and now EDG will pick up their third dragon as RNG. They might try and poke and prod their way in here, but you can see where the rest of the team is. Maybe fight? Maybe.
Has to be, right?
Okay.
JJ holding off.
Yeah,
Waves coming in.
EDG have backed off a little bit here, so maybe you're right, Stars. I think RNG actually have a lot more grounds to contest this than I think they actually realize.
I mean, Wei does have his ult up again. Both coming in off the side, and RNG using numbers for the time being. Breed moving down. This Dragon going down ever so slowly. His TP is going to be used. That's from the mid lane. Fofo's like, I'm not walking here. He gets an Uber for a 5-minute journey as now Nature's Grasp once again comes through. Only locks down Sejuani, but Wei gets hit with an arrow. It's CC after CC. Jungler dead now. No smite. And it goes over to Fofo in the end. Third Dragon with now the fight ensuing too. Ming flashes over the wall to get on out of there. While the push from Gala, the tippity tip, takes down Mako, but for the Dragon, still a massive worth in all, chat.
Yeah, honestly, I mean, if you can get to the soul, right, if EDG feel like they will be in a comfortable enough position by the time that, you know, a hypothetical Elder spawns, if they get this next Dragon, it's worth picking up all of these things if they can shut down RNG's attempts at team fighting, as they've been so threatening time and time again. So much CC played into Wei, he just can't move. The Dragon actually goes over, I think it's Fofo, yeah. He's the one that secures it. And RNG, I think in the initial, you know, build-up to this Dragon, or kind of the second initial build-up, shall we say, a little bit too hesitant. I think they could have taken position a lot quicker once they realized they had their tools. They were too slow to the punch, whereas EDG rather was still there. And now, I mean, Mako, that's unlucky. I mean, that's just one of the, you know, downsides of playing Ashe. If you are against a very bursty champion like Syndra, it's gonna die. It's basically the full kit.
Rough. I mean, free resources over to Tang Yuan. Nothing but that Baron up and available, the death timer not being really over 20-25 seconds at the time being, so nothing gained apart from a bit of that goal, but still pick potential always going to be there here as EDG move back up to the top side. They're pinging down Tang Yuan. Jamada, they want to kill this Syndra. There is still a turret there though. As Arrow, oh, it hits! Mako revenge. Revenge is best served ice cold as he goes golden. There's no way he survives, and Mako must be smiling on that.
Oh yeah, I'm sure he's happy. And again, just need more of that, just more fishing. That's the power of the Ashe ult, right? I mean, look at it. It's already a third of the way back, practically halfway. And they just found that pick seconds ago. And honestly, EDG, I think they're a little bit too chunked out, and members are too close to really consider a Baron, but they can, you know, in the near future, start to try and pressure things like that, right? Look for turnarounds with the Nature's Grasp, with the Ash Arrows, and just put RNG in uncomfortable positions where they have to face check and they have to send Wei in where he can maybe get bursted down from full to, even if it's like 20%, it's still a worth chunk out, as Ash Arrow will get the full on point of view from base.
From zero to hero, honestly.
Yeah. And one real niche thing I really like here, JJ actually positions kind of behind Tang Yuan just to guard off the flash. Where Tang Yuan did flash, he would still be in range if he did it at a 90-degree angle behind him. He would follow up with the twisted advance, so real nice on the micro there from the EDG jungler. Great aim, actually.
Okay, so taking stock of the game, where we're at, because Dragon Soul's coming up, I think it's an important time. There's been picks here and there that have opened up turrets, but we haven't had our significant team fight yet. Jamada, run me through a little bit, because EDG in a bit of an advantage here. 2 items through mid, 2 items in the AD carry position. Not that full item Zeri, but I do feel like EDG are feeling pretty powerful, especially Fofo by their side.
I think even though the items right now are kind of equal, the thing is EDG have started to actually use the power of the Ash ult to just try and fish for picks like this.
Oh. Hitbox on the Gala. Twisted Advance now follows through. Ming is blasted to oblivion, trying to kite it out. The fans footwork not enough for the electroshock from Leave. Good scatter the weakest. Changyu and TP's on him, but now Ala's in too. Running forward, this guy about to pop off, but not given a chance to go all out as Ming is dead. Luckily, it's not in time for the Dragon.
Yeah, luckily it isn't, but EDG feels like they've come online and really kind of recognized the strength of their composition in terms of finding these pick potentials. And that's what we kind of asked for when he was coming out of the draft, right? Use that, use the Maokai ultimate, use the Ashe ultimate to just fish from range and see what you can find, and then just kind of pounce after the fact. Because if you try and take this team composition 5v5, it's going to probably feel quite rough, right? You've got such short range on the top side of the map. Your bruisers, your tanks, your front line aren't really going to be able to achieve much besides just kind of tanking up a lot of the damage. And in this case, EDG have just kind of cut those corners and they're using their range engage perfectly, and RNG just don't have an answer right now.
Now unleashing on point as well. I like how you said that the fishing has finally started. We're 30 seconds towards Dragon, and after that last play, Cleanse now on cooldown. The bell should be up by the play, but it's going to be cutting it close here from Ming. EDG have priority in the river. And Jamada, RNG positioning in. It's got to come up to Wei, right? It's got to come up to maybe Tang Yuan, Scatter the Weak, a pick before this Dragon spawn. Oh, wow. Otherwise, they could be facing down Death's Door, at least with a soul to benefit.
Yeah, and Mako, his aim's been so good. He kind of got robbed by the low ground, high ground of the river there, to be honest with you. As there you go, Wei looks for it, but he doesn't aim true. Scatter the Weak lands.
Scatter the Weak's good. It's onto Arla. He runs forward anyway, wanting that all out. Here comes Nature's Grasp through the enemy team. Jeje doesn't hit a target either. Doesn't want to follow that through with the twisted advance. Dragon is now live. This is soul for EDG, but RNG are making a pushing play instead. Breathe has TP, and he's putting pressure on the top side in the turret.
Yeah, and it's Fofo that has to go and answer. As RNG are going to advance into the river here. EDG kind of just feel like they maybe can't actually advance into this one, and I don't blame them at all. I think if RNG take their time about it, they'll definitely give EDG enough time to come back in and respond. But I think the importance of the Ash Arrow, I mean, it's already back up because that cooldown is way too short. But and JJ's ultimate as well. I think the fact that they were both down gave RNG a brief window to maybe consider just leveraging the fact they had that side lane pressure, but step away from it. And now it's going to give EDG enough time to try and step back in and actually just reposture for this.
Again, Fofo just doesn't want to walk it. And now Breathe backing away as well. We'll see as the Enchantress arrow hits the goalpost. EDG have sent out that ultimate once again. Breathe has backed off, and remember, that teleport is available for him to join in, but he's going super deep. Yep. He's very far away, so they'll see exactly where he is.
Yep, they'll know. I think Breathe's going to push in this wave and then just dip into Fog of War and just make EDG consider where exactly he's going to come from. They'll know the rough angle, but they won't know exactly where, and that's the scary thing as RNG. They're kind of posturing with that in mind. They're going to spot Breathe on the sword, but maybe Wei looks for something. They're kind of split a little bit, right? Mako leaves mid lane. RNG aren't going to pounce on that opportunity though. And they're really, really dancing hard for this Dragon. They don't want to give soul over to EDG, just on the grounds of it being a soul. And RNG, they're just not really finding the angle to pull the trigger properly, but that's a lot of nice poke onto Mako.
It is, and again, it's been coming through quite a lot here. Is that sapling Sets up for the slow. Tangyuan gets poked down. The Mikhail's Bell's used just to get him out of there. But that bell that was savored for Gala in the past will now not be available as Dragon now starts. EDG through the arrow, through the poke, through just a sapling with Demonic Embrace. EDG are now getting the Dragon Soul. Maokai is just the best.
Maokai's broken, man. And that's why you see sometimes the first strike come through as well.
It's got a Night Harvester, sorry. Not even a Demonic Embrace.
Yeah. So what you'll see, I mean, in pro play, especially when you see the phase rush, you'll see, you know, a bit of a hybrid build, right? Where the Demonic Embrace comes in and, you know, you might get a couple of pseudo Tankaims righteous, Radiant Virtue as the core item. But what you were seeing in the initial weeks of Maokai being very powerful this year was actually the full AP build. It wasn't always necessarily the Night Harvester. There was actually the Leandries if there was a lot of tankier members. I guess in this case, Jia just feels like the Night Harvester is going to provide more immediate burst damage on the one sapling that finds its target. So happy to take that one, of course, the CDR, which I guess is technically also equal to the Leandry, so it's not really much point. But either way, talking about that initial burst over the burn, multiple abilities, so very happy to just go towards that. And those saplings are going to hit like trucks, right? If you don't dodge those and they clip you, not only are you going to be slowed, you're going to eat like 400 plus damage just from the initial blow up itself.
And get all that free gold from first strike. He threw one sapling, got 35 gold. As now the arrow again sent out. Won't be much of a cooldown. Keep that in mind as EDG continue to fish out for these angles. They've got Cloud Soul too, so every time some of those ultis fly through, they're going to be speed demons. I'm waiting for Leaf to press his ultimate now as well because Jamada, that's an Infinity Edge. This is Zeri territory, and even without an enchanter, things are getting dicey. They continue to A-ram for a little bit, just waiting for someone to step too far forward.
Yeah, they're both kinda timid. They're so timid, Hysterics. There you go. That's
my God. The poke as well, just insane. As guess what? Arla stepping forward is a recipe for disaster. Breathe in the middle of everyone. He has to flash, pop on out, but Lee press the ulti, and Cloud Soul starts doing the dirty work. EDG with yet another pick, and Royal are just, they're not giving up, but they sure as hell are running out of ideas.
Yeah, running out of time, not just ideas. EDG, this should be the Baron pick up for free, minus some weird, well-timed shenanigans, shall we say, from Gala. Still can't believe those arrows stole so many Barons. But Gala not near the pit, as we'll get the replay of this, and it just feels like both teams are trying to stay at arm's length. They don't really want to full commit, right? That's what it really looks like to me. As Waze Armor flies wide, a bunch of poke eventually comes in, but this, it's been nerfed so many times. It's still catching you off guard when you see that much damage come out. That ultimate shot plays up from Lee was massive, and it just sets up the advance forward, and once that ultimate crashes down, extra AoE onto the members of RNG, and there's just no response that he had. He pretty much takes over that team fight in the mid lane.
Now 1,000 gold up. EDG might not be dominating with the gold value, but their Baron player has already set up for that outer turret to go down finally. Leave continues to stay through mid-wall way, pokes around the side. That's a good ulti, forcing out the flash from Mako. That's something here for RNG, but not going to lead to anything else. Breeze still hovers for an angle considering Fofo's not here. A good scout of the week onto Arla, who continues to go in. There's teleport from bottom lane. Fofo will join in, but RNG might already be dead without it. You look at them separated as Arla has got Breeze in his sights and Fofo has got the kill under his belt. Flash forward. Arla the flip back. Oh, that was nasty. That's Cassante mechanics for you as EDG look to separate this game one from any RNG control.
Yeah, and I mean, there's 25 seconds plus on Tangyuan, on Ming, and Breathe a little bit longer than that. We've got Baron buff. EDG, I think they're going to look to try and end the game here. They've got a minion wave, and it's just Wei and Gala. They can get the CT down on Gala, they can die for it.
It doesn't matter. Cassante will dive. The poke is too much, and right now, RNG have been hung, drawn, and quartered. Edward Gaming don't care about the return of Ming. This team is looking for a wing against their own arch nemesis in RNG. At least for game one, it's a roaring success.
Almost entirely clean game number one for EDG. minor misstep from GG in that initial invade, which you felt like gave RNG a lot of breathing room, right? I felt like a lot of calculated decisions were being made, giving up those early dragons, picking up the heralds, so at the very least trading the gold in value, but nothing really came of it for RNG. And I think the biggest takeaway for me was that there wasn't really much a push on the top side for Breathe either when you have that much setup. You know, one of the strongest 2v2s in the game at the moment, the Jack Sejuani, it's so hard to deal with, and it felt like they never really tried to shut down Ala, or at the very least, rather the better way to phrase it is push Breathe into an advanced position. And they looked almost objectiveless, right? Like they didn't really know what exactly they wanted to play through. Whereas on the side of EDG, once it clicked, right? I think as soon as they recognized, all right, Mako, Ash Arrows, we just need to send it and see what hits. They found their groove, and RNG couldn't keep up with that.
Yeah, again, it was no action with Breathe whatsoever. Actually, the most quiet Jax game I think I've seen in the whole of LPL. At least when it goes bad, it goes, you know, hilariously bad. But it was quiet there from Breathe, as mentioned. No interaction within the lane. And Sejuani not utilized well, outside of the fact that it was a counter invade, or rather, sorry, a counter punch towards JJ's invade with Ming making the roam up. That's all we saw from RNG, Jamada. Until then, oh, it's sole point. We have to fight, but never pulling the trigger. I don't know. We're expecting more shot calling now that Ming's come back in more direction, but that seemed like a very directionless RNG for game one.
Yeah, I think the lack of sharpness, right? I think the lack of eagerness to really jump on any kind of opportunity was definitely, you know, felt there in that game for RNG. Like you said, objectiveness, they had no real direction, I think, in this game, number one. Outside of the early invade, which they capitalized on, you know, I think their bottom lane matchup wasn't going as, honestly, I expected it. I felt like Mako really piloted that one so well that it became a little bit too difficult to really draw anything out of it. Despite that, Garda still, you know, he put out the numbers, sure, in this game, but he wasn't really able to take it over. And on the opposite end of the map for RNG, Breathe, again, wasn't really put on a platform to succeed when you've got such a hard-winning 2v2 on the top side, where
damage.
It's just, you know, what is a Maokai and a Cassante really going to do to you once you hit two items, right? It's going to take a long ass time for them to ever kill you. So I feel like the fact that RNG didn't really leverage that at all, kind of disappointing. But I think EDG, again, once they hit that mid game and they recognized that their poke was really potent, and the Ash Arrows, if they connected, could always yield massive benefits to pressure, summoner spells, item usages, all of that good stuff. They hit their groove well.
He's got 0% kill participation. Breathe was part of no kill. Now, I know RNG only got 5 kills in that game, but that just shows you there was no interaction in the top lane. Literally no kill participation, and that ain't the Breathe in this matchup that I was hyping up. You know, Ala versus Breathe, there's really great pocket picks for both these top laners that should be getting us excited, but not even seeing the Jax pop off. A bit of a concern for RNG. You've used words like directionless. We've used words like very quiet for RNG in game number one. Hopefully after this break, we come back to game two with a more reinvigorated RNG, or EDG will walk over this 2-0 after this.
Topside as well, Breathe trying so desperately to get something going. There is the grand challenge. All 3 procs.
Oh, the flash!
Oh, flash for flash.
One
Not
more
quite able to get it.
Oh!
Kim! You should know me. For Sivir and for Jace, so you're going to see a little bit of movement there. Actually, as well as that, Ruler has his. Yagao taking a first chunk there. They're going to look to try and go for it. Oh, the bait and switch. Elf does get out of it, though, in time. They're going to try and take down Kanavi as he's taking a fair chunk. Good kiting so far. They need to kill the minion waves, though. 10 seconds left, and they have to try and make sure this turret does not fall. Here we go, Bin. Oh! He gets scattered, and he's weak at the knees because he just can't kill him. He still got missing. He still got missing in the trade of 1-for-1. This is desperation, but Yagao is dead. Ruler with the triple. Ruler looking for the quadra, and Ruler is looking to stamp his authority on this league.
Give him the
quadra kill for Ruler, and on says welcome as the pentakill goes to Ruler. And now they're moving forward. Those saplings are doing so much. Bin goes in. He's feeling a little bit impatient. They're going to try and get the needlework, but Ruler gets untouched down top of it. There they go. JDG back at the top of it. Ruler gets caught out. Ruler is dead. The president is down. And now the rest of the fight can really ensue. Knight does get a kill are so low, but this cat is doing everything to keep them alive. One more dead. It's all on Elk. He gets another one. Elk is popping off, and Elk is keeping BLG alive.
Shanji's found Gala. That's a big rush over the wall. Gala does not survive, though. And OMG, they're coming to town, and they're cleaning house. Wait, look at Breathe. Do they have any TPs to respond to this? Breathe can TP back, but they're going to go ahead and initiate the 2 bags. Breathe is on.
He does
the
a lot of damage.
He's doing so much work. TP
I don't think that turret's going to stay there.
TP is wasted. Are they going to finish it? No. No, Breathe. He's not going to be able to be stopped. And that's
not going to
just
get back
game
from
2.
himself.
That's the series. RNG. This is King Tien. Get a nice little engagement on the Shy and going for the all-in here. He's gone all out. A lot of damage on the Shy. It's a 1v1. The execution. Is it there for the Shy? He misses the spear. And the Shy. Is he going to go to the solo bolo? He's got to get out of there. Get the execution. And the Shy is Giga Shy unlocked.
Excuse me, please, but I'm standing. Left on right, we're trapped in the middle. Excuse me, please, but I'm crying. Catch your breath before you get old. I couldn't stay for the battle. I couldn't cross in the middle. But we are far too much too young. Excuse me, please, but I'm standing. Left on right, we're trapped in the middle. Excuse me, please, but I'm crying. Catch your breath before you get old. I couldn't stay for the battle. I couldn't cross in the middle. But we are far too much too young. My mind. Didn't even know what happy means till you came along and walked into my dreams. It's funny how the times can change so fast. Looking straight ahead, I don't think of the past. You've changed everything. It's like bright lights and a starry sky. We're gonna feel that way most every night. Sunlight on a summer day. We're gonna laugh and dance all the rain away. Sing a new melody. It's full of love. It's beautiful and free. 'Cause you belong, you belong, you belong to me. Birds fly, fill the trees like it's always spring. White clouds high above, I know just what I mean. Your smile, this love are an endless road. And I'll walk, I'll run, anywhere it goes. You've changed everything. It's like bright lights and a starry sky. We're gonna feel that way most every night. Sunlight on a summer day. We're gonna laugh you're dreaming of, waiting for your fate to come. There goes another day of sacrifice. Are you never gonna try to fail? Never gonna stop to give in? Never gonna try to reach up for the stars? You gotta fight with all of your life. Before the doubt takes over your life. You gotta hit that warning light. Are you done with
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the LPL. It's been a nice little start. We've had RNG versus EDG, our historic matchup, end up with EDG kind of walking over them a bit. And honestly, RNG looked a bit stagnant, so we're hoping they show a bit more coming into game number 2. I'm Asterix. I'm joined by Jamato, halfway across the world. Actually, full way across the world. You're in the UK. I'm in Australia. We're like a
It's
little
quite
version of
literally-
you.
Yeah, we're on like the opposite side. You are, you are kind of a little. Well, you're geographically a much bigger version of us, but also
Sort
you
of.
guys came after. Anyway, yeah.
Dude, it's okay. I mean, I'm just going to tell you one thing. Like 90% of Australia's not populated anyway, so it might be a big piece of land, but we don't do much with it. We did come back off of what I mean, I was expecting this to be more of a banger. EDG kind of clawed their way through RNG with ease and got an early soul. Jamato, I didn't hear about MVP. You want to enlighten me?
Neither did I, because I just got back. It's JJ. Oh wow. Okay, you know what? After the level 3, I'm kind of surprised, but also it kind of makes sense. My personal vote would have been for Mako, but hey, I can see the JJ vote. I can see the angle. Yeah, just the full-on AP build, the first strike, it got a lot of work done in those mid to later game team fights, in my opinion. And it was too much for RNG to really approach. And again, I think the very half-heartedness of a lot of RNG's approaches in this game were what led JJ to have such a successful game in the team fights, right? I think that his ability to just kind of help aid and abet a lot of the aggressive moves in the rest of his lineup really, sort of set the tone for the rest of this game once EDG hit that sort of mid-game spike where they felt super comfortable just constantly going for these picks.
Look at this tree run around, especially with the Cloud Soul. When he ulted, he just darted back and forth. Ala as well, getting huge jump backs here from his Q. Like, massive props to him. I think more of a team effort there for EDG as we look across. JJ, oh yes, give the praise there. That says Hal, and Hal something, I don't know. Hal Chur, JJ, I don't know. Good eat? No, it definitely wasn't. I'm sorry that my Mandarin is, as they would say, laji. So I'm sorry to everyone out there. But EDG definitely weren't laji in the first game. They were pretty clean. As we give JJ the wrap-up of MVP, just another note, I think Fofo having a pretty underrated game there. Jamato as well on the chase. Like, a lot of the burst damage after Mako got his arrows down did come from this chase from the wing.
Yeah, no, definitely agree. I think considering as well that Fofo was kind of the victim a lot of early aggression from RNG and the attempted picks on the lanes whilst the laning phase was going on, I think he did a really good job to recover and bounce back and off with the rest of his team actually looking for a lot of picks. So very funny.
The best of Gala. Like the second time he's ever smiled. A side note, when Gala came out, I think it was in the RNG series, he smiled for the first time ever. And that was just so great to see. So hopefully he'll be smiling after this one, which means we'd go to a game 3. Welcome back to Pick Ban. RNG on the blue side this time where they've elected to go. And it's going to start with the Jax ban here, Jamato. As it's similar bans on EDG's side. They just want to get rid of that Graves against Way.
Yeah, want to get rid of Way Graves. Graves, even though you don't see him too frequently, the players that are very adept at playing him will always find the spots to make the champion work. And yeah, I think taking that out of Way's hands, one of his, in recent history, very, very powerful champs, just making sure he doesn't have it. Rise, of course, we've seen take over a game already today. Very, very powerful and plays into that, Tang Yuan kind of filling the old role of what Xiaohu would do. Roaming to sides, those semi-globals or full-on globals, really a lot of RNG's sort of team power, making sure that they can take some of that away from the mid lane.
It's interesting though, isn't it? Because we've had Angel who subbed in the last series, and we haven't seen him here today. This is the second game where it's been Tang Yuan. but I feel like both of them facilitate that role quite well. They've obviously felt comfortable enough with Tangyuan to run him in the second game, but yeah, the global presence is what we know him for so far. As Rise might be one of the takeaways, remember that the things like Lissandra, I'd even put him on Talia. I think we've also seen a Galio or two come out from him as well, so a lot of options there for RNG while they plan on banning away that bottom lane. They see that Ashe and they're like, no way, man. Are we letting that through again? With Maokai being a similar response by EDG, but this time, not letting it be a first pick for RNG.
Yeah, and Lucian Nami is actually up and available in this draft, so I wonder if
it
RNG
is?
are actually going to prioritize that with the Nami hover and the Maokai being banned away. It kind of, obviously, it's not an option to be first picked anymore on the side of Wei, a takeaway from JJ from game number 1. So that's going to be Nami first picked, which of course predicates that we'll see Lucian come in at B2-3. So what will EDG actually like to try and run into this? Will they, you know, kind of forego actually any bottom lane picks and try and pick up some very powerful top sides? Oh, Yumi is up. I wonder if you just want to go... Yeah, I wonder if you just want to go Zeri Yumi or Zeri Lulu and just neutralize the lane, because honestly, what I've seen a lot of in, you know, practice really is Zeri Lulu kind of wins the Nami Lucian matchup. It's quite strange actually, where Nami Lucian doesn't really have enough like full-on commitment power to outright win the lane. They'll always get, you know, a fairly, you know, sizable advantage where they'll hit the mid game in a very positive spot. But in pure isolation, I've seen a lot of Zeri Lulus actually just do fine. And of course, like you said, the Yumi is also an option. It just kind of removes a lot of the laning power that Lulu can sort of bring in and sort of alleviate the pressure of the Nami. With the Wukong being locked in as well, I think if you go Yumi, you're kind of asking to get Dovon, but of course Yumi really does take the scaling aspect from 10 to 15, and it gets really obnoxious to lock down leave on this area if you get to that sort of 25 minute mark, and 3 items are there.
And look, man, it's LPL priority at the moment. Like, Yumi is first pickable. I know in many regions you'd say the same thing. Pro players still think this champion is bonkers busted, and we tend to agree. I think the world tends to agree that, you know, this cat is just really ruining the argument for dogs versus cats as well. Man, we got some good freeze rapes today too. But that same lane locked in once again. We have to look forward here, Jamada, because we don't have anything for the solo lanes of EDG. On the other side from RNG, you say the exact same thing. And when we're talking about Breathe versus Arla being this late in the draft, I think we might get to the lower end of things, because that's the most exciting matchup, and I hope it's not just going to be Cassante versus something boring.
Yeah, same. I kind of just whispered, you know, Fiora ban. I feel like it should come through, but EDG are actually opting to take away some of Tangyuan's sort of, you know, utility lockdown champions. First with the Lissandra, I wonder if they'll go towards the Galio in the end or not, because I feel like Galio is kind of an okay answer compositionally into JJ wanting to dive forward, and if EDG want to stack any more dive, Galio can kind of become a bit of a problematic champion, not only because he can already support Wei on the Wukong moving forward, but he can then also dissuade JJ ever going in, so we could actually see that one removed away, as RNG on the opposite end looking to take away some lane shove and some very solid and consistent scaling in the Azir. We could just see them go towards another of those mages that bring a lot of brilliant wave clear. Something like Victor could also be a very solid ban here into Fofo if you want to take that one away, or an aggressive option like Silas. And now that you see that the Kassadin has been banned away, that could also be something that you're eyeing up to ban away here as RNG.
It's interesting you mentioned something like Victor. Fofo is very lane focused as a player, and it suits him a lot. And I think something like the Azir as well is like a long time ban from RNG, knowing who Fofo is. It's been in the league for quite a while now, so with the targeted ban there, they also add one to Arla. The Fiora gets banned away. The biggest question is, what does EDG want to do with that? No, let's just hold off the phone there, because we know it's probably going to be something in the top lane here, leaving Fofo for the potential counter pick.
It looks like they are going to give Fofo the counter pick, at least by the hovers, though you can never commit to hovers. You know, it's caster 101. You never talk about the hovers unless they're actually quite interesting options. As we've had this one for quite a while.
Do it, man.
All right, Fofo.
What a baller.
Wants to throw the gauntlet down. All right, but this does open up Galio as a really strong option for Tangyuan. That's my only concern with the pick. Lane counter, really, really strong. But of course, you know, just being able to provide the magic shield and the magic resist to a target being Dovon, it makes a lot of sense. It depends on what RNG and specifically Tangyuan want to kind of angle at. Ahri, very strong answer. Very hard to dive an Ahri as the Vi. You have to really be careful about how you commit to the champion. And Cassante as well, taken up by Breathe. You said you didn't want to see Cassante into something boring. Jake, I've got some bad news for you.
No.
We might be seeing it into something boring. We don't see Sion often, but what I will say, as I want to talk about this often because I think it's a pretty solid pick here, there's not really too much tank busting capability on the side of RNG.
Oh, true.
So I think getting a free scaling lane here as the Sion and kind of just being a massive beefcake where you come out of laning phase of like 3,000 HP, it's going to be really obnoxious to ever kill this front line here on EDG, especially if Mako ever decides to attach himself to the Sion just for the sake of doing it. So I think EDG have rounded off their comp fairly well. They've got a very strong front line out of Arla, and of course, even JJ is going to provide some of that setup and front line for the rest of EDG. Fofo will do his thing. Expect Mako and Leave to kind of work as their own individual duo because RNG don't really have dedicated, you know, point-and-click lockdown. It's more about Wei, Gala, and Ming finding the angles to actually try and shut down Leave. So I think it's really going to be very execution dependent on the side of RNG. For our EDG, whereas for RNG, it is really going to be finding specifically Leave and then trying to make sure that he's taken off the board very quickly so that you can try and deal with the rest of these melee champions on EDG.
But let's be real. What you're telling me overall, though, is if we get to late game, no one's going to be able to deal with Sion. Akali and Zeri are going to have the greatest time because they're going to be able to destroy everyone. And I feel like Arla's pick has just set EDG up for a beautiful fighting later on, right? Is that the crux of it?
Yes.
Good. You know what? That's enough for me. Your yes signifies that Sion, big brain pick, even though it's going to be a pool noodle fight in the top lane. Guys, pool noodles can hurt in the end. Let's see how far it goes, though, because RNG, game number 1, it was very insignificant. Nothing happened that you could say was very positive for their look in this split. Remember that RNG as well have started 1 and 2. Right now, FPX are equal with this team. Right now, teams like Rare Atom are above them. OMG as well. IG, they're huge chats, you know. Like, we need a Giga YSKM emote at some point, but...
You know, I'm new to the league, but they have the mojo, don't they, right now? IG.
They do. But RNG don't. That's the point, right? RNG need to show us a little bit of something, because Ming's now back, and we should expect a bit more strength from this team. However, EDG dismantled them game number 1. Coming into game number 2, let's see if EDG can play this out. Or if RNG can, again, find those specific windows you were talking about. We do have Gala with Ignite in the bottom lane, by the way. Ming is rocking the heel down there. The crowd is just letting loose for our historic teams. Man, go for it.
Like you point out, the Ignite, it's an adaptation we started to see at the very start of this year, but also towards the end of last year. And it just gives Lucian individually a little more kill agency. You know, he's going to be the one diving forward. It's never really going to be Ming, so being able to lay that Ignite in just makes a whole bunch of sense as Breathe. I mean, he's no Fiora or Jax, looking for some of these level 1 invades. We've seen that be a trend over the last couple of weeks. Seen it a lot from BDS's Adam. YSKM, you should know me as well. Deal. But not quite as much power at level 1. Sante, but just looking for some information, and we will have it. They'll know now that JJ is on his red buff, and will be clearing that top side before he makes it down towards the bottom side. So RNG still getting it.
So what does JJ look for here in this early game, right? Is he a disruptor, or is he more playing the defensive role here for EDG? Just so the lanes go okay.
Yeah, I think the latter. I think he's looking to just kind of play man-mark onto Wei, ensure that Wei doesn't get too many free opportunities to attack the lanes, because realistically, you know, we spoke about this bottom side matchup. Zeri, Yumi, I've seen get smashed a lot more by this Lucian Nami in comparison to having the Lulu in the slot, but it's the option that EDG went for. So I think as long as...
Oh,
that is aggressive.
What a leave. Leave is not leaving. Now Gala for the return trade as there's heal. Use Ignite in return as well. That's Barrier Ignite on the other side. That's 2 summoners for 2 summoners as Leave set that up with way down in the bottom side, but not committing to the play just yet.
Yeah, just getting a ward on the blue buff. Just make sure they can track. I think he walked over that Pixel Brush ward anyway, and it's going to clip him on vision as it expires. A very Jackie Love-esque dive forward from Leave now.
Hello.
Forward. JJ is actually spotted on that ward as Wei goes over the wall. A very, very intricate dance of vision and the junglers trying to find their way around it as the front lane trades continue. But I think first move here is going to be Wei. He's going to get over the wall, right? Warrior Trickster.
Invis.
So for the gang.
Doesn't see him, and now they do. Mako and Leave. They're going to do exactly that. Get out of this lane as Wei is picking a target right now. JJ hovering on the wing as Wei jumps on in. But there's no good follow-up here from Ming. Of course, he's low on mana too, so Leave and Mako just waste the time of Wei.
Yep. Not too bad. I think Wait, just looking to be proactive, right? And we said JJ, just at the very least, wants to kind of man mark, be on the same side, and he was there to cover that gang, just in case there was some kind of real full-blown committal. Because now his blue buff's going to get attacked, but I think they're just going to settle for the scuttle. I don't think they actually know JJ doesn't have smite, so smite has been committed by Wei, which he'll have back up at around the same time as JJ. They might actually see a blue buff invade continue.
Again.
You have to look at the lane priorities, right? Fofo is never really going to be able to move first to this. Tangyuan has that first move. He's pushing up that lane quite high, and Ming are already there to support. So really, really nice aggression coming out of RNG. And already a much better start, in my opinion, in terms of having a little more direction, right? Having a little bit more of a clear goal in terms of what they want to do. And right now it just seems like trying to set JJ behind so he can't, you know, try and start to snowball at the very least the likes of Fofo, or maybe leave and Mako in bottom side.
And it's crazy to me because, I mean, again, RNG, I don't see them as a very directionless team, right? But we question that a lot in game number 1. Game number 2, so far, as you're saying, that sets up for Wei to now get this early back, do his top side clear, maybe look for one of these lanes where we did talk about him being the more proactive of the junglers. Right now, JJ is getting a spot out here onto Wei as he does his blue side jungle. We'll just be going back up to his Krugs and continuing his own path as well. Just note to what you said that Fofo won't be able to help out if anything happens between the junglers, not at least until he gets level 6. Sakali pre-6. Not going to be able to do too much here in this game.
No, but when Akali does hit level 6, and honestly, the power of that level up is so insane.
Oh, there it is again. Ignite. Oh, the Aqua Prison! Gala flashes! Double auto Ming! He flashes for it, the auto doesn't connect, and Gala and Leave are both on pennies of health right now as we get the all out in the top lane. Ala flashes away. Now, is he level 6 or is he going to get close to Sion with the Ram Jam? That's just what I'm waiting for, is Breeze not getting the next knock up, and over multiple lanes, still no first blood.
Yeah, I think if Reaver's a little bit more patient there on that Q3, I'm not sure what the cooldown fight was. I think he could have maybe found an angle to actually bring Ala all the way down into the river, a knock back towards the wall, into an R, into it and over. But either way, still finds the flash, still an advantage in the top side for him individually, and in the bottom side, so close. Ming flashes forward, doesn't quite find lethal. Leave and Mako really playing with fire. I think Barrier and Ignite were both seconds away from coming up. We'll get a look at the HUD on the bottom side, and you can kind of see the timer ticking very, very quickly, which means that's, what, 5 seconds away from being on cooldown. Give or take maybe 6, 7. Oh, that flash forward, not quite enough. And if Mako had Ignite to maybe kill Gala, that's a trade that goes in the favor of EDG. But still, you can see Gala and Ming really want to get aggressive, right? They're trying to push the innate lane advantage that a Nami Lucian should have. But right now, Mako and Leave, they're being stalled into the defense.
And they've got a summoner advantage now as well, Jamada. We've got 3 here for EDG's bottom lane, 2 for, 1 for RNG, and it's only the heal. So flashless there, while Leave, remember, is given a free backseat to Mako. So as long as he has flash, there is safety here for Mako as well.
It's just fun to be nice. I just hate you. Everyone hates you.
Oh, yeah.
Just the
I'm honestly, in my life, like, I was looking at getting a cat. I think I didn't buy a cat because of Yumi. Is Ala, oh yeah, the pain train to the bottom lane. We've seen this in solo queue many times.
What's great is if they hear it go off, they're going to think, oh, he might just be ulting back to lane, just cheating a little bit of tempo, then he shows up in your face. It's such an annoying roam, and it's very unique to Sion. There's not really too many top laners that can
get the angle,
make this play. We've got the Observer Pan, which really makes me believe that they're going to do it.
Oh, he's doing it. Okay, Ram Jam, and thank you, ma'am, into the turret. It doesn't hit, but Ming takes the damage. The reverse Q as Ming is still alive. Gala shifts back.
Oh my
RNG
God.
are so lucky, and JJ dying. A 1-for-1. That was so messy as Wei gets decimating smash. Ala brings it on back, but my God, that could have been cleaner.
That could have been a lot cleaner from the EDG side. I still like the idea. The only issue is now on the top side, Reaper's getting 3 plates here, and that's what, 350 gold. That's so much gold to give to Kasante at the expense of actually individually not getting anything on the side of Group. So he's going to feel kind of bad about it, but either way, look again at this replay and just a nice little sidestep from Gala. The angle attempt from Ala to quite find his mark and tries to go for Q2. Q rather, onto Gala instead of just kind of killing Min, which unfortunately means that JJ has to trade his life. As Wei gets interrupted there on the Warrior Trickster invisibility, or at least Ala does prevent any kind of aggression being retaliated.
Look, Arlo, we know, won't have that ultimate for a little while now. Breathe might be trying to play aggressive in the top side because of it. But because of that play, EDG, I believe, were able to get first blood there first. Went over to JJ, but you look at who got it in return. Ming got it there, Jamada. Ming got it, meaning Nami is going to be closer to getting Imperial Mandate, which is one of the biggest support buffs, or rather, first item buffs, out of anyone in the game. So, still very significant here for RNG, while it looks like a dragon for Rip Herald trade happening right now.
Admittedly, honestly, I think Mandate, the damage, the additional burst damage you can get from it is borderline kind of criminally underrated. I feel like, you know, you get hit. You get hit by Nami Lucian combo, you're not really thinking about the Mandate damage, you're just looking at Lucian, like, you know, having 50 magic damage on each war attack he has. But you get the idea, mixed in with all that physical, and you just kind of get clubbed over the head. All that comes from the Mandate, so like you said, getting the kill, not too bad. Going back to the macro aspect, as you mentioned, Herald will go over two-way in RNG. I feel like the obvious answer is it has to go to Gala and Ming, because you need to get these guys in a position where they can one-shot in the mid-game, right? Bringing Gala and Ming into the mid lane and then using the mid lane priority they should gain to get first move to side lane to objectives is going to be pivotal. So expect Wei to put a lot more focus on the bottom lane for the next couple of minutes. And, you know, he opened out on the bot side, so here you go. He's going to look for something at the very least.
About that W and ulti, we haven't seen a Cyclone yet, but he's also got Flash available. So keep in mind that if this is a successful play down bot, it'll end up with Herald as well. Breeze gets a nice knockback, the all-out, take him to Narnia. Oh my god, he's met with the White Witch first, and unfortunately, Turkish Delight is a bit of a lure. The knockback doesn't come through. Arla is managing to get out of there safely. Still has the ulti for his own turnaround, but we look back to the bottom lane because RNG are trying to make the play. Wei's coming in, but now over reward with culling at max range. RNG failing on both sides of the map.
Yeah, I mean, on the side of Breathe, he's still going to have a fair amount of pressure, but definitely I'll pull the bottom side play much closer to a fail, and I think even if they do commit, JJ is in the wings and ready and waiting, and again, I think he's just fulfilling his role in this game perfectly. Sure, you know, the dive, which he had to commit to because EDG were committing to it as a whole, did see him die, but I think the fact that he's been able to stave off away from these side lane plays, in particular the bottom side plays, it's been so crucial to just allowing Leave and Mako to, you know, scale to a point where they're really comfortable. That recall does go through, but again,
Get rid of that
Wei,
ward.
Get rid of the ward. But Wei and Tangyuan are not going to be able to commit to a dive, right? And if they really felt like the dive was going to continue, they've got more vision to track it in that slide brush. That Thunder's not going to interrupt the recall of Mako. And JJ could have just opened back out onto the map onto the bottom side and waited to take it too long to crash. So EDG is playing this out fantastically. And their scaling aspects are going to come online.
Yeah! Just ran past it. Well, that was a weird interaction. Arlo just getting to lane because TP was already burned down. Make sure that you don't miss a cannon. I was going to come back and tell you that, you know, what you said to me in draft is Fofo tries for a bit of all in here. Charm misses. Look at Fofo's feet. I was going to say feet work. Footwork, probably the better term. I was going to come back and ask, you know, with compositions in front of us. You already told me that things like the Zeri, the Yumi here as well, like how this game goes with the damage output against Arla. Things must be looking good here for EDG in the early game, only being down 800 gold and having a dragon to make it slow.
Yeah, I think game state in consideration, EDG, you know, they're down 1,000, but in reality, they're still, you know, even. You could even argue maybe ahead, right? And the fact that Leave is very comfortably gone to his mythic without really being pressured by Gala and Ming too heavily. And like you say, Arla on the top side, scaling for free. So without him being forced out consistently or, you know, being put behind, again, there's no true tank buster on RNG side. And of course, as any champion would do, if he steps up too far forward, he might get blown up. But I just don't really see it happening. And I think, again, EDG have just played this one out excellently, and they're very comfortable.
Dude, they're in a bottom lane with Lucian Nami, and they're equal in CS. In fact, Immortal Shieldbow was picked up first here by Leave. After all the pressure that's come through bottom lane from RNG, yeah, it is a blessing as Herald will go mid and at least try for another lane now. Try and get some gold over to Tang Yuan as Fofo can't really stop this, so at least some more damage on that mid lane outer turret. But it's not going to be timed up here with the Dragon Jamada because that's coming up in a minute. And remember that RNG did get the first one. Excuse me, EDG did get the first one.
But I mean, it's still like a throwaway, right? Like, again, you want to get Gala and Ming to a point where they can actually get their Mythic and that Mandate. I'm going to hold the point anyway. It seems like it will eventually happen.
Oh, tidal wave missed though, but here comes the shock down. The flash from Leave goes over the top of the Aquaprison now with the ultimate use. Gala just taken out of the equation. Cyclone comes in, Leave trying for the heal, but it's not enough. Now for someone new to mount on. Mako needs a friend. Kill cats, that's what I say. And Dog's inadvertently better as double kill goes over to Tangyuan. Fofo comes in for his execution, but takes no one to the gallows. Instead, it's RNG finally getting something out of this bottom lane.
It finally is, and it's just Fofo being a little bit further behind the Tangyuan on the play. And you have to imagine if Akali is actually there at the same time, it's not exactly Fofo's fault. He can't move first in this matchup, ever. But I think the fact that RNG commit the extra number faster just means that they can very least trade. He can leave, man. Leave so confident to step forward because he knows JJ is going to be here first. It's an effective 3v2 until the mid jungle can actually make their mark on the skirmish. The reattach can't come through from Mako because he gets interrupted, well, outside by Wave. Cyclone. Pokemon unfortunately can't find lethal anyone here, just has to fight out on back way. But you can see the damage available to him. Definitely nothing to scoff at. And that's just going to get scary, this Derek as well. So I think trading effectively evenly, to be honest with you, even they go 2 for 1. EDG not going to be fussed about that, and they could even turn around here onto Wave.
Oh, they're down Wave. Yeah, it's on the control ward as well, so he can't be seen, or rather can be. Has to flash away after using the mirror image. Sorry, they're playing a bit of Warcraft 3 as we get RNG. They might get top lane Tara, but it looks like they're going to lose the second dragon, so the scaling continues. RNG might be up 3,000 gold, but as Jamada said, things need to be a lot better at this point. We're looking at top lane, I guess happened while we were dancing somewhere else. Did Arla die?
No.
Oh no, flashes over the wall.
He's alright.
He's 0-0-0, that makes sense.
And, you know, again, gold lead, it's in RNG's favor. So what we can start to talk about is RNG now, I think, once the Anthem is down. There you go. Gale Force Mandate is there, so they can start to leverage this. However, EDG are leveraging how powerful Leave is. And that's an interrupt.
Tangyuan in trouble. The ultimate, though, doesn't go off, and Decimating Smash avoided as well. Breathe now here. It's like an episode of Yu-Gi-Oh, but the Exodia parts weren't connected for that top laner. First kill, or rather death of the game, and RNG's play ends up turning back over to EDG favored.
Yeah, exactly. And I guess Wei did pick up that Rift Herald on the top side. So a trade can eventually come through, but, you know, second dragon earlier picked up by EDG, it's going to be a Hex Tech Soul. So if that gets snowballed into, honestly, EDG are going to feel great about that. And, you know, the nature of RNG's composition wanting to kind of move forward, it's going to get hampered by the Hex Tech Slow. The chain slow.
Look at this trap guard.
Yeah, as JJ interrupt the initial dash. Really nice from they went to Zonya's the initial ultimate. Like you say, Zodia not fully compiled together there. JJ is able to walk out. Healing provided by Mako. And all in all, clean play for EDG. They get the tower and they walk out with the kill.
And guess what? Gold went over to Leave. Second item almost built up. He's keeping on track with Gala here on this Lucian, so still, you're looking towards that 3 item series as per usual in any League of Legends broadcast, as now they're moving up towards the top side. Looks like Leave is just clearing a camp while Jeje and Mako are syncing up a little bit more. And it's because Dragon's not up for 3 minutes. It's because the Herald comes up a little bit sooner, or rather the Baron, I guess, at this point, because we have already experienced the second Herald. And Jamada, that is actually sitting in the inventory of Wei, to correct myself, so wondering how RNG try and build up the tempo in this game and make this mid game really theirs when they need it.
Bottom side, where you can drop it. See, Arla is coming to cover. Looking for Tangyuan, he's not going to find him. Will eat a charm in response. And the reason why I say the bottom lane is, in my opinion, I feel like that mid lane tower should drop for free. It's so low already that surely Gala and Ming, just as a duo, they should be able to slowly chip away at this. Maybe on any time it's a cannon wave. I think a regular wave might get cleared away kind of quickly. Also, am I going crazy or what?
Nah, you're hearing it, bro. We're back in the same bug that's been there for 3 years. I don't know what dictates it, but I love the ringing in my ears.
Yeah, I guess Zonya's is so powerful. It just
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah.
We've done
Why? No one's used the stopwatch here, right? Like, I would get it if a stopwatch got used here, like, earlier.
I thought Tang Yuan used his bot.
Bot
so-
lane. Yeah, I don't know how that bug still exists, but hey, EDG, I think
does.
they're a bit angry with it, maybe. Stepping forward.
They are. We are 5-manning mid. We are 5-manning mid from both sides. We are A-ramming again. Great charm, though. Beautiful stuff. Leaf goes to half HP, but he still has a Yumi on top of him. Everything pretty much is up apart from Ala's ultimate at this point. Feels like RNG, or rather EDG, Jamada, are waiting for that so they can charge head first.
Yeah, I think they recognize they just want Leaf to be strong. Or they just want to go
what a
now.
journey. Gala uses everything to get out. JJ is now under turret on the opposite side, but it won't stop them. EDG found the kill on the 80 carry. Sleep is the next target, but Ala is the fridge magnet. My God, just call him Arnold Schwarzenegger right now. As Breathe and Ming are running for their lives while Tang Yuan tries to recover the play. But Arnie told us he would be back, and there he is. Ming can't escape this one. Boy, you better believe EDG are back in charge.
Oh, EDG, full control. And again, it feels like we've been ramping up to this point for the last 5-10 minutes. RNG just haven't been as sharp as I feel like they need to be with this Lami Lucian. And sure, you can use everything in the world you want, but eventually Vi is going to catch up to you, and Fofo will happily try and find the execution. He'll actually end up going to leave as he kites back from all of this engage from Wei, from Breathe. But unfortunately, there's just not enough burst damage, and the healing, shield bow, everything stacked on top of each other means that Leave effectively has, 2 health bars instead of just 1. And RNG can't find their mark, and even if they kill him, frankly, Fofo, JJ, they would have just turned around and killed everyone else, and they pretty much do. Yeah. As the Herald, it comes in eventually in the mid lane, a bit of desperation, right, to just trade the tower. But EDG, once this gold difference drops in the middle of the screen, you'll see Leaf should have 2 items. He's going to be really ready to fight. He's just missing the summoners, and they're turning around.
Well, the TP coming through is dangerous. Well, Gala stepped up to this. Gala, why? Leaf gets the kill as Fofo jumps back on, and this Akali, an absolute ninja. EDG have already found the first pick as Ala is thinking about going back in. Of course, another decimating smash, but RNG with numbers disadvantage. This is third dragon. RNG trying to think, do we get mid lane turret? Do we try and contest? They're a man down either way.
Yeah, exactly right. And I think the fact that Gala is one of the stronger points of the composition being able to burst down.
Oh my God.
Someone get the Valves on the phone. You're seeing that.
Who's got the biggest six pack right now? Is it? I don't know. I'm not sure if we see the Barca six pack, but good question.
I'm sure he's hitting the gym on the side. All right.
Anyone who plays
how else can he hit so hard on the side? But like, taking it back to the game, I mean, we'll talk about the replay first. RNG just can't get forward onto the targets they want, and the turnaround is just there, right? It's so hard to engage into Yumi and then also have a Vi pick apart your AD carry so easily. And RNG, again, anytime they have an opportunity to return around when EDG start to disengage, it's just not possible. As Leave actually oversteps.
Well, I'm not sure what happened. We're going to have to get contact for that because Mako's now left on an island. Wanting to mount someone. Is he getting through? No, Breeze won't let him as Fofo tries to cover the play on Gala. Does so! He did this in a 1v3. Now on Tang Yuan, he will be dropping down, but 2-2! There's Ala flying through. Sion does it best. Pop up the Jinx. And that's a recovery here with 3 for 3 dead. Now we're talking.
All right, that's the LPL I know and love. I mean, Leave must have just stepped up a little too far. There's no reason he could end up in between Tier 1 mid lane entrance and the Tier 1 itself. But it looks like Ala and JJ try and just pick up this tower. Demolish should be enough.
He doesn't care, bro. It's literally a fridge, man. French Doors got the work. No one is, as you said in draft, but Leave was looking for the turret. Look how deep he was, Jamada.
Yeah, what can I say other than he was just feeling himself a little bit too well as Breed brings Mako back, execute him basically, or have Gala execute him, but Fofo, it's just so hard to block him out. There's no real point of CC to stop Fofo from doing Akali things. And Breed eventually gets knocked down by the absolute unit, fridge, train that Ala is. Yeah.
Jamada, have you heard on YouTube, this is for everyone at home right now.
Okay.
There's Thomas the Tank Engine, right? And that's got a bit of feeling to it. But there's the Biggie Smalls featuring Thomas the Tank Engine remix.
Oh,
If
yeah.
anyone's seen that, man, that's Arla right there in this game. He's now got a
I'm
force of nature.
I'm a personal fan of the DMS remix, personally. Oh, yeah. That one's also quite good.
That's cool. There's a lot of them, surprisingly. they're very, very valid for this game. Biggie does it justice for me. For some of you out there who haven't seen it, please do yourself a favor, get ready, play it next time Arla's there. Is leave good namesake for that situation, considering Breathe and Way were looking for him. RNG, in fact, going pretty deep around this Baron. Jamada, they're setting up Vision, trying to get a pick on EDG to bring themselves into, I guess, a much stronger late game start, where they've still got Fed members. RNG just need that pick to get rolling again.
Yeah, I think if they can, if they can take down Leave, then I think the damage profile of EDG, it collapses greatly. But again, you still have to worry about, the prolonged team fighting of trying to find Fofo and lock him down. And JJ, Vi is an excellent bruiser, regardless of whether or not she's got all of the, true bruiser items. Yeah, this looks interactive, right? I think Arla is very happy second for us, and so is Breathe. That's all that's going on here.
Yeah. Just same items, by the way, as well. Cloth Armor's the only difference, where Breathe is identical at the moment otherwise. EDG will walk into River, so Breathe also backed away. But now that mid lane turret's gone, it looks like EDG trying to play off the fact that they've got a bit of vision control in this Baron. They'll clear out the rest of RNGs. And guys, we're just going to chill for an extra minute. See what happens here. See if EDG can try and force RNG towards this Baron. Seems like the answer's no, as Breathe is going deep for this lead. Oh, he failed the E. If RNG saw that, man, he was in big trouble.
Yeah, I think they just thought he still had it, so very fortunate that that happened out of vision. Now, I actually think Leave should have the Infinity, and that's what he's recalling for. And at 3 items, I mean, again, I cannot really, make the point any more important. RNG have to kill Leave, otherwise he is going to maul everyone on RNG. No one has the armor to deal with a 3-item AD carry right now, especially not a Zeri with a Yuumi on their back. So RNG, they need to find a pick before the fight itself actually kicks off, or it has to be Leave that gets picked.
It's going to be onto JJ, looking for the charm, but doesn't hit. Instead, the re-engage comes through, EDG go flying, and Gala once again is the target. Fofo runs in as well. He's not escaping, as Ming is now the next target. Fofo is unleashed on this. Akali now too, taking on the world. We don't even need to talk about Thomas. It's called Thomas and Friends for a reason. That's all out in the back line. Bree trying to bring it on back, but RNG just don't have the numbers. Zeri does Zeri things while Fofo's cut down. And RNG are left in misery. As over the wall, Leaf continues to find his mark and Breathe right against the wall will be ace. Edward Gaming stands strong in their rivalry against RNG.
EDG want to take that also coveted rivalry belt home today, and they want to do it in a 2-0 fashion. They're going to get the Hex Tech Soul, must be dive into the replay, and as soon as that charm misses, it's just go, go, go for EDG. And again, as Gala, what do you do here? You just can't play the game. There's a Yuumi on the buy, you're getting rooted, then knocked up, then an Akali's on your face. Ming does his best to heal for his AD carry, but Akali is just too strong to deal with, and all the while, Leave was just left unattended to do whatever the hell he was doing for the first 10 seconds of that team fight. Eventually comes through the cleanup and the shutdown and gets the chase down onto Breathe. RNG just don't really have any options left, it feels like. The scaling is fully online now for EDG, and again, it's grasping at straws, right? Looking for picks, and if they can't find them, RNG are just going to lose the straight-up 5v5.
And we've got to talk about RNG in this game again. Like, the early game decision-making a little bit better, but missing their windows, Jamada. There's something to be talked about. Gala having a really bad mid-game. He's 1-6-5, and for sure behind the curve from Leave, and has been really, I'd say, at the laning phase. Was only ever even, never ahead, so really rough to talk about this bottom lane, where EDG have been taking control, and now you can see waiting for a pick. They've got Hextech Soul, so that slow's going to be a pain, that extra damage. EDG going to play off the back of it, and Jamada try and end it here for a 2-0 off of one pick.
Yep, definitely be very plausible with how strong EDG are. I think they're just going to look towards the Baron. And I think realistically, you just draw RNG into a bad fight. Start up, and here's what's going to happen. JJ will queue backwards, or he's not even on the Baron pit itself. He's just going to ask someone, Mako's going to get on his back, and whoever gets off is probably going to die. So let's see how it unfolds. RNG have to check this, otherwise they're just giving Baron free.
Whoa. Control ward there where Fofo's standing. You all see it. Fofo in the perfect place. They have no clue where he is. Now for the Baron. It's just going to come in for the smite. No steal. No. It's EDG with an easy take. It's Fofo now behind enemy lines. And guess what? They're on top of Tangyuan this time. Way off on the side. They're isolated. And RNG. You don't have numbers advantage here. Picked apart at the seams, man. It started talking about Thomas the Tank Engine. And it's ending talking about Arnold Schwarzenegger shooking everyone on this Zerayumo combo.
It really is. I mean, there's just nothing that RNG can do about this. And it kind of feels bad. Wei's putting in so much work, disrupting a lot of the backline, but there's just no one to follow up on the damage. Whether it's Tangyuan getting caught out at the very start of this fight, or Gala basically not being allowed to play the game throughout. We'll see what I'm talking about, right? We'll take the focus away from what's a very obvious one-shot onto the Ahri. Wei buys so much time into the backside. Ming, Gala, Reef, they can't step forward because Fofo is so scary. They know if they even, overstep by an inch, Fofo's just going to go in, perfect execution, and there's going to be not too much of a strong answer. And RNG left tails between their legs. Baron, Soul, basically everything in the EDG back pocket. Now looking to take that final inner and then look to break the base off the back of this Baron.
Well, it's been a nice ride from EDG this game. 4,000 Baron power play, by the way. So much gold given over. So easy it seems for EDG to pick apart the pieces. And RNG to defend this is going to require a miracle, being that far down. Arla steps up first. This guy taking no damage. Probably wishes he did, He's so powerful. He's like One Punch Man. Kind of wants a bit of a challenge here, but Arla's just not being given it as 5 members hold up towards mid. No sideways being reacted to right now. Instead, it's just EDG brute forcing, keeping that cannon alive, and being a pain in the side. They have no rush for this game. They are completely and utterly chilling on the beaches of Hawaii at this point.
Just looking to get whatever.
Oh yeah!
Oh, it's
the
about
run up.
special.
The run up, baby! Just run into whoever's there. It's unstoppable for Breeze, but again, he's
Fofo
taking up turret. It doesn't matter. Fofo goes in pretty deep for 2-man knockup. In the meantime, RNG have a chance here, but look, Jet in the backline with a cease and desist while Arla runs back in. He's ready for round 2 as Jeje will still die. RNG have gotten one within their base. Breeze still with the all-out. Remember, he has a mana bar in that ultimate that he can play with, but chooses not to take it. Instead, the inhibitor goes down. Arla backs in their faces, but Jeje maybe went a bit too ham.
Jeje a little bit too overzealous. Is there a deep teleport? There is. Breeze is looking for the Mako.
Yeah.
My only concern is I'm pretty sure they... Oh, well.
Follow him.
He is out. And now, Elder, 60 seconds time. It's the only way that EDG can mess this game up is giving RNG the Elder. But they are so far ahead. Surely not, right? Hysterics? Surely not.
Surely not. Well, crazy things have happened in the LPL, but again, I just come back to you talking about damage output for a Zion. It just feels near impossible. EDG are going to channel up. They've got a drain on their team, and they're deciding to take their own. This is 4 members moving down towards Dragon. It's got 45 seconds. Top left-hand side, I know it's a bit confusing, guys, but top left-hand is Elder, top right-hand is Baron. And 35 seconds till that Elder spawns mean EDG are getting vision priority nice and early, and it's just covered in their wards with RNG being shut out to the top.
Darkness is going to be suffocating for RNG to walk into. They've already been struggling to have any kind of a foothold. Walking into fog to get Zion knock-up, to then get immediately Vioed, anything like that. It's so spooky. And EDG are just playing very far up now. They know they need to keep RNG as far away from the pit as possible, so they can't establish any kind of foothold anywhere, and they're doing that very, very successfully.
So that one ward means something here. Hasn't been cleared away as of yet, and EDG just aren't doing that control ward there, so finally spotted out. Cleared out as Arla is dealing with Breeze. He's going to be a one-man army. This rush, look at him go. Ming gets poked out by the ultra laser. Fofo's angle is beautiful. Now cleaning house, just as a matter of doing the chores. Wade tries to get something, but look at RNG scatter to the wind as Jeje's engagement has been beautiful as well. Arla flashed over for this monkey. And now the zoo has been constructed with EDG caging the rest of RNG. It may not be humane, but that's life.
Beautiful is the circle of life. Hysterics, and in this version of it, EDG are beating RNG 2-0 in this series. RNG just did not have any semblance of control.
Dude, they did nothing, it feels like, in this series for the most part. In the old school rivalry, EDG hold true and move themselves up to a comfortable position in the LPL, sending RNG to 1-3, moving up to 2-1 themselves.
Really, really powerful look for EDG. Very, very on the ball today, has to be said. I think, especially game 2 in comparison to game 1. I think once it clicked for EDG in game number 1, they looked great, but in game number 2, it felt like it was from the very get-go. They understood what they needed to do, and it was shut down Gala come the mid game. Once, you know, RNG were kind of set up to maybe utilize some of their stronger parts of their composition, EDG just said, hell no. They put Mako on the Vi and just said, send it. And every time that Gala got ultimated by the Vi, you also have the lockdown of the Yuumi ultimate and everything else that follows from Fofo. It was pretty much unplayable for the Lucian that game, and I think as soon as Lucian can't play the game, the rest of the comp kind of falls to the wayside because they need that burst damage to function.
They really did, and again, it's such a smart pick. You talk about it in draft being so crucial to this game, and we just got to a point where, okay, RNG are not really scaling up on damage anyway. Tangyuan getting some early kills, but honestly felt like they were doing nothing with the Ari's early lead. And, you know, RNG, it has to be said, it has to come back to the core point. Is this team directionless without Xiaohu? Is RNG really just, you know, a team that was Xiaohu's all along, right? He started in the mid lane, went to top lane, won MSI, by the way, in both roles, but with such a big voice, with such a big part of the direction of Royal Never Give Up. You're looking at RNG here with Tangyuan, and while trying to facilitate a similar role, Jamada, they've started 1-3, and this team seems like already, even with Ming back, it's not in the same way it was before.
No, and you know, I think there's a lot to speak about coming out of the series, and of course the big point to take home is, yeah, man, RNG do look like a team lost, you know, without that, you know, clear guidance I feel like we've seen them have in the past. I think it can always be found quite quickly. I think there's ways to work around it at the very least, you know, at baseline level in draft, just, you know, very easy to execute, front to back,
Sure.
easy engage comps, things like that, that just scale up, right? But I think at the moment, if they're not doing that, then they're likely going to struggle. And I think EDG just really put them to the sword in this series, right?
Yeah.
I think RNG want to look and play like the way that EDG played today. That's the kind of version of RNG that I would like to remember, is the RNG that, sure, can sometimes have very slow, you know, and at times almost too calculated of an early game, but coming to the mid game swinging and very, very happy to actually look for engages. That's what we saw out of EDG. We didn't get out of RNG today.
And it, you know, play towards your win condition to further that point, right, where they have a clear understanding of what that may be. Early game, we knew how this team had to get rolling. We knew that Arla was going to be a big threat because the damage later on just wouldn't be there to penetrate that tank. And again, we didn't see use much with the Ari. We didn't see use much with, you know, Gala and Ming in their bottom lane. They got a bit of attention, but it never felt like they were able to curb stomp the Zeri Yuumi combination. So it's really sad to see when you have such talented players, which, you know, again, 4 of these guys won MSI. Yeah, pretty sure Breathe was on the roster if I'm not mistaken. So
yeah,
like we are amidst an RNG that once had this huge piece of fame that now is lacking direction. And again, a 1-3 start, Jamada, is really rough because this team also, by the way, if I look at their schedule, JDG's up next. And even in this form, I'm like, WE's up after that. And WE are actually middle of the pack right now. Are they going to be too much for RNG? Because RNG, they either win 2-0 as they did against OMG at the start, or they lose 2-0. They don't have any in between. And I'd look at those games with a lot of fear if I was them.
Yeah, I think, you know, there is maybe something to be said of the strength of schedule that RNG have had to put up with so far, but it can only really defend the play that you actually see on the Rift, right? So much. So I think RNG definitely needs to do a little bit of soul searching. Like you say, JDG up next for them. It's not going to get easier with that series, but moving away from the negatives and the struggles of RNG, I think definitely time to celebrate EDG especially after, I think roster changes which a lot of people were concerned about with the overall, perceived strength of EDG. I think continuing to prove that this iteration of EDG is still nothing to be toyed with, and they're very much capable. Sure, they had a bit of a rough look into IG, but I think very much clearly showing us that they are capable of, at the very least, being a very traditional LPL team, right? Very much happy to just pull the trigger whenever it looks like it makes sense, and as a unit and as a team, just committing to a play, and they did that very consistently here, and it showed.
And again, it's great for EDG considering they are running new players here, where a lot of the time that's been the issue in the LPL. But I will say, we've got an interview standing by with one of those new players in Leave to hear his thoughts on that series.
Hello there, welcome to post-game interview. I'm Christina. We're joined by Liv, the bot laner for EDG. There were so many historical stories between these two big organizations, and congratulations on your victory. Did you expect a very clean 2-0 victory? 恭喜我们的 EDG 拿下了今天比赛的胜利。那么 EDG 和 RNG 的比赛也是大家共同期待的共进巅峰的对局。在今天这场比赛之前，你有没有预料到会是以2-0干净利落的结束比赛呢？
昨天晚上的时候，我们教练都跟我们说，我们会以一个神之 BP 来结束今天。最后的结果也比较圆满吧。
The last night, our coach just said we will win this matchup because our special and amazing draft, and really we did it. The second question, I really want to touch on the game one because I think game one was very solid in early to mid game. But how did you guys manage to control all of Drakes and win those late game team fights? 那么今天的第一局比赛前中期可以说是都是非常的稳健，双方都是互相点到为止。但是 EDG 是如何在运营的过程当中控到了所有的龙，并且你们在后面那两波团战都是非常顺利的打败了 RNG。
我们控到龙的原因是因为我们回声时机抓的比对面好吧？我们抓到了对面没状态的时候开龙的龙。
那最后面的那几波团战是怎么打败 RNG 的呢？
最后面几波团战队友开蓝开的好吧？
The reason why we can control all of Drakes is just because we find a perfect timing. When we saw RNG recall, we just made some shot caller to secure the dragon. And in last team fight, we really did a great job and find a really great timing. And all of my teammates performed pretty good in that team fight. And I really want to touch on the game two because we saw RNG picked a very aggressive draft and they played very aggressively early to mid game. How did you guys manage to stabilize the situation? And you really did a great job in those team fights on Derry. 那么在第二局的时候 ，RNG 好像选出了一个比较激进的阵容，他们在前中期的时候也是频繁做事。但是我们可以看到，利物选手的泽利在后面的几波团战当中都是非常灵巧的走位和完美发挥，拿下了那几波团战的胜利。对于中期来说，你们是怎么样应对这样对面 RNG 一种频繁找机会做事情的压力的呢？
首先我们辅助把视野把控得很好，让我们在没有视野的情况下被对面开到。 然后打团的时候，对面这个阵容是对我是没有什么威胁的，所以说我发挥的会比较好一点。
I don't think our opponent's draft will cause a big trouble for me in team fight. And the most important thing is just because our support Miko did a great job in vision control. So because of that vision control leads, we can take this game. Final question for you. Welcome to LPL League. How do you feel about playing with Miko, who is really an experienced player? And do you feel maybe a little bit nervous playing on the stage in LPL? 那么最后一个问题也是欢迎利物选手 来到 LPL， 那么在加入到 EDG 之后呢，和这样一位非常经验老道的 Miko 辅助选手搭档，感觉怎么样？然后其实登上 LPL 之后，会不会觉得稍微有点紧张？
感觉每天都越打越开心。
那你自己对 EDG 的目标是怎么样的？和 Miko 选手搭档会有一些什么不一样的感觉吗？比如说他会沟通一些什么细节啊之类的。
他对线的时候还会教我玩游戏，跟我之前的辅助遇到的不一样。
Actually, the more I play the games, I will be more happy. And talking about playing with Mako, he always tell me a lot of things about in-game contents when we playing on the bot laner. Thank you so much for joining me. Congratulations to EDG once again. Back to you guys. Bye bye.
Thank you to Christina and thank you to Leave. And I like that he's been told quite a bit from Mako. I mean, in-game content, I'm assuming, is getting a bit of direction, not like Mako's favorite league stream.
He's not like he's not alt tabbing up a content piece and just showing.
Dude, look at this, man. He's showing like, like a dom or like a cage or co-strip or something on the way. No. I believe JJ was MVP, as we've just been whispered in areas. So congrats to JJ as well. It feels like this series, definitely the better jungler. Definitely in game number 1 as it went on, more influential on that Maokai. But this game, the pick potential Jamada was just on point.
Yeah, no, it really was. And I think it was elevated again by, the very, very snappy decisions being made by JJ and Fofo also following up. But also Mako just existing to press R key for the additional lockdown was so pivotal in ensuring that Gala specifically couldn't play the game. This is basically the most...
Yeah.
Outside of that,
Dude, I feel like we're just reliving RNG's failure to adapt to that as well. And
yeah,
overall, we've got RNG who are able to fall trap to people like JJ. Not Breathe, but Gala. Just constantly the attention piece of EDG, like 1 and 6 by the end. It's rough. It was really, really rough. So well played from JJ. Great fight game. And overall from EDG, direction being the key word of this show. There was definitely more direction this time around, and for EDG, this is a nice little ramp up. Jamada, I just got to pull this up because I think it's important when we mentioned RNG's hard schedule coming up. EDG actually a little bit mixed bag where they have NIP starting off next week, so definitely winnable. But BLG, JDG, top esports after that, so I hope that's a ramp up for them.
Okay, yeah, that's,
mixed bag.
That's a schedule if I've ever heard one. It's very reminiscent of the AL summer summer schedule, isn't it? Where they were like what? Something silly, like they were 7 and 5 or something. They were looking like they were going to cruise into playoffs, and it's just like they just had top 6 final 6 games, and it's like, well, maybe not.
At least you get it earlier this time around. Bring up the schedule rather the results from today, because that's the end of show. If you missed out earlier on our 3 series day, Top Esports versus NIP was surprisingly long. We got some Jackie Love antics, and honestly, we just got some Top Esports antics. Like that team, a lot of fun in the sun.
Always a lot of fun in the sun. I think NIP, showed a lot more than I think most are expecting, and hopefully, despite the result, it can be a bit of a positive omen for them moving forward. They also did drop Dream out of the mid lane at some point. I think it was after the game 1, so we'll see whether or not, with a different mid laner, if they will continue to play Pout, whether or not that'll look good. But of course, the standings, like you alluded to.
Oh, there's RNG. There they are, 16th at the moment. It might be early into the season, but a 1 and 3 start for RNG, when you have those 4 players on that roster, it's not a great entrance into the league. Meanwhile, LNG with their win earlier on, they moved to 3 and 0, so holding the top right now. Kind of interesting to see, some of our, I guess, lower to mid-tier teams from last split currently sitting in the top 8.
Yeah, definitely a bit of a surprise to be sure, but of course, a lot of time and series to still be played, right? Schedule is very important. Definitely not the AL, because I think they might be going 0-5 tomorrow. They'll be playing against JDG. We'll see how they put up against that. But of course, as well, FPX versus Weibo will be the opening series of tomorrow's affairs, as it were.
Week 4 next week.
Very exciting series on our hands to open out week 4.
Yeah, that's right. So we are moving into a brand new week next week. Remember, LPL doesn't sleep, and we don't have a break up until February 23rd. So it's going to be running every single day as usual. Munchables and Lyric will join you tomorrow for FPX, Weibo, and AL JDG. Good luck to AL. Jamada, thank you for joining me here tonight. It has been, I guess, a medium-term one, not a long one, but somewhere in the middle range. So a pleasure to have you. And for everyone else, it is bye for now, but not forever. We'll see you for the start of week 4 tomorrow.